So in the previous session, we completed the discussion related to place of supply, and after that place of supply related to 12 and 13, we have some rules related information. So that rules related provisions we are looking into. Take page 321. So these rules are last priority. So first, if at all the questions are asked on place of supply in exam, it will be mostly on section 12, section 13 and section 10, that section 12 and section 10 on that only. If at all they wanted to go deep, then they will be touching these rules, okay. That's why don't worry, just casually listen, and wherever you get a question, if at all you get a question, you just use the ratio for apportionment. So first, rule 3 is applicable in situation where services, that is advertisement services, are provided to government. What is the place of supply in case of advertisement services to government? Each state where the advertisement is provided. What if under a single contract the advertisement is provided in more than one state? Then we need to apportion. What is the basis of apportionment? So that is the contract price we need to divide between the states. How to divide between the states? Suppose if it is advertisement on the train, you take the length of the track and you apportion the cost between the states. Example, you would have seen on the train and all some ads, stickering work they will do. On the entire train they will do lot of movie ads, government ads and all you will be seeing. Say they are taking a Shatabdi Express which is going from Chennai to Mysuru, and in that Shatabdi Express, which is a very old train in the sense like from quite a long time it is there, train is new only. So but that route is very old route, and lot of people know about that, and lot of people will be traveling in the train. So now this train connects 3 states, Chennai to AP border, again AP border to Karnataka border. So a small distance Andhra Pradesh also it will touch, and thereafter it will go to Karnataka. So 3 states are connected by this train. So now how to apportion? If the advertisement is on the train, you take the length of track and you apportion between the states. Length of track means Chennai to the border of Tamil Nadu, how many kilometers track, okay. Then again AP, how many kilometers track, and again from Andhra Pradesh border to Karnataka, Mysuru, what is the number of kilometers. Based on this we will apportion. So that is this advertisement services on train, that is advertisement service to government. Where the advertisement is on train, we need to take the length of rail track in each state. For this, for each and every point, I gave one example to understand, okay. So see that below. Indian Railways enter into contract with ABC Advertising Agency, where Indian Railways provides the right to display advertisement in Shatabdi Express, for which ABC Advertising Agency will pay 4 lakh per month. Is it advertisement service to government or advertisement service by government? Advertisement service by government, not to government. So is it having any specific provision? No. So therefore we need to take general provisions. As per general provision, what will be taken as the place of supply? Location of recipient. So Karnataka will be taken. Understood about this transaction? Now, what ABC Advertising Agency is doing, they are giving advertisement services to central government, for which they got 20 lakhs for 2 months. Is it advertisement service by government or advertisement service to government? This aspect, advertisement service to government. In case of advertisement service to government, so we need to take each state where the advertisement is provided. So this train starts from Chennai and goes to Mysuru, and it connects Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. So therefore the length of the track we need to see. Length of the track in Tamil Nadu 200 kilometers, length of the track in Andhra Pradesh 40 kilometers, length of the track in Karnataka 120 kilometers. What is the entire consideration? 20 lakhs. You know now how to apportion. So what you need to do? 20 lakhs into 200 divided by total kilometers. What is the total kilometers? 360 kilometers. So you will get the amount. Basically we divide the entire contract price in one ratio. What is the ratio here? We are taking length of track, and we got the amount in each state. and for that amount, that state is the place of supply. So for this amount, Tamil Nadu is place of supply. For this amount, Andhra Pradesh. For this amount, Karnataka is the place of supply. Accordingly, we need to determine the nature of supply. Is it clear? Then, suppose if Indian Railways directly provide services to central government, that will not come under supply exempt, that is not coming under taxable supply. It's an exempted supply. Which point it is exempted supply? Interdepartmental services, like that we discussed, one department to another department of government. So there it will become exempted. Are you understanding? So what is the first situation you need to remember? If the advertisement is on train, what should be taken as the ratio for apportionment? Length of track. Then suppose if the advertisement is on tickets, if you see train ticket, on the back side of the ticket also you will be seeing some government ads. Now what will be taken as the base of apportionment? Now see the tickets distributed in how many states. In that states, what is the number of stations? You take the number of stations in each state for the purpose of apportionment. So look into another illustration. Indian Railways gave right to print ads on the back of the train ticket to ABC Advertising Agency, for which ABC Advertising Agency paid 10 lakhs per annum. So this is advertisement services to government or by government, and it will not be coming under any specific provision. So general provision, Karnataka will be taken as the place of supply. Now advertising agency provides advertising services to central government, and 80 lakh tickets they need to print and distribute in the stations in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, for which they will get a consideration of 8 lakhs. Now these 8 lakhs we need to apportion between Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. In what ratio? See the number of stations in each state. So what is the number of stations in Andhra Pradesh? 2,840 and 3,210. So in this ratio we will apportion. So accordingly, so 3,75,537 and 4,24,463. So that will be taken. And so second point, first point, if it is on the train, what is the base of apportionment? Length of track. If it is on the back side of the ticket, number of stations in each state. And then next one, we have on television. Suppose if TV channel, if government ad is being telecasted. Now first you divide between all the channels based on viewership data. So that viewership data you need to get based on BRC, Broadcast Audience Research Council. So they will publish the TRP. Usually TV channels and all will fight for TRP. Now we have more TRP, we have TRP. Who will be telling that your channel is having this much of TRP like that? BARC, Broadcast Audience Research Council, will be publishing the data. So based on the data published by BRC for each channel, first you apportion between the channels. Thereafter, a channel may be telecasted in more than one state. So lot of people in Tamil Nadu will be watching even some Telugu channels also. Lot of people in Kerala will even watch some Tamil channels also. So therefore it is a shared. So therefore each and every channel you divided, then that channel telecasted in more than one state. So divide it between the states based on population census. So there are two apportionments here. First apportionment, you need to divide between the channels based on BRC data. Second apportionment, after that you need to divide between the states based on population data. Sir, BRC data when should be taken? For this quarter, if you need to apportion, take the previous quarter, last week data, and that should be taken for the purpose of apportionment in this quarter. Okay, so you look into the example for this. See illustration 5. Next to next page. ZTV located in Maharashtra provided advertisement in all their channels to central government, for which central government has paid a consideration of 40 crores. Now how many channels they have? Total 5 channels they have. Yes, ZTV is having lot of channels now. Zee Tamil, Zee Telugu, Zee Kannada, like that, lot of channels they are having. Now they will divide the entire consideration between these 5 channels. On what basis they will divide? I told you, we need to take what data? BRC data of last quarter, last week should be taken. Say 8 crores viewership, 6 crores, 5 crores, 4 crores and 10 crores. So this entire 40 crores we will divide in this ratio first. In that, Channel number 2 is being telecasted in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Channel number 5 is telecasted in Maharashtra and Karnataka. So what you will do, that channel number 2 amount is how much? 7.27 crores na. That you will divide between AP and Tamil Nadu based on population census. So what is the population of Andhra Pradesh? 12 crores. What is the population of Tamil Nadu? 18 crores. In that ratio we will divide. So accordingly we will get the amounts. So for that amount, that particular state will be taken as a place of supply, and accordingly we will determine whether it is intrastate or interstate. What we are doing, first we are apportioning between the channels. Thereafter we are apportioning between the states if that channel is telecasted in more than one state. Based on what ratio? Population census. Then, so tell me the three situations. Advertisement on train, length of track. Advertisement on train ticket, number of stations in each state. Advertisement on television channel, number of viewers. Number of viewers in each state should be taken, and based on BRC. Thereafter we need to apportion between the states based on population census. Internet, suppose if the advertisement is in internet, so internet they will specify where the advertisement needs to be done. If you see, for last few weeks you will be seeing, the moment you open YouTube channel, so ad and all will be about Tamil Nadu government only. Have you seen that? So if you see YouTube ads, most of the ads in Chennai, if you see, will be related to Tamil Nadu government. So we did this, ours is a Dravidian model, so we are doing free, and some people will be, some old women and all will be coming and telling, so free bus Stalin has given, so as if he has given out of his father's Karunanidhi's money. So no, like they will be telling as if he has given. How we are? It is our money. Every one of us is paying taxes here. Through that only they are spending. I don't understand why Periyaya Chinnaya's photo is required. Okay, really I don't know why their photo is required. It is government's money. Government means for the people, of the people, by the people. But see their ads and all. Why, you know why all these ads comes all of a sudden? Because of the election. Because of the election, and Congress, if they need to come into ruling, so DMK MP seats are so crucial for Congress. Due to that reason, DMK is massively promoting so their government, because we don't know what is central government. We know only DMK or ADMK. So we will be putting vote for them only. So they are thinking like that, and they are putting lot of advertisement in YouTube. Now they will specify advertisement only in Tamil Nadu. So there is no problem. Entire amount place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. But sometimes when they not define the horizon, so then the ad and all will go across the country, because the moment it goes into internet, it will become viral, and we don't know why what become viral at what time, correct or not. So at one time the trend was going blue color wow, yellow color wow, magenta color wow, 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 like that, correct? I don't know why it became viral. So but things will go viral, okay? And therefore the moment it goes into internet, we don't know where it will stop. That's why once the advertisement is given in internet, it is deemed that the advertisement is throughout the country. Example, in 2000 this 19 elections and all, so what has happened, Tamil Nadu government, so DMK came into ruling, so at that time, so that song Stalin Davararu, like that one song, that song went up to north, really, because they didn't define where it is. So they spend money on advertisement. So the money is spent on advertisement, it will go to some irrelevant people also. It will not go to only relevant people, it will go to irrelevant people. Then how the advertisement needs to be apportioned between the state? You take the internet subscribers across the country. Suppose if you define the horizon that this is the state where advertisement is there, then that state is place of supply. If you are not defining, advertisement is deemed to be provided all over India, and we need to apportion that between the states based on what ratio? Based on internet subscribers ratio. So see this, advertisement, say Peak Your Advertising Agency, they provided advertisement in Facebook to state government of Tamil Nadu, for which they paid a consideration of 40 lakhs, but they did not define where the advertisement needs to be provided. So they have promoted. So deemed to be across the country. So means all the states and union territories we need to divide. So 40 lakhs apportioned between all states and union territories based on what ratio? Internet subscribers ratio. And then one more thing, through SMS. Suppose if the advertisement is through SMS, yes, through SMS also they can do the advertisement. So what happens is that, so any ad of the government, so we will get in the form of SMS. So this SMS means definitely it should be what ratio? Telecom subscribers. How will you get the telecom subscribers ratio? Try. So Telecom Regulatory Authority of India will be publishing the data of telecom subscribers. Same way, last quarter, last week, whatever is the TRI data is there. So based on that, you need to apportion. So tell me what are the 5 situations, in case of advertisement in train, length of track. In case of advertisement on train ticket, number of stations in each state. In case of advertisement on television, first apportion between the channels based on BRC data, thereafter apportion between the states based on population. Then internet deemed to be across the country and apportion based on internet subscribers. SMS, then we need to apportion based on telecom subscribers published by TRI. And here one more point, suppose apart from these 5, any other case, advertisement in cinema theatre, advertisement in newspaper, advertisement in radio channel, advertisement in hoardings, like that any other advertisement, we need to see the expenditure ratio. For example, I am putting the advertisement in cinema theatre. Now what is the cost of that? Okay, say I am putting the advertisement in, so PVR cinemas, and that PVR cinemas is across the country. So now where the advertisement is provided, say Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Now what I need to do, my expenditure will be there na. My income from government, I am the person here who is providing services to government. So I will get some income. My income I am recognizing based on my expenditure. That's what our revenue recognition concept says, matching concept. Recognize your income based on your expenditure. So in the balancing figure, what we will do, we will recognize it on what ratio? Expenditure ratio. Like general provision, if you don't know anything, you apportion based on expenditure ratio, 50% answer is correct. You understood? Because this expenditure ratio we have in many places. So when you don't know what is the specific provision, you try to apportion on the basis of expenditure ratio. For what is the balancing figure in case of this apportionment? Expenditure ratio means recognize our revenue based on our expenditure. Then look into the next one. So illustration 7, you see XYZ advertising agency Tamil Nadu provided advertisement service with respect to advertisement through SMS in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala to central government, for which consideration is 80 lakhs. That 80 lakhs will be divided between Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. In what ratio it will be apportioned? Based on the telecom subscribers. So 4:6:2 ratio it will be apportioned. You understood? And then situation 6, any other mode of advertisement, apportionment between the states in what ratio? Expenditure ratio. Then look into the next rule. So the previous rule what we have discussed is applicable in the context of advertisement services provided to government. Now what we are going to discuss is advertisement services we completed, service in relation to immovable property. Service in relation to immovable property, what will be taken as a place of supply? Location of immovable property. What if the immovable property is in more than one state? That's where this rule will come into picture. Sir, in case of service in relation to immovable property, example repairs. I am providing repair services to a hotel. That hotel group, hotel chain is having hotels in 4 states. Now I need to apportion on one basis because the place of supply is location of immovable property. On what basis I will apportion? For which they are telling, if it is accommodation services, you apportion it on the basis of number of nights stayed in such property. So for example, say this. So illustration number 9 you see, next page illustration 9 you see. Club Mahindra is providing tour operator services to Mr. Praveen. Club Mahindra is providing tour operator service to Mr. Praveen, for which Mr. Praveen paid a consideration of 80,000. And where the tour is held? Tour is held in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. Usually package tours and all, if you see, what they will do, So they will conduct in 3-4 states together, one trip, some 6 days trip or 7-day trip, like that they will conduct. Now in that case, how many days stayed in Tamil Nadu? How many nights? 1 night. How many nights in Karnataka? 2 nights. How many nights in Kerala? 3 nights. What is the total consideration? 80,000. How that 80,000 will be apportioned? On the basis of number of nights stayed in such property. You understood? So 1:2:3 ratio you need to apportion. Accordingly for that amount, so Tamil Nadu is place of supply for 13,333, for 26,667 Karnataka, for 40,000 it will be Kerala. So what is the base of apportionment in case of accommodation services? Number of nights stayed in each state. Okay. Then next we need to see accommodation in a houseboat. So in a houseboat, so when we board a houseboat, starting point will be in one place because the boat will move. Starting point will be one place and the ending point will be in another place. Then what is the base of apportionment? You need to take the number of hours in each state and apportion time spent by the boat or vessel in each state. For example, you look into illustration 10. Next to next page. Measures ABC houseboat operator in Kerala is providing accommodation in a houseboat to Mr. Ramesh, a tourist, for which Ramesh has paid 8,000 as consideration, and the houseboat will start at Kerala and will end at Tamil Nadu. Now, what is the time spent in Tamil Nadu and Kerala? Kerala, the time spent is 9 hours and Tamil Nadu 3 hours. Sir, will Ramesh sit and count how many hours like that? So no, he will do the purpose for which he went into the houseboat. So this 9 hours and 3 hours is the standard time. So they will not sit and count how much time, etc. and all. So 9 hours and 3 hours based on the standard time we will apportion between the states. So 8,000 into 9 by 12, 8,000 into 3 by 12, 6,000 and 2,000, that will be taken as a place of supply. So tell me, in case of accommodation houseboat, what is the base of apportionment? Number of hours in each state. Apart from that, any other service in relation to immobile property. So we need to see the area of the immobile property and apportion. So square feet of the immobile property in each state we need to take for apportionment. For example, look into the next page, illustration 8. Mr. Vamsi is a contractor in Andhra Pradesh who provides repairs and renovation services to Messrs. Breeze Hotels, and the contract price is 2 crores. How the 2 crores will be apportioned? So we need to see first what is the carpet area. Total how many hotels they have? 4 hotels. One in AP, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. Now you need to take the carpet area. So in the ratio of carpet area of each and every hotel, you need to apportion. Not necessary that each and every hotel will be of the same size now. So take the carpet area of the hotel and you do the apportionment. So you will get the apportion value and respectively the place of supply. You got it? So tell me what are the 3 points related to, so this immobile property services, 3 points related to immobile property. If it is accommodation, number of nights stayed in each state. And if it is houseboat, time spent, number of hours in each state. If it is any other service in relation to immobile property, area of immobile property in each state. Then next one. Suppose if it is organizing an event. So what is the place of supply in case of organizing an event? Location where the event is held. What if the event is in more than one state? Example, nowadays we have lot of pan-India movies and pan-world movies and all coming. So what will they do? In order to promote that movie in the other state. See, because the market size needs to be increased. So once upon a time, getting 50 crores, 100 crores and all for a movie was very difficult. But now easily 500 crores, 600 crores, 1000 crores and all they are achieving. How, sir, they are able to do that? Only in that state means they will not be able to do. So they make the movie commonly for all other languages as well. So you take many movies starting from Bahubali. Actually not Bahubali. It started even way before. So this one movie, E movie was there, na Ida, Nani. So that Nani movie, from there it started. So where we started going into other languages and we started releasing parallelly in the other languages and all. and from there if you see lot of movies. So recent Malayalam industry also has now come into this trend wherein they are releasing that Premalu like that one movie and Manjumal Boys like that one movie in other states. But whenever you release a language, even Kantara, that was purely a Kannada movie, KGF purely a Kannada movie, but it got released in other languages. But what is the success of these movies? The pre-release events. So they conduct lot of pre-release events and do marketing. So they will come to all the actors will travel to the other state, there they will interact with the audience, and that will be released in the YouTube, etc. and all. So therefore, here this pre-release events are very much required for the purpose of success of a movie in the other states. Now you are an event organizer, you got the contract from the producer that you need to do the pre-release events in say 4 states, and for which you got a lump sum amount. Now you got a revenue. How will you recognize that revenue? Because each state you need to apportion. Why you need to apportion each state? Because organizing an event, each state where the event is held will be taken as the place of supply. So you need to apportion your revenue on the basis of your expenditure. So again here it is what ratio here? Expenditure ratio that will be taken for apportionment. Are you getting this? Then next one, look into 6. So therefore, in case of organizing event, balancing figure. What is a balancing figure? Usually expenditure ratio. Then 6th point, in case of telecommunication services, fixed line. What will be taken as place of supply? Fixed line. Location where the equipment is installed. What if it is a lease line that connects multiple places? Then how will you apportion? So it is apportioned based on number of circuit points in each state. Example, say this, Act FiberNet is providing a leased internet line to State Bank of India nodal office and connecting the branches in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. It's a leased line. Means separately they will put the line. They will not use the public internet. If they use the public internet, data we can steal and we can loot lot of money from the people. For example, the moment you use a ATM card, so and you enter the PIN, this data will travel to the server. Which server? So the bank server, and the server will tell yes, this PIN number is correct and this is the correct ATM card. So you release the payment like that, they will tell to the ATM machine. So this information will travel through one cable. Okay, so that is internet, it will travel. So now we can do the stealing of information from the internet and we can decode it and we can create one card, we can put that number and we can also go to ATM and we can withdraw using that PIN. So already many scams have happened like that. That's the reason why banks never go for public network. So they will be going for a private network, that is lease line they will be putting. So this particular lease line is exclusively for them. That's where if you see lot of places they will dig the streets and below they will put one line and all. So this is because of the internet lease line. Now in case of this internet lease line, what is the consideration they are paying per month? Per month itself they are paying 12 lakhs as a consideration. Now how will you apportion this? Simple. It is connecting what and all states? Pa? Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. You take the number of circuit points in each state and based on that you need to do apportionment. Done? Understood? So therefore in case of telecommunication service, what is the base of apportionment here? Number of circuit points in each state. That's it. So these are the rules that we have with respect to IGST. First we saw advertisement to government, and then we saw immobile property. Then we saw that organizing an event, and next this lease line. Okay, that is telecommunication service. Only 4 points. You can remember this. And thereafter the other 2 rules are there, that is not applicable for you, that is applicable in the context of section 13, and that is same as rule 4 and 5. You don't have to remember that. And this also already we discussed. Sir, location of supplier India, location of recipient India, place of supply India. Depending upon the state, it will become either intra-state or interstate. If location of supplier India, location of recipient India, but place of supply outside India, so what it will be called as? Deemed interstate, because we studied now supplier in India, place of supply outside India is a deemed interstate. That's it, pa. With this we completed place of supply. Okay, and already some questions ICA has given, but whatever questions that ICA has given, all are direct theory questions only in the study material they have given. So they have not coined any problems and solutions. But I have given some good number of questions on this concept. Okay. So around some, you can see, so 15 questions I have given. Around some 15 questions I have given. So as I already told you that I will record this and I will upload in the YouTube from input tax credit chapter. So this alone you try once and thereafter you refer to the video, please. Okay. So that it will be like a practice for you. Don't watch the video parallelly for the question and answers. So please you practice that once and then you see the video explanation, so that you will be knowing, like that too. Moreover, whichever question you need, that only video explanation you can see. Remaining questions and all, if you know the answer, you can leave that. So for practice purpose, make use of it. Okay. But it does not mean I will not be giving the answers and all. I will give, but only thing, you also please practice once and then listen to the video. Okay. Then now we are moving on to the next area, that is TDS and TCS. Page number 303. Page number 303, segment 14, TDS and TCS. So what is the full form of TDS? Tax deducted at source. What is the full form of TCS? Tax collected at source. In income tax also it is there, in GST also it is there, but the concept what we have in income tax is completely different from GST. In income tax, the purpose of TDS is to make the supply, that is make the person who earns the income, that is deductee, to show his true income, because the TDS will be deducted by the other person, which we can take as credit while we are filing our income tax return. For example, I will be getting money from different sources, and all these sources, they will be deducting TDS at 10%, because I will come under 194J. So they will deduct 10% as my TDS. Say for example, they are deducting 4 lakhs as TDS, various cases. Now 4 lakhs they are deducting means, what is my income? 40 lakhs. But 40 lakhs is not my taxable income. Why 40 lakhs is not my taxable income? Usually TDS under income tax will be deducted on the gross amount, and 40 lakhs is not my income, that is my gross. But the taxable income will be after arriving at the profit. So this will be my gross. From that I will be reducing my expenses as per section 30, that is 28, 29, 30, lot of sections are there now for deductions. So that I will apply, and thereafter under 80C to 80U also I will do the reductions. Then I will be getting at my profit taxable income. On that taxable income I will pay tax. But what could that tax be? That may not be 4 lakhs. The tax could be somewhere like 2.5 lakhs. But unnecessarily there is 4 lakhs TDS deducted. So therefore 1.5 lakh I will get as a refund. Are you understanding this? So I will come forward and I will file my return and I will tell what is my gross income, what is my expenses. Some expenses may be allowed as deduction by the department, some expenses they will disallow. So some recomputation will be done. This is the purpose of TDS in income tax, because the moment the money is earned by me, thereafter I may not pay the tax properly. So that's why at the source itself they are deducting the tax. But the objective of TDS under GST is not that. The objective of TDS under GST is to know what is the turnover of the supplier. The objective of TCS in GST is to know what is the turnover of the supplier. So TDS TCS objective in GST is not for the purpose of collection of tax. There is no tax that can be collected, because in case of income tax, the TDS rates and all will be 10%, 20% like that. But in GST, the rate of TDS TCS is hardly 2% and 1%. So what is the rate of TDS pa? 2%. What is the rate of TCS? 1%. So then with 2%, 1%, how we can collect the tax and all? So therefore the objective of TDS TCS under GST is to mainly know the total turnover of the supplier, so that he will not suppress his turnover. and in the TCS already we discussed. First we will see TCS and then we will connect TCS to TDS to know the differences. So what is it I told you in case of TCS? To whom TCS is applicable? When TCS is applicable, in which case TCS is applicable? Whenever supplies are made through e-commerce operator, then TCS will be applicable, and e-commerce operator will be deducting 1% of the value as TCS and remit it to the government on behalf of the supplier, and the supplier will take this TCS as credit in his cash ledger and adjust against his liability. That is the objective of TCS. Are you understanding this? Now, some important points related to TCS. So, this computation already we discussed. So, look into some important points. E-commerce operator is liable to deduct TCS. Sir, who is an e-commerce operator? E-commerce operator means a person who owns, operates or manages digital or electronic facility or platform for e-commerce is known as a e-commerce operator. Okay. So, what is that? It's like a person who owns, manages or operates the platform. So, therefore, supplier will not come under e-commerce operator, either so the app developer or the app owner. So, that particular person will be called as e-commerce operator. So, that e-commerce operator is liable to deduct TCS. Why I told you this point? Because I told you this long back also, that supplier owns the e-commerce application and supplier supplies his goods or services through his own e-commerce application. It will not come under supplies through e-commerce operator. So, supplier should be different from the e-commerce operator. Only when the following conditions are satisfied. Condition number 1, supplier should be registered. Why sir like that? See, e-commerce operator paying TCS can be taken as credit by the supplier in his cash ledger. It's not input tax credit, so it will be cash ledger, some credit will be coming, and using that he will pay for his liability. When the supplier is not at all having liability, he is unregistered person here. When he is an unregistered person, he will not have liability na. Then what's the point in deducting TCS? So therefore, what is the case where TCS is not applicable? They gave conditions, but you remember in your mind, what are the cases where TCS is not applicable? Tell me, what is the first point that you will remember? Supplier is unregistered. Okay. So, you put one sticky note and you write down when TCS is not applicable, because that's a very important short note question. They will ask, because at final level itself they used to ask this question. What are the situations where TCS is not applicable? Or separately, if you want to write in your notebook also you write, but somewhere I want you to write that. Okay. TCS not applicable in the following cases. TCS not applicable in the following cases. Around some 5 points will come. Accordingly plan and write. TCS not applicable in the following cases. Number 1, supplier is unregistered. Supplier is unregistered. Okay. You understood the reason now why TCS not applicable when the supplier is unregistered? Because supplier cannot take this as credit and adjust against his liability. That's why. Then next, listen. Sir, this supply is exempted, sir. The transaction is exempted. The supply is exempted. When the supply is exempted also or non-taxable, you don't have to find the turnover of the supplier. Sir, only when the supplier is liable to pay tax, you need to know about the turnover of the supplier. When the transaction itself is exempted or non-taxable, that is not required. So, it is the second point. Exempted supplies or non-taxable supplies. So, supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Next one, listen. Sir, payment is not collected by e-commerce operator, sir. Will he pay TCS? No. Why he will pay TCS out of his pocket? He will not pay TCS out of his pocket, because he will pay TCS if the money is collected from the buyer. What if money is directly collected by the supplier from the buyer and just delivery is done by the e-commerce operator? We have like that also. So what I can do, I can associate with Amazon for doing only delivery. Sales directly I will take from you. I will create my own website or I will create one app. Through that I will take the orders. That's what lot of people in Instagram, they are selling the cosmetic products na. So lot of cosmetic products, the moment you open Instagram and you see these YouTube channels and all, lot of people will be doing some promotion about some fairness creams and some serum, hair oil, etc. and all. So I really doubt, so how this sales is happening and all. So simple, Instagram we will see, okay. So even my wife showed me one reel, Instagram reel, wherein that person is telling he was having completely bald head, okay, and that person for 3 months he applied that hair oil, and when he applied that hair oil he got full hair, okay. So like Dhoni and all, he got hair, and so my wife showed me, see, you try this hair oil. I asked her how much is that. Some 200 ml is 1000 rupees. 200 ml is 1000 rupees, okay. Then I did not buy, but I know that it is practically impossible. When something has fallen, it is fallen. You can't get it back. It's not possible, and we have to live with it, and we need to adjust with it, and we should be so happy about it. If at all we are so much concerned, you know what we should do? There are some treatments available like hair transplant, etc. and all. This oil heal and all will not work, but see the way they are trying to promote and sell, and what they do, they give one number, one WhatsApp number. So to that WhatsApp number you do GPay and you send the screenshot and you give your address in the WhatsApp. So they will deliver the product, and they have partnered with Amazon. So Amazon delivery guy will be coming and delivering. So they are partnered with Amazon for courier purpose. So Amazon will do this work also, because for Amazon it is a extra income na. So why they will not do? They will do this. Now in that case, payment collected by e-commerce operator or payment not collected by e-commerce operator? Not collected by e-commerce operator. So TCS applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. So write down third point. So when TCS not applicable? Payment not collected by ECO. Payment not collected by ECO. So what are the 3 points that we have seen? Supplier is unregistered. Number 2, supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Payment not collected by e-commerce operator. Fourth case, sir, 9 subsection 5, TCS is not applicable, because the liability itself is on whom? E-commerce operator. So why they need to deduct TCS? There is no purpose. The objective itself is defeated. There is no need of TCS, because we don't have to bother about the supplier na, because the liability is on e-commerce operator. So write down next point, fourth point. What is that? Supplies under section 9(5). Supplies under section 9 subsection 5. What are the supplies under section 9 subsection 5? HATE, H for housekeeping, A for accommodation, T for transportation of passengers, E for eating food from the restaurant, okay. Then, so in this case, so TCS will not be applicable, and so that is what it is given. Supplier should be registered, payment from buyer should be collected by e-commerce operator, such supply should not be notified, such supply should be taxable. These are conditions, and we remember the opposite points. One more case also, sales returns. In case of sales returns also, TCS will not be applicable. Why? Because we need to take whatever is the sales made during the month minus sales returns during the month. Are you understanding? Whatever is the sales made during the month minus sales returns during the month, we need to reduce. On the difference amount only, TCS will be computed. Because example, this Myntra and all, lot of people will order for the garments, and once they get the garment, they will wear it, hide the tag and all, okay, and they will wear it and do lot of photo sessions, and they will post it in Instagram, and thereafter they will fold it properly and book for return. size issue, some issue, color issue, fitting issue, like that they will put return and the product will go. And again, so money will be refunded. Again using that, they will buy another dress and they will post daily one Instagram photo, because we need to think that they are living a lavish lifestyle. See, daily one day one dress they are wearing and they are taking photos. So super, yeah, it is like that. Okay, so lot of nibbas and nibbies are there in Instagram. So they do this overaction only. You understood or not? So for them, so this is Myntra is a very good opportunity. It went to an extent where they started wearing it to the functions also. They will wear it, they will go to function, and once the function is over, then they will pack and book the return, because usually they will give a 30-day return and all like that they will be giving. So 5-day return, 30-day return, lot of options there is. So now the person who is taking the return will not smell and see whether it is used or not used. Correct. So therefore they will take and go. And this case, every e-commerce operator will have a sales returns. Will you agree with me? Sales made during the month minus returns during the month. But this returns may not be pertaining to this month's sales. This may be pertaining to the previous month's sales. So that should also be reduced. So write down sales returns. Next point, fifth point. So when TCS is not applicable in case of sales returns. So total 5 situations where TCS not applicable. That is, supplier is unregistered, supplies are exempted or non-taxable, and payment not collected by e-commerce operator, and supplies are notified under 9(5) and sales returns. Okay. Then next, see this, TCS shall be deducted at 1%. Sir, 1% should be taken as the TCS rate. Suppose if it is an intra-state supply, 0.5% CGST, 0.5% SGST. If it is interstate supply, 1% IGST. How e-commerce operator will know whether it is intrastate or interstate? Supplier will raise invoice to the recipient. Supplier will consider the place of supply and determine whether it is an intrastate, interstate. Example, supplier in Haryana, recipient in Tamil Nadu. So it's a interstate supply, chargeable to IGST. So supplier will raise what invoice? IGST invoice. So the e-commerce operator will know that it's an interstate. So he will deduct 1% towards IGST. Suppose supplier Tamil Nadu, because many times in Amazon they do 1-day delivery, same day delivery or next day delivery. Means definitely they need to source the goods from within the state. So supplier also Tamil Nadu, Chennai Tamil Nadu. Buyer also Chennai Tamil Nadu. E-commerce operator is delivering the product. Now in that case, what is the nature of supply? Intra-state supply, chargeable to CGST, SGST. So the e-commerce operator will deduct 0.5% towards CGST and 0.5% towards SGST. Are you understanding this? On the net value of taxable supplies excluding GST. So while computing TCS, whether GST should be included or not? No. That's what we have seen in this example. This e-commerce operator is deducting 1% of what? 12,800 mobile value, or only on 10,000? Only on 10,000. So while taking TCS, it should be on value excluding GST, and any sales returns made during the period should be deducted. That already we have seen. And e-commerce operator, that is TCS deductor, is required to file one return. So specifying what are the supplies for which they have deducted the TCS and pay the TCS. That return is GSTR 8. So what is the TCS return pa? GSTR 8. By when this TCS return should be filed? By 10th of the month following every month. So what is the time limit for GSTR 8? Please respond. 10th of the month following every month. And along with TCS return, they should also deposit the TCS with the government. So what is the due date of payment of TCS? Same 10th. 10th of the month following every month. Say this. GSTR 8 to be furnished by 10th of the month following the month, along with payment of TCS. Now, whenever e-commerce operator is filing TCS return GSTR 8, in that they will mention against which supplier we are deducting the TCS. Are you understanding? And they will mention the GST of the supplier. So you are the supplier. In your GSTR 2A, not 2B, not 2B, in your GSTR 2A, you will be able to see the TCS details. Got it? TDS TCS details will be reflected in which statement? 2A of the supplier. Is it clear? So see that next point. details furnished by e-commerce operator in GSTR 8 should be matched with the corresponding details furnished by supplier in GSTR 1. For your e-commerce operator, I am supplier. Whenever I supply through your platform, I will mention your GSTIN that I supplied through your platform, like that. Whenever you deduct the TCS, you will pay TCS and you will mention my name, my GSTIN. These two things will be matched by the GST portal, and TCS shall be made available as credit to the supplier in GSTR 2A, not 2B, 2A. Got it? Now, sir, e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered or not? Yes, I told you already. Every e-commerce operator, if they are liable to deduct TCS or if they are liable to pay GST under 9.5, they are compulsorily required to get registered. Now, problem is where they need to register. In each state where they have the suppliers. In each state where they have the suppliers. Why, sir? Example, Flipkart is in Bengaluru, Karnataka. Seller Tamil Nadu, buyer Tamil Nadu. What is the nature of supply? Intrastate. So what is the TCS to be deducted? 0.5% CGST, 0.5% Tamil Nadu SGST, not Karnataka SGST. But where is e-commerce operator registered? Karnataka. How being registered in Karnataka, they can pay 0.5% towards Tamil Nadu SGST. You understood? That's why they need to register in Tamil Nadu also. Then, sir, e-commerce operator should register in every state. Yes, literally every state they need to register, because they will have sellers across the country now. So every state wherever they have the sellers and buyers, they need to register in those states. But practically they cannot procure the business, like procure the place in each and every place to register. So how they can register? Address and all will be difficult now. For them a relaxation is given. What is that relaxation? In registration application, there are two parts, REG 1, part A and part B. In part A, they need to show the state where they want to register. In our example, where Flipkart is located, Karnataka. Now in part A, they need to show Tamil Nadu as the state where they want to register. In part B, they need to give their address proof. That address proof will be Karnataka address proof only. Are you getting this? Read this. E-commerce operator liable to deduct TCS is compulsorily required to get registered. They should register in each state where their suppliers are created. In such case, part A, they will submit the state where they are applying for registration, and in part B, their physical place of business. Is it clear? So that's what the example we have seen. What is that? So Flipkart having physical place of business, write down, Flipkart having physical place of business in Karnataka can register in Tamil Nadu, by showing Tamil Nadu in part A of registration application and showing Karnataka address in part B of registration application. So Flipkart having physical place of business in Karnataka can register in Tamil Nadu. How they can register in Tamil Nadu? By showing Tamil Nadu in part A of registration application and showing their principal address. What is the physical place of business they have in Karnataka? That Karnataka address in part B of registration application. Done, yaar. So means literally they need to register in every state? Yes. And it's a jackpot for us only. If at all you get a e-commerce operator as a client. Okay. So if they are having at least some 15 registrations, 15 returns, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B. Okay. So an annual return also, plus TCS return also, GSTR 8. So for 1 return, GSTR1, GSTR3B, TCS, monthly they have to file 3 returns, 3000 rupees, 1000 rupees we will charge per return, nominal amount. So 3000 per month into how many? 15 registrations into 15 into 12. You understood? So amazing money here. One e-commerce operator, if you get, literally your 3-4 months income is taken care. You understood? Amazing turnover you will be getting from that. And moreover, they need to file annual return also. Who? E-commerce operator. Then see this. So TCS, a person liable to collect tax at source. But actually e-commerce operators will get good profits. They can pay. Reason being, what investment they have, pa? You know how much Amazon charges on every sale through their platform? 20 to 25%. 20 to 25% commission. 1 rupee investment, you tell me. So their investment is fully on the app. Correct? App website. And advertisement. Because they get profit, so they do advertisement. So mostly because, see, they are not purchasing the product. They are not maintaining the product. So they just identify the sellers. And they do the delivery. For delivery also they charge sometimes. Correct or not? So which means 25% literally is their profit, like commission, and on that sometimes free delivery they do, so their delivery charges etc. and all will be there. So it's a very good business actually. So let them, at least in the form of GST compliance, let them pay so that we will get benefited. Na, you understood or not? Tomorrow when you qualify CA, we need to have a lot of career opportunities. So maybe some will go for job, some will try to start practice. So when you start practice, this and all will be useful. So ease of doing business, like this only it should be. And person, so TCS you see, who is the person liable to deduct, collect tax at source? E-commerce operator. Is there any threshold limit? No. What is the rate? 1%. Depends. CGST, SGST 0.5, 0.5, IGST 1%. What is the value? Net value of taxable supply. What is the due date of payment of TCS? 10th of the month following every month. Suppose, sir, if they are not paying TCS by 10th of the month following every month, what will happen? They need to pay interest. They need to pay interest at the rate of 18% per annum from the due date till the actual date of payment. So due date 10th na, so from 11th you count the interest till the day they are depositing the TCS, they need to pay interest. Okay. Now see this illustration number 1. XYZ Limited, a registered supplier of goods, is effecting interstate supplies through Ecom Limited, an e-commerce operator. It has made taxable supply of goods amounting to 25 lakhs in the month of December through Ecom Limited. Ecom Limited has returned goods amounting to 2,50,000 to XYZ during the same month. Determine the amount of tax to be collected at source. So what should be taken? So how to calculate the net value of taxable supplies? Sales during the month. What is the sales during the month? 25 lakhs. What is the sales returns during the month? 2,50,000. So 22,50,000 into 1%. So that is 22,500 will be taken as the TCS. Is it clear? Then, sir, can the TCS return be rectified, sir? They have filed return, some mistakes is there. Can they rectify the TCS return in the next month? Yes, previous month return we can rectify in the next month. What is the time limit for rectification of TCS return? What is the time limit for rectification of TCS return? We discussed. There are some similar time limits. What are the similar time limits? Time limit for availment of ITC, time limit for issuance of credit note, time limit for rectification of GSTR1, time limit for rectification of GSTR3B, time limit for rectification of GSTR8. All these 5 cases, what is the time limit? 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Sir, what is the annual return to be filed by e-commerce operator? GSTR 9B. That is to be filed by 31st December of the succeeding financial year. Sir, usually annual return time limit is what? 31st December of succeeding financial year. That is the time limit by which they need to file TCS annual return. Now, look into the differences between TDS and TCS. So I told you, First we will learn TCS, you remember TCS, and TDS provisions you learn along with TCS, so that you know what are the differences and what are the common points. First, sir, TDS is section 51, TCS is section 52. In which case TDS is applicable? Whenever I am making supply of goods or services to the notified recipients, then TDS will be applicable. Again I am repeating, when TDS will be applicable? I am supplying goods or services to the notified recipients, then TDS will be applicable. Sir, who are those notified recipients, sir? Government and its family members. Who are government and its family members? Central government, state government, then local authority, super. Government government entity. Government entity means what? Where government has invested greater than or equals to 51%, then it's a government entity. And then public sector undertakings. So please see who is the notified recipient. Government, that is central government, state government, local authority, board or authority in which government has invested greater than or equals to 51%, society established by government, and PSUs. So the society also you don't have to remember, because it's already covered in the second point. You just remember CG, SG, LA. Okay. Then government authority or entity where government has invested greater than or equals to 51%. And then public sector undertakings. Whenever you are making supplies to them, then they will be deducting the TDS. You understood? So say this. When applicable, when TDS is applicable, supplies are made by a supplier to notified recipient. When TCS will be applicable, supplies are made by supplier to recipient through an e-commerce operator. Then, so who is that notified? Who is liable to deduct TDS? Notified recipient. So who is that notified recipient? Visa. Who is liable to deduct TCS? E-commerce operator is liable to deduct. Other than e-commerce operator liable to pay GST under 9(5). What is the rate of TDS? TCS rate how much pa? TDS rate is double, 2%. 2% is the TDS rate. If it is intra-state supply, 1% CGST, 1% is GST. If it is interstate supply, 2% towards IGST. Whereas in case of TCS, intra 0.5 CGST, 0.5 SGST. If it is inter, 1% towards IGST. On what it should be computed? Here also value of supply excluding GST. Here also value of supply excluding GST. But extra point what we have in TCS is sales returns will be excluded. But here we don't have that point. Then what is the time limit for deducting this and remitting this pa? Same. This is same. This is same for TDS TCS. What is the time limit for payment of TDS TCS? 10th of the month following every month. So when the deducted amount should be paid? By 10th of the month following the month in which it is deducted. Is there any threshold limit for non-applicability? For TCS, is there any threshold limit that only when the contract exceeds this much amount TCS is applicable? No. All amounts TCS will be applicable, but TDS there is a threshold limit, that is 2,50,000 per contract. If the value of supplies in the contract exceeds 2,50,000, then only TDS will be applicable. What if the value of supply, contract value, means don't see invoice value, see the contract value, because contract will be for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years na. So see the total value of the contract, don't see invoice value. Are you understanding? So for example, say this, sir, I am having a medical shop, sir, or I am a pharma supplier. I am a pharma supplier. Now what I am doing, I enter into contract with state government of Tamil Nadu to supply face masks. Okay, I am entering into contract with state government of Tamil Nadu to supply face masks for a period of 1 year. Okay, so this contract will be for 1 year, but the supply will be made as and when required to the government. So whenever government places an order with me, I will supply. But what is the contract period? The contract period is for a period of 1 year. Okay, so contract to sell face masks, contract to sell face masks for a period of 1 year, okay, and how many face masks? Say 10 lakh face masks, and each face mask is 1 rupee, so therefore the total amount will be 10 lakhs. Okay. Now what I am doing, please try to understand, I am not giving 10 lakh face masks at a time. So depending upon the order placed by the Tamil Nadu government, I will be delivering. So now they are asking me to deliver first some 3 lakh face masks. Okay. So invoice number 1. Invoice number 1, 3 lakhs into 1 rupee, that will be 3 lakh rupees plus GST, 12% GST. You understood? Then again, when I raise the invoice for 3 lakh face masks, accordingly they will make the payment also. They may not make full amount as the payment, so they will retain some amount. So they have given me some payment for invoice 1. Payment for invoice 1 is 2,50,000 plus 12% GST. They did not pay 3 lakhs plus GST, 2,50,000 they give. Again, second invoice I have raised. So this invoice number 2 is for 2 lakh face masks at 1 rupee, that is 2 lakhs plus 12% GST. And for the second invoice, they made me some payment. So this is payment for invoice 2. Payment for invoice 2. So that payment for invoice 2 is 1,90,000. In this 1,90,000 we have the previous month some amount and this month some amount also. You understood? 1,90,000 plus 12% GST they have given me. Now in this case, so invoice number 1 and invoice number 2, two invoices are there na. So whether TDS is applicable or not applicable for these two invoices. Invoice number 1 3 lakhs, more than 2,50,000, so TDS applicable. Invoice number 2 2 lakhs, it does not exceed 2,50,000, so TDS not applicable. Is it the correct way of understanding? No, don't see this, don't see this. You see the total value of supply in the contract. What is the total value of supply in the contract? 10 lakhs. As it exceeds 2,50,000, therefore TDS applicable. Is it clear here? TDS is applicable. And now for invoice number 1, TDS applicable, and TDS will be on what? TDS at the rate of, what is the rate of TDS? 2%. 2% on what? 2 lakh, 3 lakhs or 2,50,000? No, 2,50,000. So TDS is always computed on the amount remitted, not on the invoice value. How much ever I raise invoice, on that they will not deduct TDS. Is it clear? How much they are remitting to me, on that only TDS will be computed. Is it clear or not? Then again, so second invoice, TDS at the rate of 2% on what? 1,90,000. So while TDS computation, should we include GST or we should exclude GST? Exclude GST, and TDS is computed on invoice value or amount remitted? Amount remitted. So write down here. So on what it should be computed? Value of supply excluding GST, that is amount remitted, that is on the amount remitted. It's not on the total invoice we raised. How much our amount they remitted, on that only they will compute TDS. But to check whether TDS is applicable or not, we should not see this. What we should see? Total value of supply in the contract. If the contract price exceeds 2,50,000, then TDS will be applicable. Got it? Sir, on extra amount only TDS applicable or entire contract amount? Entire contract amount. What if the contract amount does not exceed 2,50,000? TDS itself is not applicable. But like that, do we have any provision in TCS? No. When these provisions are not applicable, if the supplier is unregistered, same point, TCS we studied. 5 cases we studied, TCS not applicable, correct? What is the first point? Here also the same point, supplier is unregistered. Then, so what are the other points you studied in TCS? Exempted supplies or non-taxable supplies. Here also same, yes, of course, because when the supply itself is exempted, where from TDS will be coming, it will not come, okay. So, like how you have pasted one sticky note and wrote, the same way, few points you write down when TDS is not applicable, okay. So, please write down, either in the next page, if you have some space somewhere also you can write, or here itself you can write. When TDS is not applicable. Actually, in the last page we have some notes. In this chapter, last page, some space I gave for notes, there also you can write. But I asked you to write here itself so that it will be easy for you to refer. When TDS is not applicable, first point same, supplier is unregistered. TDS is not applicable in the following cases. By any one question will be guarantee, that is, when TCS is not applicable or when TDS is not applicable. For 4 marks they can ask this question. Number 1, supplier is unregistered. Same point there. Their second point is what? Supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Same. Supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Supplies are exempted or non-taxable. Then, what is the third point there? That is not applicable here. Okay. Next, supplies are notified under 9(5). That is also not applicable here. Then, sales returns, that is also not applicable here. But here we have some other points. That is, supplies are covered under RCM. Write down third point. Supplies are covered under RCM. So, whenever the supply is covered under RCM, TCS is not applicable, so TDS is not applicable, because the liability to pay GST itself is on the recipient. So, we do not have to bother about the supplier, that is why. Supplies are covered under RCM. Then, fourth point, supplies between notified recipients. Supplies between notified recipients. What does it mean? One department to another department or PSU to government. See, inter-department anyhow exempted, so we don't have to bother. I am not talking about inter-department, I am talking about government to PSU. It is not inter-department. Then government authority to government. So, between them if there is any transaction. So, write down supplies between notified recipients. Supplies between notified recipients. We saw notified recipients now 3 people, central government, state government, local authority or government authority where government has invested greater than or equals to 51% and PSU. Between them if there is any transaction, TDS is not applicable. Okay, supplies between notified recipients. Supplies to other than notified recipients. Good. Next point. Supplies to other than notified recipients. Supplies to other than notified recipients. So, how many points you have written? 5. One more point is there. 6th point. Listen, first listen. Sir, recipient is in the other state. It's an intrastate supply. It's an intrastate supply. Recipient is in the other state. He cannot deduct TDS, CGST, SGST. So, for example, you see this example, you will get an idea. Sir, there is a architect in Tamil Nadu, sir. there is an architect in Tamil Nadu, and state government of Andhra Pradesh is having a building in Tamil Nadu. Yes, they are having building in Tamil Nadu. Really, they are having building in Tamil Nadu. Because whenever, so government of Andhra Pradesh officials, they have any work with Tamil Nadu government, so they will come to Tamil Nadu and stay in this guest house. So there is a guest house. Even Tamil Nadu government is having a guest house in Andhra Pradesh. In Tirupati also they have a guest house. So when any Tamil Nadu government official, if they want to visit Tirupati, Tirumala temple, so for which they have acquired one property, so these government officials will be staying in that guest house. It's a government guest house, okay, it is there. So state government of Andhra Pradesh is having a building in Tamil Nadu. Now the architect provides services, repair services to the building in Tamil Nadu. Now, what will be taken as the place of supply? It is service in relation to immobile property. Yeah? Sir, service in relation to immobile property, and the property is in Tamil Nadu. What will be taken as the place of supply? Location of immobile property. So, what is the location of immobile property? Tamil Nadu. So, place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. What is the nature of supply? Intrastate or interstate? Intrastate. So, what is the type of GST? CGST plus Tamil Nadu SGST. SGST of Tamil Nadu. But where is the recipient located? Sir, supplier in Tamil Nadu, sir. And where the recipient is located? State government of Andhra Pradesh. They cannot deduct 1% towards Tamil Nadu SGST. Usually if it is intrastate, what is the rate of TDS? 1% CGST, 1% SGST, na? But they cannot deduct 1% towards Tamil Nadu SGST. Due to that reason, TDS not applicable. You understood? So if it is a intrastate supply and the recipient is in the another state, so TDS not applicable. But sir, in case of TCS also you told me the same point, that if the supplier and recipient is in the other state, but the TCS deductor should register in the other state, like that you said, na sir? Yes, that is for TCS deductor, because they are private people. TDS deductor, who is TDS deductor? Government. Now you cannot force them to register in the other state. You understood? For government, certain things are not applicable to them. But they are government, pa, you understood? Private means you comply. What other work you have? Comply. Otherwise, leave the country. You understood? Whereas government, how can you ask us to do that? So we will. For us, no rules. You understood? So therefore, TDS itself is not applicable. TDS is not applicable. So when the TDS is not applicable, got the clarity? What is that? It's a intrastate supply. But where the recipient is located? Other state. So therefore, TDS not applicable. So write down point number 6. It is an intrastate supply in a state. It is an intrastate supply in a state. It is an intrastate supply in a state, but recipient is in another state. It is an intrastate supply in a state, but recipient is in another state. You understood, pa? So somewhere you make note of this example quickly. Supplier is architect in Tamil Nadu, building in Tamil Nadu, supplier provides repairs, place of supply is Tamil Nadu, and the recipient is state government of Andhra Pradesh. It's an intrastate supply, CGST plus SGST of Tamil Nadu, and for the recipient TDS not applicable. invoice 1 or previous 2,50,000. Done here. Now see this, that's what I have given. If the location of supplier and place of supply in the same state but the deductor is in the other state, so then TDS is not applicable. And TCS already you know when TCS is not applicable. Now what is the TDS return? TCS return is what? GSTR 8. The before return is TDS return. GSTR 7. Both time limit is same. 10th of the month following every month. So TDS return time limit is what? 10th of the month following every month. TCS return also 10th of the month following every month. And TDS deductor is required to give a certificate in GSTR 7A, and TCS return deductor so is required to file an annual return. Sir, is annual return applicable for TDS deductor? No. Annual return is applicable only for TCS deductor. For TDS deductor, annual return is not applicable. And what is the annual return form for TCS deductor? GSTR 9B. By when they should file? 31st December of succeeding financial year. What is the position of the amount deducted? Whatever TDS and TCS which is deducted by the recipient. So what will happen? It will be shown in the electronic cash ledger of the supplier, and which they can use for payment of their liability, tax liability. So TDS, TCS deducted shall be paid by the deductor, and it shall be reflected in the GSTR 2A, which can be used by the supplier for payment of GST liability of the supplier. Even as this money comes into the electronic cash ledger, it can be used for payment of interest, penalty, late fee also. Generally remember, this point will come in payment process. The balance available in the electronic credit ledger should be used only for payment of tax liability, but the balance available in the electronic cash ledger can be used for payment of tax, interest, penalty, fee, etc. So therefore this money will come into credit ledger or cash ledger, TDS, TCS, cash ledger, so it can be used for payment of any liability. Is it clear? Now look into illustration 2. State whether TDS is applicable for following situations where supplies are made to notified recipients. Finance department is making a payment of 3 lakhs to a supplier of printing and stationery. Now, so what is the amount pa? 3 lakhs. Is the contract value more than 2,50,000? Yes. So therefore definitely TDS will be applicable. Then education department is making a payment of 5 lakhs for to a supplier of printed books and printed or illustrated postcards, where payment for books is 2 lakhs and 3 lakhs for other printed and illustrated postcards. See, books is actually exempted. Books is exempted, and printed postcards etc. will be taxable. So what is the taxable value? Value of taxable supplies under the contract, how much? 3 lakhs. Is it more than 2,50,000? Yes. So TDS is applicable? Yes. Finance department is making a payment of 1.5 lakhs to a supplier of car rental service. TDS not applicable. Why not applicable? Value of supply under the contract does not exceed 2,50,000. Health department executed a contract with local supplier to supply medical grade oxygen 2.6 lakhs including GST 12% and is making full payment. TDS applicable or not applicable? Check this by excluding GST. What is the excluding GST value? 2.6 lakhs into 100 divided by 112, because we need to take out the GST. What is 2.6 lakhs into 100 divided by 112? So 2,32,000, which does not exceed 2,50,000. So TDS is not applicable. Then Municipal Corporation of Kolkata purchased a heavy generator from a supplier in Delhi. Now it is making payment of 5 lakhs and IGST 18% on 5 lakhs. So 5 lakhs, definitely it exceeds 2,50,000. So TDS will be applicable. Now see this applicability of TDS. 3 situations we have discussed. Sir, supplier, place of supply and recipient, everyone in the same state. No doubt TDS will be applicable because it's an intra-state supply and recipient is also in the same state. TDS applicable. Supplier and place of supply different states. Interstate supply. Always interstate supply TDS is applicable. Supplier, place of supply same state and recipient is located in the another state. Then only TDS is not applicable. So now I just gave the example below. You see that Government of West Bengal purchases taxable goods from a supplier within the state. Where is the supplier located? West Bengal. West Bengal. Within the same state means West Bengal. And where is the recipient located? West Bengal. Generally, in case of goods, what will be taken as the place of supply? Ending point of the goods. What is the ending point of the goods? West Bengal. So now, tell me whether it is intrastate supply or interstate supply. Intrastate supply. And where is the recipient located? Same state, West Bengal. Therefore, whether TDS will be applicable? Yes. 1% towards CGST and 1% towards SGST. Understood this scenario? Second, you see, Government of Punjab purchases taxable goods from a supplier in Delhi. What is the location of supplier? Delhi. What is the location of recipient? Punjab. What is the place of supply? Generally for goods, place of supply is ending point. So what is the ending point? Punjab. Therefore, it will be coming under interstate supply. And what is the type of GST? IGST. The type of GST will be IGST. Whether TDS applicable? Yes. Actually, the relaxation is not in case of inter, it is only in case of intra. So TDS will be applicable 2% towards IGST. Then next one, Government of West Bengal engages a contractor of Delhi for renovation of their building in Delhi. So where is supplier located? Contractor, Delhi. And what is the location of recipient? West Bengal. What is the place of supply? In case of architect or construction services, the location of immovable property is place of supply. Where is the location of immovable property? Delhi. So what is the nature of supply? Intrastate. Why intrastate? Supplier Delhi, place of supply Delhi, intrastate. But where the recipient is located? West Bengal. So TDS applicable or not applicable? So it's an intrastate supply, but recipient is in other state, so TDS not applicable. Understood here? So mark this illustration 3 as very important. Then consequences of non-compliance with TDS TCS provisions. That is, TDS TCS we have to pay by when? 10th of the month following every month. Suppose if you pay late, what is the consequence? Interest. At what rate? 18% per annum from the due date till the actual date of payment. Plus, if you are paying TDS TCS late means you are filing return also late, correct? TDS TCS you are paying late means return also you are filing late. So for late filing of returns, is there any fine? Yes. If it is TDS, 25 rupees per day subject to maximum 1000 rupees is the late fee. So for TDS, what is the late fee pa? 25 rupees per day subject to maximum 1000. This is under each act. CGST, SGST. Under CGST also we should pay this. SGST also we should pay this. For example, the delay is 30 days. 30 into 25. 30 into 25. How much? 750. Maximum 1000. So 750 you pay under CGST, 750 you pay under SGST. Suppose if the delay is 60 days, 60 into 25, 1500. So you need to pay 1000. So 1000 under CGST, 1000 under SGST. Whereas for TCS return, GSTR 8 return, you see what is the late fee? 100 rupees per day subject to maximum 5000. So that is again under CGST, under SGST. Sir, why for TCS higher return? TCS is private people na, TDS is government na. So on government you cannot have high late fee and all. So small late fee. How much? 25 rupees per day subject to maximum 1000 only. Whereas here 100 rupees per day subject to maximum 5000. Now how this will be tested? In illustration, you can see illustration 4. This is a very good illustration. Ecom Limited, an e-commerce operator, has made the following supplies during December 2018. Supplies of taxable goods at 12% by registered supplier. Is it supply through e-commerce operator or their own goods they are supplying? Supplies through e-commerce operator. Some other person is supplying goods through this e-commerce platform. Correct. TCS applicable or not applicable? Applicable. What are the conditions? Supplier should be registered. Registered and payment should be collected by e-commerce operator. So nothing is given, assuming that payment is collected by e-commerce operator. But while computing TCS, we need to reduce sales returns. So what is the sales returns? 50,000. So 5 lakhs minus 50,000. Then see the second point. Supply of goods taxable at nil rate by the registered supplier. TCS applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. We have seen many cases. In that one point I told you, second point I told you, if the supplies are exempted or non-taxable, TCS is not applicable. So in this case TCS is not applicable. Understood? Then therefore we don't have to bother about this 2 lakhs and this 20,000. Supply of housekeeping services by unregistered supplier. Housekeeping services is notified under 9.5. Housekeeping service, HATE. In H and A, if the supplier is unregistered, e-commerce operator will pay GST on the transaction. As e-commerce operator pay GST on the transaction, TCS is not applicable. Supply of other services by registered supplier. Whether TCS is applicable? Yes. Only for notified services TCS not applicable, but it is other services, so TCS applicable. So 5 lakhs minus 50,000 plus 1 lakh 50. What is the value? 6 lakhs. On that, TCS will be computed at 1%. Is it clear? Determine the amount of tax to be collected at source by eComs Limited. 6 lakhs into 1%. 6,000 will be taken as the TCS. This is for which month? This is for which month? Which month? December 2018. By when they need to pay? 10th of January 2019. But see the second part in the question. Determine consequences if the said amount is paid and return is filed on 15/1/2019. What is the number of days delay? 5 days delay. For that 5 days delay, we need to compute the interest as well as late fee. First we will compute interest. So what is the rate of interest? 18%. On what we need to pay interest? On TCS. So do the calculation. 6,000 into 18% into how many days delay? 5 days. So 5 by 365. How much? That is 15 rupees. This is the total amount that we need to pay. Not under CGST, SGST. Total interest is 15. Whereas late fee, first, is it TCS or TDS? So what is the late fee? 100 rupees per day under each act. Correct? Which means CGST 100, SGST 100. How many days delay? 5 days. So 200 into 5, 1000 rupees will be the late fee. Is it clear? Mark this illustration 4 also as important. 3 and 4, these two are very important illustrations. They can test question like this. Because these are the questions asked in past exams in CA final. Actually this chapter was in CA final. There they used to ask this kind of question, so they can ask that here. Then look into the next one, illustration 5. Messrs. Raj Apparels is registered under GST in the state of Rajasthan. It sells leather handbags across India through e-commerce operator Ycart. Ycart is registered with Madhya Pradesh GST authority as TCS collector and collects TCS on supplies made through it. For the month of February 2021, Raj Apparels made an interstate supply of 4,60,000. Supplies amounting to 84,000 were written in the same month. Outward supplies exclusive of GST, whereas sales return inclusive of GST. So actually we take the net, but while taking net be careful. Both should be excluding GST. So what is the outward supply? 4,60,000. I'll tell you the mistake what students will do. 4,60,000 minus 84,000 they will do. No. 4,60,000 minus 84,000 is inclusive of GST. So take out the GST. How to take out GST? Into 100 divided by 112. So 4,60,000 minus 84 into 100 by 112. So the difference is 3,85,000. On the 3,85,000, 1%. So what is 1% of 3,85,000? 3,850. That will be taken as the TCS. Is it clear? Then next one, clarification on TCS liability in case of multiple e-commerce operator in one transaction. So say this, please kindly make note of this. There are various suppliers. Say Mr. A, B and C are various suppliers. These suppliers listed their products through an e-commerce operator ECO1. ECO1 is one e-commerce operator, and through their platform they have listed their goods. Who? Mr. A, Mr. B and Mr. C listed their goods through e-commerce operator 1. Now what e-commerce operator 1 can do? They can list the goods again with e-commerce operator 2. So ECO2, e-commerce operator 2. Why, sir, like this it will happen? For example, Amazon you take. Amazon will not agree small traders to list their products through their platform, because that is a very big platform now. They are a largest player in the market. Like what we can say, market share of Amazon is more compared to Flipkart. So what they will do, they will say small traders under we cannot list, because there will be lot of traders for the same product. Are you getting this part? You take any product for the same product, there will be n number of traders. So they will not allow every trader to list their product through their platform. Next, these small traders, what they will do? They will go with Meesho. Small traders will go with the Meesho app. But Meesho is not having that much of presence compared to Amazon. Will you agree with me? Even up to last 2 months before, I did not know about Meesho. I did not know. And so someone told me in my office that, sir, in Meesho also lot of products are available at a cheaper rate. Then I installed the app and I started ordering. Yes, it is cheaper, but quality you cannot expect for that price, but it's okay, decent. For that price, value for money, it is okay. So now what Meesho will do, as they don't have that much of presence, they will list the products through e-commerce operator 2, that is Amazon. Now Amazon will accept, because Meesho is having now like lot of goods. Now Meesho, in the name of Meesho, they will list with Amazon. You understood or not? Because for Amazon, Meesho will become a largest supplier. So they will list like this. There will be two e-commerce operators. Suppliers, small traders will list through e-commerce operator 1. E-commerce operator will list the goods through e-commerce operator 2. And there are various buyers. To those buyers, say Mr. X, Mr. Y and Mr. Z, this e-commerce operator 2 will deliver the goods, correct? So goods are listed with ECO1, ECO1 will list with ECO2, ECO2 will deliver the goods to various buyers. Now these buyers will make payment to ECO2, correct? And ECO2 will deduct their commission. ECO2 payment is made to ECO2, and from this payment they will deduct their commission. Whose commission? ECO2 commission. So payment minus commission. Okay. Now my question is, should they deduct TCS or not? That is why they gave a circular. Which e-commerce operator will deduct TCS in this case? ECO1 will deduct TCS or ECO2 will deduct the TCS? You understood the question? Now read that paragraph, read this paragraph, look into the screen. What is it they are telling? Such e-commerce operator who finally releases the payment to the supplier is liable to deduct TCS. So whether ECO1 will deduct any TCS? No. Now ECO2, while making payment to the suppliers, so he will be deducting payment minus commission minus TCS. You understood here? Got the clarity? Sir, when there are two e-commerce operators involved, which e-commerce operator will deduct the TCS? Buyer side e-commerce operator or seller side e-commerce operator? Seller side e-commerce operator will deduct the TCS. Okay? Done here? So this is the latest amendment. This point can be tested. Okay? Now, next one you see. Sir, there is a supplier of goods through e-commerce operator. There is a supplier who is making supply of goods through the e-commerce operator to the recipient. Generally, we studied supplier of goods through e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered. But we have an exception to that. What is that exception? If they are making only intrastate supply, they are not compulsorily required to get registered, but they need to get a unique enrollment number. Is it clear? So now say this, supplier, sorry, next one, supplier of goods, this is goods pa, supplier of goods through e-commerce operator to the recipient. So they are unregistered, whose aggregate turnover not exceeded the threshold limit for registration, but they need to obtain a unique enrollment number. We discussed this point already. Now the question here is whether this e-commerce operator deducts the TCS or they will not deduct any TCS. They will not deduct TCS. Why they will not deduct TCS? My dear Kumutais, just now we discussed supplier is unregistered means TCS is not applicable. Okay, I am expecting your processor in your mind to be i7, i9 processor. Yours is like Core 2 Duo, some 10 years back processor it is. What is this here? So just now I said when the supplier is unregistered, TCS is not applicable. So e-commerce operator will not be required to deduct TDS, sorry, TCS. So not required to deduct TCS, but they need to show their details in GSTR 8. Why they need to show the details in GSTR 8? Just for accounting purpose, even though they are not deducting any TCS. Who is not deducting any TCS? E-commerce operator is not deducting any TCS, but they need to show those details in their return. Which return TCS deductor will file? GSTR 8. And they should not permit this supplier to list the goods without having a unique enrollment number. And they should not permit this supplier to make interstate supplies through their platform. You understood? So tell me, what are the obligations? You will get a question like this. What are the obligations on e-commerce operator with respect to supply of goods belonging to unregistered supplier? What is that you will write? 4 points. Number 1, that e-commerce operator shall not deduct TCS as the supplier is unregistered. However, those details are reported in GSTR 8, and e-commerce operator should not permit that supplier to list the goods without obtaining a unique enrollment number, and e-commerce operator should not permit the supplier to make interstate supplies through their platform. Understood? So write down the question. You write down the question because you should know what question they will ask to write this answer. Okay. What is the question? Above this you write down what is the question. What are the obligations on What are the obligations on e-commerce operator? What are the obligations on e-commerce operator with respect to supply of goods, with respect to supply of goods belonging to unregistered supplier, with respect to supply of goods belonging to unregistered supplier. So these details you need to write. Then next one, listen, sir, a person opting for composition scheme before amendment, that is before May 24, that is old syllabus, there was one condition, S9 RCM, like that one conditions were there. In that, e-commerce operator, a person who is making supply of goods or services through e-commerce operator cannot opt for composition scheme, like that we had. Now they omitted goods, means supplier of services through e-commerce operator only cannot opt for composition scheme. Is it clear? So I am just showing you the parallel amendment in composition scheme. In entire composition scheme only one amendment is there. What is that one amendment? So previously supplier of goods or services through e-commerce operator cannot opt for composition scheme, but now supplier of services through e-commerce operator only cannot opt for composition scheme. So look into page 208. Sir, composition scheme no change from what you have studied last to this, but only one amendment is there. That amendment is previously supplier, page 208 you see, previously supplier of goods or services through e-commerce operator cannot opt for composition scheme. Now they modified it to supplier of services through e-commerce operator cannot opt for composition scheme. Can supplier of goods through e-commerce operator opt for composition scheme? Yes. When the supplier of goods through e-commerce operator opt for composition scheme, then what are the obligations on the e-commerce operator? That is only, this is given here. Okay. What are the obligations on e-commerce operator if the supplier of goods through e-commerce operator opting for composition scheme? Page 308, come back, page 308. You tell me, TCS applicable or not applicable? Applicable, because even a person opting for composition scheme will be registered person. So TCS applicable or not applicable? Applicable. So should deduct TCS, should declare the details in GSTR 8, and should not the supplier to make interstate supplies. Why, sir? One other restriction in composition scheme is a person opting for composition scheme should not make interstate supplies. So this, what is the question they will ask for this? Write down. What are the obligations on e-commerce operator? What are the obligations on e-commerce operator? What are the obligations on e-commerce operator with respect to supply of goods by a person opting for composition scheme? By a person opting for composition scheme, like that they will ask. So what are the 3 points that you need to write? Number 1, e-commerce operator should not permit the supplier to make interstate supplies. Number 2, e-commerce operator should deduct TCS, and e-commerce operator should furnish these details in GSTR 8. Again, this is also amendment. Then next, last amendment you see, details of TCS furnished by e-commerce operator to be made available electronically to only registered suppliers. Correct? Sir, first of all, if the supplier is unregistered, TCS is not applicable. For that they have specified something that only in case of supplies of registered persons only TCS will be applicable. This already we know. They have unnecessarily given this amendment. We studied already. Okay. That's it. With this, we completed TDS and TCS. All the new topics we completed. Place of supply we completed. TDS, TCS, accounts and records. Confident? Yes. And look into one small area, we will complete that and then we will take a break. Segment 13, GST Practitioner. Page number 301. Just 2 pages only, pa. Small chapter like accounts and records. Say this. GST Practitioner. See, in GST Practitioner, they can ask only 2 questions. If the 2 they want to ask, they can ask. Who can become a GST practitioner? Number 2, what are the roles of a GST practitioner? Okay. So, hardly 10 to 15 minutes. Please listen. We will complete this. Okay. Listen. Who can become a GST practitioner first? So, later we will see what are the roles of GST practitioner. Who can become a GST practitioner? Sir, to become a GST practitioner, they should be Indian citizens, sir. Because foreign citizens should not come and become GST practitioner. So, only Indian citizens should become GST practitioner. And person of sound mind means, they should not be lunatic, mental, psycho, etc. and all. They should be having sound mind. First condition is what? Indian citizen. Second, sound mind. Not adjudged as insolvent. So, insolvency petition and all is not filed. Okay. Means he is not a insolvent. He is solvent. Means, so he is able to pay. Then, not convicted by a competent court for a period greater than 2 years. Sir, then up to 2 years if he is imprisoned, okay, he can become GST practitioner, no issue. For example, he made offense, he killed or he did some crime, he went to the prison, not more than 2 years. When he come back, don't worry, we can give him a career opportunity called as GST practitioner. Because more than 2 years you should not be imprisoned. Sir, up less than or equals to 2 years can we be imprisoned? Yes, yes, possible. So, tell me what are the 4 conditions? Who can become a GST practitioner? Citizen of India, sound mind, not adjudged as insolvent, not imprisoned for a period more than 2 years. Plus, they should be possessing either experience or educational qualification. Either experience should be there or they should be having educational qualification. First, we will see educational qualification. Sir, what educational qualification is required, sir? 10th? No. Graduation. Graduation is must. 10th and all pass pa. So, you cannot call it as a qualification. 12th also all pass only. And graduation little bit. They should be, because they need to write the semester exams and they need to write. So, therefore, graduation is must. Sir, what graduation, sir? Any graduation. Any graduation. You see, first point, graduate or postgraduate degree or its equivalent examination having a degree in commerce, law, banking, including higher auditing or business administration. So, MBA, BBA or MCom, BCom, LLB or LLM, banking, any qualification, business management, not hotel management, from any Indian university established by any law for the time being in force. So, they gave relevant to commerce. Second point, degree examination of any foreign university also. So, first one is Indian university, second one is foreign university. So, go to Harvard, study there and come and become GST practitioner. Okay. Now, any other examination notified by government. Fourth point, you see, any degree examination, then all these 3 are covered in this itself. Correct? So, any degree examination. Sir, can an engineer become GST practitioner, sir? Yes. And so, whether, because see, for them there are no job opportunities, so you create and give job opportunities for them. So, any degree is must pa. They said Indian university, but they did not tell regular degree. They did not regular degree. So, correspondence also, that is open university, distance education, etc. and all is there, na? That also. Or of any foreign university recognized by Indian university as equivalent of degree examination. So, you remember only one point, any degree. Number 2, complete final exam of CA, CMA or CS, and you can become GST practitioner. Okay. So what is the educational qualification to become GST practitioner? Any degree or final exam of CA, CMA, CS. And sir, I don't have degree, sir, but 10th pass long back, but at least you have this experience, then also you can become GST practitioner. What is that? You are a retired officer of commercial tax department. So you worked in commercial tax department. So state commercial tax department, VAT department, etc. And for how many years you should be working as Group B gazetted officer? Greater than or equals to 2 years. Group B gazetted officer means peon will not come under gazetted officer. Office boy will not come under gazetted officer. There is a level called as superintendent, means green ink you can sign. Then you will be called as a Group B gazetted officer. Is it clear? And for at least how many years you should have worked? More than or equals to 2 years. Suppose you are not from department. At least in the earlier tax law, you should have worked as a sales tax preparer. So previously there used to be some sales tax return preparer, like that license used to be given. So like that you should have a license for at least 5 years as a sales tax return preparer. Any of these two as an experience, because basically these people and all long back 10th, 12th and all will become a bigger qualification at that time. I am talking about 25 years, 30 years before. And they would have joined as a office boy in the tax office, and they would have grown after 10 years, 15 years of experience into an officer category. Now when they retire, definitely their qualification, if you see 10th only their qualification is SSC, they call it as, okay, SSC or SSLC, like that they will be having qualification. Now can these people practice as GST practitioner? Yes, because they worked at least 2 years as a officer in the VAT department. Now this is about who can become a GST practitioner. Now we will see what are the activities that can be done by a GST practitioner. They can apply for registration and they can file intimation for opting for composition scheme or exit from composition scheme. Actually composition scheme is an optional scheme. We can either go into the composition scheme if you want to enjoy the benefit, or you can exit. So that can be done by GST practitioner. And they can file GST returns. They can apply for registration. They can file intimation for opting into composition scheme or withdrawal from composition scheme. They can file GST return. They can make application for refund or make payment of taxes. They can act as an authorized representative. So on behalf of the taxpayer, they can go and appear before the officer. And they can furnish the information for e-way bill, data entry. E-way bill data entry work they can do. And they can furnish the details of goods sent on job work or received from job work. And they can make an application for amendment or cancellation of unique enrollment number. So they can make application for unique enrollment number. Where and all unique enrollment number we saw? Transporter and warehouse keeper, even though not registered, should get a unique enrollment number. Do you remember in accounts and records I told you? Then again I told you in TCS, that is if the supplier is unregistered and if he is making supply through e-commerce operator, then also he need to get a unique enrollment number. So this application or amendment or unique enrollment number can be done by GST practitioner. So tell me what are the, discuss any 5 activities that can be done by a GST practitioner. Apply registration, composition scheme, next, returns, file returns, make payment of tax, e-way bill data entry, enough. Like this only they will ask. So any 5 points or 6 points if you write, that will be sufficient. These are the activities that can be done by a GST practitioner. Then look into this. Sir, who is responsible for the correctness of details furnished in the returns? Sir, GST practitioner should fulfill lot of conditions and they become GST practitioner. Na? Now who will file return? GST practitioner. If they made a mistake, who is responsible? GST practitioner is not responsible. Registered person is responsible. before filing return, the GST practitioner should show the returns to the registered person, and the registered person should show his approval, and then only GST practitioner will file. If registered person know whether it is correct or not, he himself will file. Na? Why he needs someone to file that? Correct. So, when a registered person opts to furnish his returns to GST practitioner, such registered person gives his consent in the prescribed form to prepare and furnish return before confirming submission of any statement prepared by GST practitioner, ensures that the facts mentioned in the return are true and correct, and the responsibility for correctness of any particulars in the return lies with the registered person. Underline. So, the responsibility for correctness of any particulars furnished is with the registered person on whose behalf such return and details are furnished. You understood? So, with this we have completed GST practitioner. So, we will take a break. Okay, we will start. Fine. So, we have not discussed two concepts. I told you we will discuss later after completing exemptions, TDS, TCS. In that, we have one area now we will complete. Page number 63 you see. Please look into page number 63. Analysis of liability with respect to supply and liability on the other person involved in the transaction through e-commerce operator. What are the transactions through e-commerce operator? HATE, where liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. Now, in that I am just connecting the TDS, TCS provision and the other aspects. See here, first one, housekeeping services. If the housekeeping services are supplied by registered supplier, who will pay GST on the transaction? E-commerce operator, registered supplier. Registered supplier. Then what is the burden on e-commerce operator? E-commerce operator should pay GST on the commission. Yes or no? Plus even they need to deduct TCS. You understood pa? That's what I just gave you. I just connected TCS here. Why TCS applicable? Because 9(5) is not applicable, so TCS is applicable. Understood? So liability with respect to supply is on the supplier. Who is the other person involved? E-commerce operator. They will pay GST on the commission plus TCS under 52. Then H for housekeeping services by unregistered supplier. Who will pay GST on the transaction? E-commerce operator. Now, is there any liability? TCS not applicable. Is there any liability on the supplier? No. Why no liability on the supplier? Because he is a unregistered person. So, GST not payable as a supplier is unregistered. I gave supplier shall pay GST on the amount received from e-commerce operator, but they will not pay GST. Why they will not pay GST? Because the supplier is unregistered. Then A for accommodation services. In case of accommodation services by registered supplier, who will pay GST on the transaction? Supplier or e-commerce operator? Supplier. Then what is the liability on e-commerce operator? Commission plus TCS under section 52. Then same way accommodation service by unregistered supplier. Now supply e-commerce operator will pay, and then on supplier there won't be any liability because he is a unregistered person. Understood pa? Up to this clear? Then look into T. Transportation of passengers by registered supplier. Who will pay GST on the transaction? E-commerce operator. Let the supplier be registered or not registered. The transaction GST payable by the e-commerce operator. But supplier is registered or no? He gets some money from the e-commerce operator. On that money received from the e-commerce operator, whether the supplier is required to pay GST? Yes. Supplier shall pay GST on the amount received from e-commerce operator. GST payable as the supplier is registered. Example, I am registered. I am providing transportation of passengers through Ola or Uber. Now in this case, Ola or Uber will pay GST on 100 rupees. Let 100 rupees be the amount. On that 100 rupees, who will pay GST? Ola or Uber will pay. Now out of that 100, I will get 75 rupees na? Correct. 25 rupees Ola or Uber pa, 75 rupees is my money. So now first Ola Uber will pay GST on 100 and in that 100, 25 they will retain, remaining 75 they will give it to me. As I am registered, I should pay GST on 75. Sir, double taxation, sir? No. I will pay GST and I will raise invoice to e-commerce operator on 75. So e-commerce operator will take ITC on 75 and they will pay GST on 100, means effectively they will pay GST on 25 rupees. Is it clear, pa? So what happens here is that, so there is a, just write down below, there is a driver. There is a driver and there is Ola or Uber and there is passenger. Now driver and Ola and Uber, the sharing ratio is 25%. 75% is to 25% is the sharing ratio between them. Now the passenger will pay 100 rupees plus GST to Ola Uber. You understood? 100 plus GST, let's take the GST as 5%, okay. So 100 plus 5 rupees will be paid as GST. Is it clear? Now what Ola or Uber will do? To government, they will pay GST of 5 rupees. Am I right, pa? Who will pay GST of 5 rupees? Ola or Uber. This is their gross liability. But they will share how much with the driver? 75 plus, what is GST on 75? 5% on 75? 3.75. Correct? Now they will share 75 plus 3.75 to the driver. So driver is also paying GST of 3.75 to government, which means can Ola or Uber take ITC of 3.75? Yes. And therefore what is the net GST that they will pay? 5 minus 3.75, that is 1.25. Got the clarity, boss? No, still you did not get. You got? Okay. Then why TCS not applicable? Sir, it is covered under 9.5. As it is covered under 9.5, TCS is not applicable in this case. Again, I am repeating, carefully listen. Driver, Ola, Uber, passenger. Passenger will pay 100 rupees plus GST to Ola or Uber. Now, Ola or Uber will pay 75% of what they have collected to driver, because what is their sharing ratio? 75-25. Now driver is registered, correct? This situation will not arise if the driver is unregistered, but here the driver is registered. So as the driver is registered, how much Ola or Uber will pay? 75 plus GST 3.75 and driver will pay 3.75 to government, and Ola or Uber can take ITC of 3.75 and they will adjust against their liability. What is their liability? 5. Sir, whenever supply of service through e-commerce operator should pay na 5 minus already driver whatever is paid, they will be raising invoice to Ola or Uber and Ola or Uber can take ITC. So effectively how much GST they will pay to government? 1.25. Now same example you tell me, what if driver is not registered? What if driver is not registered? If the driver is not registered, Ola or Uber will pay only 75 rupees to the driver. Even though they collect 105 from the passenger, 5 rupees they will pay to government and 75 only they will give it to the driver. You understood? Why? Because driver is unregistered. He is not required to pay any GST. So that's what I have given. Next one. What if it is transportation of passenger by unregistered supplier? Who will pay? In that case also e-commerce operator, and GST not payable as the supplier is unregistered. Then transportation of passenger through omnibus by company. Who will pay? Omnibus by company, supplier. E-commerce operator will not pay. This is an exception to 9.5. So supplier will pay. Then what is the liability on e-commerce operator? They will pay GST on commission plus TCS applicable. Why TCS applicable? Because 9(5) is not applicable. Then eating food in restaurant by a registered person. So restaurant is registered. Who will pay GST? E-commerce operator. Now there is one restriction pa. The e-commerce operator should pay GST only through cash ledger. Just recently, Zomato has received a big tax notice, around some 9 crores tax notice, asking them to pay penalty of 9 crores because they have not paid tax through cash ledger. They were having some input tax credit. Using that input tax credit that they have paid, because of which they have received one tax notice, they are required to pay, and now they went for appeal. Because why this happened? Being an e-commerce operator, they will have lot of inward supplies. On that they will have ITC. But what they are telling, restaurant alone, they have to pay GST through cash ledger. So if they are not paying through cash ledger, even though they have sufficient balance in the credit ledger, in case of this restaurant services through e-commerce operator, we have a CBIC circular that the payment should be made through cash ledger. So therefore that is a restriction. And what about the supplier? Amount received from supplier, amount received by supplier from e-commerce operator is treated as exempted supplies. So understood the difference? Now you see this T point and E point pa, that is 5th point and 8th point you see. Tell me what is the difference you can find in 5th point and 8th point? Both cases supplier is registered. Both cases supplier is registered. But what happens is that in case of 5th point, that driver Ola example, so Ola will pay GST effectively only on 25% and the driver will pay GST on 75%. They will raise invoice. But in case of restaurant, entire liability will be paid by restaurant only and supplier will not pay any GST. It is exempted. Why sir? For restaurant alone we have different provisions, because for restaurant they gave a circular and they have specified a different procedure, and that procedure is amended. So based on that only I just gave you this. Okay. So that procedure you would not have studied previously. So now there is an amendment, that's why I have discussed. So these two cases you see common point. Eating food from restaurant by registered person or unregistered person. Let the restaurant be registered or unregistered. Who will pay GST? E-commerce operator will pay GST. And how that GST will be payable? Only through cash ledger. Is there any liability on the supplier? No. Supplier will just treat it as exempted supplies. Then what if restaurant is in a specified premises having a tariff greater than 7,500 rupees per day? 9(5) will not come. Correct? When 9(5) not coming, who will pay GST? Supplier will pay GST. Then what is the liability on e-commerce operator? E-commerce operator will pay GST on commission plus TCS will be applicable. Out of these 10 situations, any situation can be tested in exam. So you should be careful about what is the treatment. Is it clear? Then another place where we have not discussed is input tax credit. One question, page 135. I asked you to fold the page and remind me. You did not remind me. Even then I remember. Okay, see this. What to do? You don't have interest. I am having interest. You should have told me in the break. Not even one told me. So I am concerned about your exam. Okay, see that. Okay, you thought I will discuss later. Okay, very good trust you have. See this illustration 7, page number 135. See, transportation sector, we discuss some exemptions. Okay, this question is based on that exemptions. Pacific International Limited, a shipping company registered in India, has made the following outward supplies for the month of September 2023. Transportation of goods by vessel from India to outside India. What is your answer? Transportation of goods by vessel India to outside India. Vessel India to outside India. Is there any exemption? You do one thing. You check the exemptions. That page you keep. You refer and tell. Take. So just take the exemptions chapter. In the exemptions chapter, transportation sector, one chart we discussed. Transportation of goods. One chart. What is the page number? Others could not turn the page also. Please help them. How to turn the page? Please tell them. Using their hand, how to turn the page? Please teach them. Those who are sitting next to them. 185. 185. Below number will be there. In that 185 you should search. So, in that you see transportation of goods by vessel. What is the treatment in case of international? India to outside India to India. Always taxable. Now come back here. Transportation, that page you keep. That page you keep. Otherwise again you need to search for that. Transportation of goods by vessel from India to outside India. What is the answer? Taxable. For payment of GST also taxable. ITC also it will be taxable. No difference. Transportation of goods by aircraft from India to outside India. Aircraft India to outside India. Taxable, because for aircraft outside India to India is only exempted. Aircraft India to outside India taxable. For payment of GST taxable means even for ITC also it will be taxable. Transportation of goods by vessel from outside India to India. No, vessel taxable. That's why I said see, don't blindly tell exempted taxable. See, so India to outside India or outside India to India, both cases it will be taxable in case of vessel. Vessel means ship, okay. So therefore, as it is taxable for payment of GST, it will be taxable for ITC also. Then, transportation of goods by aircraft from outside India to India, exempted. For as it is exempted, is it covered anywhere in the 11 points? No special point. Therefore, as it is notified for exempted, even it will be exempted for ITC purpose also. Understood? Then next, domestic transportation of goods by vessel from one place in India to another place in India. Vessel domestic. What is exempted? Vessel domestic. What is exempted? Specified goods is exempted. But do we have any specified goods here? No. Therefore, it will be taxable. As it is taxable for payment of GST, it will be taxable for ITC. Now see the working note. First we need to do the working note na. See the working note. So transaction, total these 5 transactions you need to write. Value for payment of GST, for availment of ITC. You understood this working note? Yes or no? Now see the inward supplies. What is the inward supplies? During the month, they have received common inward supply worth rupees 50 lakhs, excluding GST at 12%, and applicable rate of GST on outward supply is 18%. Compute the net GST payable. Now, what is the inward supplies? 50 lakhs. GST how much? 12%. So 50 lakhs into 12% is 6 lakhs. But full 6 lakhs you will not get. How much you will get? Taxable divided by total. What is the taxable turnover? Total turnover. Sir, ITC purpose, what is taxable turnover? 50 lakhs. And what is total turnover? 55 lakhs. So how much is the eligible ITC? 6 lakhs. You understood how 6 lakhs we got? Eligible ITC is total 50 lakhs. In that 50 lakhs, 18%. In that 50 divided by 55 is the ITC available, correct? How much? 5,45,455 is the ITC available. And what is our liability? Just see the liability. 3,60,000 plus 1,80,000. You understood how we got this 3,60,000? Wherever taxable, there we are taking 3,60,000, 1,80,000, 2,70,000 and 90. How much? 9 lakhs. How much credit you are having? 5,45,455. So 9 lakhs minus 5,45,455. The net GST payable will be 3,54,545. Understood? So how they are connecting? Input tax credit and exemptions they are connecting. Like this they will coin questions. Okay. So we don't have any pending area. All those things we discussed. This actually I asked you to try. This is for practice. Okay. This question, banking services. Now we move on to the next chapter. please take composition scheme. We'll see in the afternoon because you will feel like drowsy. So that's why registration we will complete. So take page number 222, registration. Composition scheme is actually practical, that we will see afternoon, and now we will complete registration. If I start registration, it will be sleeping pill. So afternoon you will sleep. See this. Segment 9, registration under GST. In this registration under GST, total we are having 9 sections per. Section 22, 23, 24 talks about legality of the registration. When a person is required to get registered is given in 22. When a person is exempted from registration or not required to get registration, is given in 23. When a person is compulsorily required to get registered is given in 24. So these 3 sections are very important. If at all you get a question on registration, that will be from these 3 sections only. That much important it will be. So 22, 23, 24. And before 22, all the sections we completed. Before 22, so 21 we don't have, 20 we don't have, 19 we don't have, 18 we discussed. Input tax credit in special cases. 17, apportionment of credit, blocked credits. 16, conditions for availment of ITC. 15, value of supply. 14, we don't have. 13, time of supply in case of services. 12, time of supply in case of goods. 11, exemptions. 10, composition scheme not yet discussed. 9, liability to pay tax, correct, RCM, etc. Then 8, composite supply, mixed supply. 7, supply, that we have seen. 22 to 30 is given in this chapter. After 30 also we have seen few sections. 31, so due date of tax invoice. 32, being unregistered person you should not collect tax. 33, tax component should be shown separately in invoice. 34, debit notes and credit notes. 35, what are the accounts and records which are required to be maintained. 36, what is the period for which we need to maintain accounts and records. Okay, so this block 22 to 30. Okay, so of course I will be able to tell this because this is the only subject I learn. You understood? So I teach only this subject, so I will be able to remember, and I don't expect you also to do the same thing. But for the sake of exam, till the time you go for the exam, you try to by heart this. What is the section number and what is the provision? Okay, what is the heading? So that in exam, wherever possible, you create the opportunity to write the section numbers in the answer sheet. So that what will happen? Others will not do this. When your paper stands out of the crowd, definitely you can expect good marks. That's why many times I will be suggesting to the students, repeatedly, if you are not clearing exam, even though you prepared well, even though you are writing well, if you are not writing exam in some particular areas, so please change your exam center. So I used to advise, and it will work also. Because in Chennai when you are writing, all the students who are writing are equally prepared. Whereas when you go and write somewhere in Velur, somewhere in Tiruchi, Madurai, these places and all, they will not prepare that much. There when you are going and writing, so you will stand out. Your answer sheet will be like diamond between the coal. You understood or not? So default they will be giving. If at all there is any option of change of the exam center, option will be there, na? Over, no yaar, it will be there. Correction window only, over. Then we can't do anything, it's okay. But you tell this to others also. This is actually a cheat code. Tell this to others also, and final exam when you are coming also make use of this. Trust me, it will work. If you change the exam center, it will happen. Because I experienced this in, like every attempt, every exam when I wrote, I will not be writing in cities. I will be going to some other place. I will go and write in Velur. Velur, because that's a small town. Not many students will be writing. Even if they write also, so their local preparation, they are Desi boys. We are international, okay? So, therefore, when we write there, our answer sheet will stand out. It worked for me in my CMA Inter, I got All India first rank. Okay. So, therefore, they had I wrote in Chennai, I would not have got that. Okay. So, as I wrote there, I got. And even many cases, in my CA final, one subject SFM is there, financial management, like that. I got 92 marks. 92 marks, that was the highest in my CA final. So, all other papers it was 70s, 80s, like that, and that paper I got 92, okay, highest for me. Oh, 70, 80, that's, and illappa konja naan nalla padipen pa, okay. So therefore, and this worked for me. So I told this to many other students also. They said, yes sir, you are right. 3 attempts I did not clear when I wrote in Chennai, and I listened to you and I went in Kanchipuram and I wrote. Kanchipuram they wrote and they cleared that attempt. That's why, you know, it will be possible, make use of it. So why I told you this point, because your answer sheet, always keep this in mind. Your answer sheet should be unique, and what others are not doing, you should be able to write that. So think out of the box. So it's not about how much you learnt, it's about how well you present. That is important. It's not at all about how much you are learning, it's no use, because in that bloody 3 hours, whatever you write, for that only you will be given marks. They will not see how many hours you prepared, how many days you prepared, so night and all whether you prepared. They really don't know anything about this. Your performance is based on the answer sheet. So by seeing the answer sheet, so they will be able to easily understand yourself. So due to that reason, think out of the box, how well we can present. Not only tax paper, every paper. So whenever you are sitting and you don't feel like reading, just close your eyes and think of how better we can present, how we can write this, how we can frame this sentence. You understood? Auditing, you studied something. These are all the key points. How we can better frame that sentence, and then only automatically you will be getting good marks. Example, in accounts writing accounting standard number, and in auditing writing that SA numbers, and in income tax and indirect tax trying to quoting the section numbers wherever possible. That too, some case laws will be there in capital gains related to this insurance and all. So one case is there like that, some landmark cases, you know that this is a important judgment. So that writing, trying to write the judgment wherever it is possible. Law also trying to remembering the few key section numbers. So what happens like this, when you start writing the answer sheet, your answer sheet will be out of the others. So automatically the evaluator will try to give more marks only, thinking that you are okay, you are a good student, you will be studying properly, like that. So they will give. Reality we only know, but they will give marks, okay. So that's why try to remember the section numbers. That's my humble request to you. Take one day, by heart that, and revise like this concept. Example, cancellation of registration, section 29. Section 30 is what? Revocation of cancellation, like that. Sometimes heading, what is the section number? Sometimes what is the section number? What is the heading? Like that, reverse also you try to remember, so that what happens is that you will become a pro in writing that section numbers in the answer sheet. Done? Now coming back to this, what are the first three section numbers that you need to remember? Section 22, when a person is required to get registered. 23, when a person is not required to get registered. 24, compulsory registration. Then 25, procedure for registration. So first 3 related to legality, next 3 related to procedural. 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, special provision for CTP and NRTP. CTP is casual taxable person, NRTP is non-resident taxable person. Then next 3 sections are related to special cases. Section 28 talks about amendment in registration. 29, that is initially you would have furnished some details. If there is any change in those details, you need to amend the registration. 29, cancellation of registration. Sometimes your registration will get cancelled or you will make application for cancellation of registration. 30, revocation. Revocation means what? Withdrawal of cancellation. So proper officer has cancelled your registration. Now you request the officer to restore the cancellation so that you will continue in the registration. That is known as revocation. Revocation means withdrawal. Withdrawal of the cancellation order. So these are the sections that we have. Now we will start with section 22. Mostly practical questions will be on these 3 sections, 22, 23 and 24. 22 says when a person is required to get registered, as and when aggregate turnover of a person in any financial year exceeds the threshold limit, then that person is required to get registered. What is the meaning of aggregate turnover? So 2 things you need to know. First you need to know what is the aggregate turnover. Second, what is the meaning of threshold limit. What is the aggregate turnover? I told you long back. So all 4 supplies will come in aggregate turnover. What are the 4 supplies? Taxable supplies, exempted supplies, non-taxable supplies, zero rated supplies. Everything will come in aggregate turnover. But 2 things are excluded from aggregate turnover. What is that? Inward supplies on which you are liable to pay GST under RCM will not come in aggregate turnover, because inward supply means what? That is your purchase or that is your sale. Purchase will not come. Even taxes also should not come. And then I told you we need to compute aggregate turnover on state-wise or all India basis? All India basis. So this is the meaning of aggregate turnover. Taxable, exempted, exports, interstate of persons having same permanent account number computed on all India basis. It excludes taxes and even inward supply on which tax is payable under RCM. Now the second part. What is the threshold limit? Now you understood what is aggregate turnover. What is the threshold limit? These are some monetary limits which you need to know. First, you check in the question whether you are doing business in a single state or you are doing business in the multiple states. If you are doing business only in single state, check whether that single state is in MMTN. What is MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. Once again, what is MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. Then what will be the limit? 10 lakhs is the limit. Suppose if you are doing business in one state and that one state is in U stamp. U stamp. What is U stamp? U for Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand. S for Sikkim. Then T, Telangana. A, not Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh. M, Meghalaya. P, Puducherry, Pondicherry. These 6 places, it will be 20 lakhs. Okay. So first 4 is MMTN. Special category states is MMTN. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. What is the limit? 10 lakhs. Then in U stamp states, what is the limit? 20 lakhs. What are the U stamp states? Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Pondicherry or Puducherry. So 20 lakhs. In all other states, the applicable limit will be 40 lakhs if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Otherwise, the limit will be, otherwise means what? Not exclusively in goods. Not exclusively in goods means what? Services or both goods and services. The limit will be 20 lakhs. Understood, pa? Now, in Tamil Nadu, if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, limit is Gujarat, Telangana. You understood, okay? So if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, so other than U stamp states, other than MMTN, it will be 40 lakhs. Then there is one special point related to this. You should not be engaged in supply of pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, ice cream and edible ice, bricks and roofing tiles. If you are engaged in supply of these goods, then 40 lakhs limit will not be applicable. Generally, supply of goods, 40 lakhs limit is applicable, but you should not be engaged in supply of these goods. What are these goods? Ice cream, edible ice. Related to tobacco, pan masala, tobacco, tobacco products, okay. And then related to construction, bricks and roofing tiles. 3 lists you remember. Related to ice cream, edible ice. Related to tobacco products, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products. Related to construction sector, bricks and roofing tiles. If you are engaged in these goods, the limit will not be 40 lakhs, even though you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods and even though you are located in other states. Okay. For example, you are in Tamil Nadu and you are having a supermarket. So you are engaged only in sale of goods. In that supermarket, there is one refrigerator where you keep ice cream and you sell the ice cream. Usually if you see lot of shops will have a refrigerator. At least to keep the milk, they will keep a refrigerator. And in that refrigerator, they will be selling beverages. They will also sell ice cream for the kids and all. Now, in that case, as a supermarket, you are engaged in sale of ice cream. Will you get 40 lakhs limit or not? Yes, you will get 40 lakhs limit because you are not exclusively engaged in supply of ice cream. So then to whom, sir, 40 lakhs limit not applicable? Ibacco ice cream shop who is exclusively engaged in sale of ice cream, they will not be getting 40 lakhs limit. Pan shop which will engaged only in sale of pan masala, tobacco products, they will not get. Suppose if a normal provision store is there which will sell chocolates, biscuits, chips and also cigarettes, so can they go for 40 lakhs? Yes. So if you are exclusively engaged in supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles, then only 40 lakhs limit not applicable. Is it clear here? Then, so first 3 points, tell me what is a threshold limit, first 3 points, and when the first 3 points will be applicable if you are doing business only in one state. What is that? MMTN 10 lakhs, use stamp 20 lakhs, other states only goods other than ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Other cases 20 lakhs. What is full form of MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. What is the full form of use stamp? Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Puducherry. Now see the second branch. If you are doing business in multiple states, and in that one state is a special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. You are doing business in multiple states. In these multiple states, one state is a special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. So two conditions should be satisfied. First, out of the given states, one state is a special category state. For example, you are doing business in Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Nagaland. Out of these 4, one state is a special category state, Nagaland, and taxable supplies are made from that state, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. Suppose you are doing business in multiple states and in that multiple states, none of the state is in MMTN use stamp. Not even one state in MMTN use stamp. Example, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala. These 3 states will not come in MMTN use stamp, correct? And if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, then the limit will be 40 lakhs. Whereas other cases, balancing figure, the limit will be 20 lakhs. Got it? Understood? So tell me what are the 3 points? Come on. Out of the given state, one state is special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. Then the limit is none of the states is in MMTN use stamp and exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Balancing figure, any other case, 20 lakhs. But in this exclusively engaged in supply of goods, you should not be exclusively engaged in supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Understood, pa? Now, see some important points related to this. You need to compute aggregate turnover on a all India basis and not state wise. So don't do state wise, because aggregate turnover we should see all the states together. And the limit of 40 lakhs is applicable only in case of exclusive supply of goods. If a person is engaged in supply of services or both supply of goods and services, so 40 lakhs will not come, only 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs will be applicable. if supplies are made from multiple states and if taxable supplies are made from special category states only, then 10 lakhs limit is applicable. If supplies are made from multiple states and in those states if use stamp is also there, then 20 lakhs only applicable. The limit of 40 lakhs is not applicable in the following cases. When? Suppose if you voluntarily get registered, 40 lakhs not applicable. If you are compulsorily required to get registered also, you should register. Don't see your 40 lakhs limit. And if you are engaged in supply of these goods, whether as a manufacturer or as a trader. Sir, whether you are manufacturing and supplying these goods or as a trader supplying these goods, you will not get 40 lakhs limit. Okay. Now, based on this, we have some illustrations. You see that. Illustration number 1. Mr. X is exclusively engaged in supply of exempted goods in Sikkim. Exempted goods in Sikkim. For Sikkim, what is the limit? Only one state. Sikkim means only one state you are doing business, and that Sikkim is in MMTN. No, but it is in use stamp. So the applicable limit will be, but in this case they are not required to register. Why they are not required to register? Because they are exclusively engaged in exempted supplies. Then next part, illustration 2. Mr. X is engaged in making supply of goods in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Meghalaya. Taxable value of the goods, exempted value of the goods. So you are doing business in more than one state. Now you please do the total of the aggregate turnover. What is your aggregate turnover? 5 plus 3 8 plus 8 16 plus 2 18 plus 4 20 2 lakhs. That is your aggregate turnover. Now what is the applicable threshold limit? Now you are doing business in more than one state. Check whether one of the state is in MMTN. No, MM means Manipur, Mizoram, not Meghalaya. So one of the state is not in MMTN. Then, so 10 lakhs limit will not be applicable. So that we should write. What is that? In exam we should write as one of the state is not in Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. Therefore, 10 lakhs threshold limit is not applicable. Okay. Now check the 40 lakhs limit. Whether 40 lakhs limit will be applicable. Why? None of the states should be in MMTN use stamp. So one state is in use stamp. Correct? Meghalaya. So therefore 40 lakhs limit not applicable. That point also you should write. As one of the state is in use stamp, MMTN use stamp. That full list you should write. Okay. So therefore 40 lakhs limit is not applicable. Therefore the applicable threshold limit is balancing figure 20 lakhs. Now this you are understood how you arrived. First you need to arrive at the aggregate turnover, then you arrive at the applicable threshold limit. Now answer whether aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit or does not exceed threshold limit. Exceed threshold limit, and Mr. X is required to get registered. Now wait, answer is not complete. Mr. X is required to get registered. Now where and all they will register? Each state where they make taxable supplies. Are they making taxable supplies in Tamil Nadu? Yes. So they will register in Tamil Nadu. Are they making taxable supplies in Andhra Pradesh? Yes. So they will register in Andhra Pradesh. Are they making taxable supplies in Meghalaya? No. So they will not register in Meghalaya. Understood the clarity? So first what you need to write? Aggregate turnover. See the answer. First you need to write the aggregate turnover. What is the aggregate turnover? 22 lakhs. Then you need to write applicable threshold limit 20 lakhs. Why applicable threshold limit is 20 lakhs? First, why 10 lakhs not applicable? One of the state is not in MMTN. Then, as none of the state should be in MMTN use stamp, but here one of the state is in MMTN use stamp, 40 lakhs limit is not applicable. So the balancing figure is 20 lakhs. First, the person should be liable to get registered. After that, we should register them in each state from where they make taxable supplies. So as the aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, Mr. X is required to get registered. And where and all they should register? In each state from where they make taxable supplies. That is in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, but not in Meghalaya. But when will they register in Meghalaya? As and when they start making taxable supplies in Meghalaya, they will register in Meghalaya. Then look into illustration 3. Madhav Enterprises, a sole proprietorship firm, opened a shopping complex dealing in supply of goods at multiple locations, that is Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Tripura in the month of June. It has furnished the following details relating to the supply made at such multiple locations for the month of June. Intra-state supply of taxable goods, Himachal Pradesh 22 lakh 50 and Tripura 7 lakhs. Like that we have some details. Now, with the help of the above mentioned information, answer the following questions giving reasons. Number 1. Determine whether Mahadev Enterprises is liable to be registered under GST law and what is the threshold limit of taking registration in this case. First, are they doing business in single state or multiple states? Multiple states. Whether one of the state is in MMTN, what is that? Tripura. And taxable supplies are made from that state. Check the question. Yes. Therefore, the applicable threshold limit will be 10 lakhs and their aggregate turnover is more than 10 lakhs. In Himachal Pradesh itself 22 lakhs. So, aggregate turnover more than 10 lakhs. Therefore, Mahadev Enterprises is liable to get registered. And where they should register? Himachal Pradesh and Tripura, but not in Uttarakhand. For computing aggregate turnover, we will consider Uttarakhand, but not for registration. Why? Because they are not making taxable supplies. Clear? Then, second part in this question. Explain with reasons whether your answer in 1 will change in the following independent cases. All are independent cases. Number 1. If Mahadev Enterprises is dealing in taxable supply of goods only from Himachal Pradesh. So, in this, we don't have Uttarakhand and Tripura data. This data is not there. Okay, this data is not there. Now, you have only Himachal Pradesh data. Based on this, you interpret. So, they are doing business in multiple states or single state? Single state. Is that single state in MMTN? Is that single state in U-stamp? Other states. So, the applicable limit will be, are they exclusively engaged in goods? Yes. So, the applicable limit will be 40 lakhs. But what is their aggregate turnover? 22 lakh 50. Therefore, they are not required to get registered. Got it? Then next, second, if Mahadev Enterprises is dealing in taxable supply of goods and services only from Himachal Pradesh. Again, only Himachal Pradesh. We don't have this data and they are making both goods and services. So, 40 lakhs limit will not be applicable. What will be the limit? 20 lakhs and their turnover is more than 20 lakhs. Therefore, they are required to get registered. Then third part of this question. If Mahadev Enterprise is dealing in taxable supply of goods only from Himachal Pradesh and also has affected interstate supply of taxable goods amounting to 4 lakhs. Remember, a person who is making interstate supply of goods is compulsorily required to get registered. So, don't see their threshold limit, always they are required to get registered. So, that is the answer. Then fourth question you see, illustration 4. Illustration 4, A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Nagaland. What is their aggregate turnover? Calculate 4 plus 2, 6 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2. 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs is their aggregate turnover. And what is their applicable threshold limit? First, whether one of the state is in MMTN? Yes. And taxable supplies are made from that state? No. So, 10 lakhs will not come. Are you understanding? Why 10 lakhs will not come? Yes, they are doing business in special category state, Nagaland, but they are not making taxable supplies there. That's why 10 lakhs will not come. Okay, sir. And whether 40 lakhs limit is applicable? No. For 40 lakhs limit, none of the states should be in MMTN U-stamp. But one state is in MMTN U-stamp, Nagaland. So, therefore, 40 lakhs limit not applicable. So, what is the threshold limit? Balancing figure 20 lakhs. But what is their applicable what is their aggregate turnover? 12 lakhs. What is their applicable threshold limit? 20 lakhs. So, therefore, they are not at all required to get registered. So, like this, we need to determine as to when they are required to get registered. Look into the next page. An overview of registration provisions. In that, registration, mandatory registration. When a person is mandatorily required to get registered, either based on aggregate turnover or irrespective of aggregate turnover. So far what we have seen is based on aggregate turnover. Clear pa? Now we are going to discuss irrespective of aggregate turnover when the person is required to get registered. In that we have section 24. Section 24, compulsory registration in certain cases. That compulsory registration in certain cases, you remember with a keyword I creations. With a keyword I creations, you remember, in the case of this I creations, so you are not compulsorily required to get registered or compulsorily required to get registered? Compulsorily required to get registered. Now, what is this I? I for interstate supply of what? Goods or services are? Goods. Only interstate supply of goods other than handicrafts. So in case of interstate supply of handicraft, there is no compulsory registration. So you check there. You check there. So interstate supply of goods other than handicrafts. So if I am making interstate supply of handicrafts, whether compulsory registration is applicable? No. If I am making interstate supply of services, whether compulsory registration is applicable? No. Then C, what is this C? Casual taxable person. Casual taxable person means who? A person who is coming from another state to this state and is not having any physical place of business in this state is called as a casual taxable person. You got it? So how much ever you may love Dhoni, but Dhoni is a casual taxable person in Tamil Nadu. Why is a casual taxable person in Tamil Nadu? Because he is not having any fixed place of business in Tamil Nadu. He enters into Tamil Nadu to make supply of goods or services. That is, he will come to Tamil Nadu to play the CSK match na. So he will be coming under casual taxable person in Tamil Nadu. Same way, lot of actors who come and act in Tamil movies, but they will not have any place of business in Tamil Nadu. So they are also coming under casual taxable person. You understood? So because what happens nowadays, in every movie they will roping in actor from the other industry na, so that they will get a entry in that particular industry. Otherwise we will not, because if every actor is not known to the other language, they will not be watching. So of course some exceptions are there, but generally we will do. That's what Jailer. So Jailer movie, they brought everyone from North India, someone, Karnataka, someone, and from Kerala, someone, like that. Why? Because then only they will get the acceptance in the other state, like that. So these people are not called as, permanent residents in this state. So they will be coming under casual taxable person. So whenever a person comes into a state and is not having any physical place of business in that state, even though their aggregate turnover does not exceed threshold limit, they need to compulsorily register in that state. But this is not applicable for handicrafts. See there, casual taxable person other than handicrafts. Sir, casual taxable person for both goods and services or only goods? Both goods and services, but other than handicrafts. Then what is R? R for recipient liable to pay GST under RCM. Then E, e-commerce operator. Which e-commerce operator? 95 as well as 52. That is, those who are liable to pay GST, HATE, and 52, those who are liable to deduct TCS. And A for agent making supply on behalf of principal. Sir, agent making supply on behalf of principal means what? Invoice raised by agent in his name or invoice is in the name of the agent. Then T for TDS deductor. TCS already covered, e-commerce operator. So TDS deductor is also compulsorily required to get registered. Who is the TDS deductor? Notified recipient, government, authority greater than 51% by government, public sector undertakings, they. Then I for input service distributor. Who is an input service distributor? I told you there is a head office which will take the credit and distribute the credit to the branch officers, so that head office should take the credit. Then O for OIDR supplier. Which OIDR supplier? Located outside India and making supply to non-taxable online recipient in India. Then N, NRTP. CTP also compulsorily required to register. NRTP also compulsorily required to get registered. NRTP means Non-resident taxable person. Who is that? Coming from outside India to India and is not having any physical place of business in India. And yes for supplier of goods through e-commerce operator. But there we have a relaxation. What is that? Sir, if they are making only intra-state supplies, they are not compulsorily required to get registered. So that's an amendment. Understood? So tell me this I creations once again. Don't see your book. I for interstate supply of goods other than handicraft. Fully you tell. Okay. What is I? Interstate supply of goods other than handicraft. See. Good. Casual taxable person other than handicrafts. Or recipient paying GST under RCM. Then E, paying GST under 95 or deducting TCS under 52. A, agent making supply on behalf of principal. T, TDS deductor. Very good. I, input service distributor. O, where located? To whom they are making supply? Non-taxable online recipient in India. N, non-resident taxable person. Yes, supplier of goods through e-commerce operator other than making interstate supply. Other than making interstate supply. If they are making only intrastate supply, not required. So other than notified supplier. Who is that notified supplier? Who is making only intrastate supplies. Then under 22 also there are some people who are compulsorily required to get registered. But what is the difference between 22 compulsory registration versus 24 compulsory registration? In 22 compulsory registration they need to register, and if their turnover falls below threshold limit they can make application for cancellation of registration. But in case of 24 they are compulsorily required to get registered. Even if their turnover falls below threshold limit, they cannot make application for cancellation of registration. Is it clear? So you write down below, note, in case of compulsory registration, so here you have some space now, there you write down, note, in case of compulsory registration under section 22, in case of compulsory registration under section 22, comma, such person can make application for, comma, such person can make application for cancellation of registration, such person can make application for cancellation of registration if their turnover falls below threshold limit. Can make application for cancellation of registration if their turnover falls below threshold limit. Full stop. However, in case of compulsory registration, under section 24, however, in case of compulsory registration under section 24, they cannot apply for cancellation of registration. They cannot apply for cancellation of registration even if their turnover falls below threshold limit. Even if their turnover falls below threshold limit. Clear here? Then, So then what are the cases where as per section 22 they are compulsorily required to get registered? See there. If you are already registered under the existing law, you should also be registered under GST law. But thereafter, if your turnover goes below threshold limit, you make application for cancellation. Then, suppose if you transfer the business, the transferee should definitely get registered, and if the turnover falls below threshold limit, they can make application for cancellation. And in case of amalgamation or merger or demerger, there is one resulting company na. That resulting company is also compulsorily required to get registered, but if that company's turnover does not exceed threshold limit, they can make application for cancellation. So what are the three cases pa? If you are already registered under earlier law, or if there is any transfer of business, or if there is any amalgamation or merger or demerger, the resulting company should be registered. Okay, then this is about section 22 and 24. Now look into section 23. A person is exempted from registration in certain cases. What are those cases? 4 cases per total. If they are exclusively engaged in exempted supplies. Sir, if I am making only exempted supplies, I am not required to get registered. And if I am making only non-taxable supplies, then also I am not required to get registered. Example, fruits and vegetables are exempted. So if a person is selling only fruits and vegetables, they are not required to register. But there are many shops today which will sell fruits and vegetables, and they also sell other products. Lot of provision items also they will be selling. For example, in Chennai, one popular fruits and vegetable seller as a supermarket is that Padamudir. Okay, and they will be selling only fruits and vegetables. No, they are also selling soap, paste, etc. So therefore, due to that reason, they will not get the exemption. But if you see in some market and all, there will be vegetable vendors, fruits and vegetable vendors. They will not sell anything, only fruits and vegetables. They are not at all required to get registered because they are making only exempted supplies. Then, if I am making only non-taxable supplies, then also I am not required to get registered. Example, TASMAC. TASMAC, which will be engaged in sale of only divine water. Okay, that is, so they will be engaged only in sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Saraku, whether they need to register? No. Suppose if they sell saraku with side dish, whether they need to register? Yes, because they are not making only non-taxable supplies. Then number 3, agriculturist. Agriculturist is not required to get registered. Who is an agriculturist? Who is engaged in sale of cultivation out of land. Who is engaged in sale of cultivation out of land. Means they should not do any processing. Example, I am a groundnut farmer. I get the groundnut. I sell the groundnut. Not required to register. But I also crush the groundnut and make groundnut oil. And I sell groundnut as well as groundnut oil. Should I register? Yes. Because I am not making only sale out of agricultural land. I am also doing some other process. Due to that reason, I will not be coming under agriculturist. You got it? Then, number 4, exclusively making RCM supplies. Means my outward supplies is fully covered under RCM. Example, advocate. Advocate's outward supplies are either exempted or RCM na. So advocate is not at all required to get registered. Because their outward supplies will be either exempted or covered under RCM. So advocates are not required to get registered. Same way, you take this business facilitator. Business facilitators outward supply is always covered under RCM. So business facilitators are not at all required to get registered. Understood or not? So now what are the 4 cases where you are exempted from registration? Exclusively exempted, exclusively non-taxable, agriculturist, and exclusively RCM supplies. Then look into some basic provisions in the same page below. GSTIN is a 15-digit registration number. So whenever you get registration, so you get a GSTIN. What's the full form of GSTIN? GST identification number, which is a 15-digit number. In that 15 digits, the first 2 digits is state code. So this is my GSTIN. So this is my GST number. First 2 digits is the state code. Okay. Even if you know the GS number, you will not be able to get anything. Okay, password. I'll tell. So what is the need of it? So you want to know my turnover. For that reason, I am not earning much, pa. Really, pa? Why am I earning much and all? No, I am not that much. I have lot of earnings, crores and crores of earnings in the form of students. But money wise, no. Okay, money wise, no. But I am happy. Really, I am happy. Every morning when I get up, I don't have any problem. All my necessities are taken care. My kids are studying in school. I can afford the school fees. I can eat food daily. And whenever I wanted to go to any place, I can travel. And beyond that, what is required for a person? Not required. So I don't have any mental tension, pressure, etc. and all. But one pressure always will be there, that every time I need to perform well in the class and I should give the best to the students. This is the only pressure for me. Otherwise, I don't have any pressure. For this time also, I had a pressure. What is that? I need to complete the portion to the extent possible so that I should not leave anything. So this pressure will be there. Otherwise, I don't have any kind of problem. So therefore, money is not important. Happiness is important. Will you agree with me? So therefore, not much turnover and all. Lot of people will be there. For them, money earning will be the only pressure. So they will not even sleep happily also. So they want always money. So you will not have peace in your life. So you should decide what you need. Whether you need happiness or you need money. When you need happiness, money will come incidentally. That's what I am telling you. When you go in search of happiness, money is incidental. You understood? I never went behind money. I had only one thing. Happily I should take class. Whatever I learn, I should tell to my students. And I like writing books. So I write book. And I like to do consulting. And I like to search for loopholes. This is my happiness. In this happiness, when I am traveling, incidentally money will come. You understood or not? Where money will go? It will definitely come. So every rupee which is coming to us, so our name will be written on that. So it will come. You don't go behind money. Don't chase behind money. You chase behind your goals and your happiness. Where you have happiness, there you chase. Automatically money will follow you. But when you go behind money, I did that mistake. 6 years in my life, I went behind money in one place called as MTP. Okay. So I did not get happiness also. I did not get money also. Okay. Really, 6 years I worked there. And they have closed down, then they have left. You understood? And at that time, my focus was only on money earning. Waste. I didn't enjoy my life also. Even I was having enormous pressure. So for the sake of money, I have to do many things over there. So this will not give me. But thereafter I realized, no. I have to be successful in the way in which I live my life. Then money will automatically come. So you also have that in mind. What you like, you do. Don't do anything for the sake of money. You do something, money will automatically come. Today you see a lot of YouTubers. Did they do that for the sake of money? No. They are doing something which they like. Automatically money starts coming. Example, so one guy by name Madan Gauri. So what he do, he will read everything in English in Wikipedia. And he will convert that in Tamil and he will be telling. People don't have time to convert Wikipedia information in Tamil and read. So they don't know English. They don't have time to read Tamil also. So they want to listen. This guy started doing that. Whatever he tells, everything is there in somewhere. He will read that and he will post a video. But he has lot of viewers. And you know what is his monthly income? 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs is his monthly earnings. Had he joined for one job, he would have got hardly 1.5 lakhs or 2 lakhs. So if money was the priority, you understood what I am telling? Sir, many game developers, sir. I know a kid who is of 18 years age, just now only 18 years, and that particular person has created 30 games and his earnings is close to 80 lakhs in a year. 80 lakhs. He created 30 games, different games, because he liked to make games. He learned the coding at an early age and he started creating games. Lot of visualization he do, and these games are being downloaded by lot of kids and they will be watching lot of ads. Simple, this games, lot of games, if you see talking Tom like that and all, one ad will come. When the ad comes, the revenue will come for them. You understood? So like that they are earning. So that's what I always believe in. Chase behind your dream, not behind your money. So money will be incidental. So learn to the extent possible, learn the knowledge and explore your life and opportunities. So definitely it will happen. Okay. So therefore, moral of the story, don't bother about my turnover. Then, so this first 2 digits is your state code and next 10 digits is permanent account number and next is entity code. So I have only one registration in Tamil Nadu, so 1, and this alphabet Z is a constant and D is a checksum digit, that I don't know, that randomly department will be giving. So sometimes D, sometimes O, sometimes A, like that they can randomly change that. So this is how the 15 digit will be. First 2 digit state code, next 10 permanent account number, next one entity code, and thereafter one is alphabet Z and last one is a checksum digit. Then second point, a person shall obtain registration in every state from where he makes taxable supplies. Suppose if I am making only exempted supplies in some states, even though my aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, I don't have to register in that state. Now within the state, how many registrations I will be getting? Usually 1. But if I have multiple place of business, can I go for separate registration? Yes, with respect to each place of business. Within the state, registration is required only in case of different place of business. Alternatively, a single place within the state can be specified as principal place of business and other places can be mentioned as additional place of business. Now, who is that notified supplier I gave in the next page? So, in these cases, like a notified supplier means a person who is making only intra-state supplies is not required to get registered even though they make supply of goods through e-commerce operator. Correct, that's an amendment. Person making supply of goods through ECO and having aggregate turnover below threshold limit, so is not required to compulsorily register. But he should not make interstate supplies. He should not make supply of goods through e-commerce operator in another state. What is the difference between first point and second point? First point, directly also he should not make interstate supply. Through e-commerce operator also he should not make interstate supply. So literally he should not make interstate supply. Okay. Then declare permanent account number, address, state or union territory on the portal for validation. And they need to get a enrollment number. You got it? What is that enrollment number called as? Unique enrollment number. And again, as and when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit, will they register and pay GST? Yes. See the fifth point. Enrollment numbers used to be valid from the date of registration as and when their aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. Then look into the next provisions. Now, our focus should not be for any practical question. Mostly it will be theory question or MCQs. From this 25 to 30, from question number 20, section number 25 to section number 30, we get mostly theory questions or MCQs. Okay. Now first, what is the procedure for registration? So there is one big procedure for registration given here. So this procedure we will try to simplify and remember easily. So you make note of this. So in the middle of the page you write down what is the form number, form GST, and what is the purpose. What is the purpose of that form? Form GST and purpose. Form GST is REG1. REG1. What is the purpose of this REG1? Application for registration. Application for registration. Then REG2. REG2 is acknowledgement. When you make application for registration, you get an acknowledgement in REG2. Then REG3 REG3 is notice. So if there is any discrepancy, you will get a notice in REG3. Then REG4 is reply to notice. Reply to notice. And REG5 is cancellation, that is rejection of application. So whenever you make application, they will reject that. That is rejection of application. Then REG6, certificate of registration. Certificate of registration. So these are the various forms that we have. REG1 application, REG2 acknowledgement, REG3 notice, REG4 reply to notice, REG5 rejection of application, REG6 certificate of registration. Now, when you make application for registration, so they will give acknowledgement. That acknowledgement will be immediate. That acknowledgement will be immediate once you make application. And thereafter, within 7 working days, you should get either REG3 or REG6. Okay. So within 7 working days, either REG3 or REG6. Say this. REG1 to REG3, or that is notice. Either you should get notice within 7 working days, or you should get the registration certificate within 7 working days. So within 7 working days, either you need to get the registration certificate, or if they are cancelling your registration, so means they should tell the reason why they want to reject your application. They will give a notice. Without giving notice, they cannot reject the application. So either notice we will get, or we will get certificate of registration within 7 working days. Suppose if you get a notice, then you need to make a reply to the notice. What is the time limit within which you will give reply to the notice? Everywhere in registration procedure, the time limit is 7 working days. And after you give reply to the notice, within 7 working days, either they will grant the registration certificate, or they will reject the application. So either rejection of application or certificate of registration within 7 working days. Understood the procedure? This much only. This is the procedure. That 1 page information you just remember in this half a page. Not even half page, quarter page, over. So what is the procedure for registration? You will not get descriptive question about procedure for registration. These key points only will be tested. So REG1 application, REG2 acknowledgement, REG3 notice, REG4 reply to notice, REG5 rejection of application, REG6 certificate of registration. Once you make application within 7 working days, either they need to give you notice or they need to give you certificate of registration. Then again, whenever you got the notice, so from the date you got the notice, you need to give reply to the notice within 7 working days. After you give reply to the notice within 7 working days, either they will reject the application or they will grant the certificate of registration. Okay. Now listen carefully. If they are neither giving notice nor giving certificate within 7 working days, then it will be deemed registration. So deemed to be registered, write down, deemed to be registered. When a person is deemed to be registered means what? Deemed to be registered means what? It means they cannot cancel the application. Deemed to be registered means what? Application cannot be cancelled, that is rejected. Application cannot be rejected. Application cannot be rejected. That is the meaning of deemed to be registered. Deemed to be registered means application cannot be rejected. What are the cases where a person is deemed to be registered? First part, neither REG 3. What is REG 3? Notice. Nor REG 6. What is REG 6? Within 7 working days of REG 1. What is REG 1? Application. Sir, you made application, sir. Within 7 working days, you neither got a notice nor you got a certificate of registration. Now they cannot cancel the application. Means they should grant the registration. You understood? Then next, number 2. Neither REG 5 nor REG 6. What is REG 5? What is REG 6? Within 7 working days of. What is REG 4? Reply to notice. So once you gave reply to the notice, within 7 working days, if they are neither rejecting the application nor granting the certificate of registration, means registration deemed to be granted, they cannot reject the application thereafter. Okay. So what are the 2 deemed to be registered? You understood? Come on. Neither notice nor certificate within 7 working days from application. Second one, neither rejection nor certificate within 7 working days from the date of reply to the notice. So that is about this procedure for registration, and here you remember this procedure is not applicable to not you. Who is not you? You see this procedure and tell you not you, not you. N for NRTP. N for NRTP. For NRTP this is not applicable. O, super, OIDR supplier. T, TDS, TCS. U, UIN holder. Who is a UIN holder? Embassy, consulate, UN agency, we discussed na. So for them this procedure is not applicable, for them a different procedure is applicable, a simplified procedure is applicable. So I have given in the next page who is a UIN holder. In exemptions chapter we have seen that there are some specified agencies of UN, embassy and consulate whose outward supply is exempted. But on their inward supply they will pay some GST. That GST they can claim as a refund. To claim the refund, they will be given one identification number, that is known as unique identification number. Then next, listen. What is the time limit for making application for registration? Long back we studied. 30 days from the date you are liable to register. You remember this enough. When you will liable to register depends. If you are compulsorily required to register whenever you commence a business within 30 days. And if your aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, as and when it exceeds threshold limit from their 30 days. So what is the point you need to remember? What is the time limit within which we need to make application for registration? 30 days. Within 30 days from the date you are liable. But in case of CTP and NRTP, casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person, you should make application for registration at least 5 days before commencement of business. CTP and NRTP should make application at least 5 days before commencement of business. So only 2 points you should remember. What are the 2 points? First, the regular time limit for making application for registration is 30 days from the date you are liable to register. Whereas CTP and NRTP at least 5 days before commencement of business. Then along with the application for registration, you need to furnish your bank details, but even you can submit the bank details later also. Now there is an amendment in this place. The previous provision was 45 days from the date of registration or date of filing first return, whichever is earlier. Now they amended it to 30 days. 30 days from the date you got the registration certificate or the date on which you file your GSTR1, first GSTR1, whichever is earlier or whichever is later, whichever is earlier, whichever is earlier. So what is the provision for furnishing bank details, pa? 30 days from the date of registration or date of filing, not due date, date of filing GSTR1, whichever is. Now say this. So registration granted on 3/11/2020, 3/11/2020. 3/11/2020 means what is 30 days from 3/11? 3/12. So write down the answer below. 3/12. 3/12/2020. B. What is the date on which you will file your GSTR1? Assuming the due date you will file. What is the due date of GSTR1 after registration? When you got registration? November month. For November month, when will you file GSTR1? Tambi, मुझे class गवनी pa, please pa. Okay. So, what is the GSTR1 due date? 11th of next month. So, we should file GSTR1 only after we register. In which month we got registered? November month. For November month, when will you file GSTR1? 11th of December 2020. Whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 3/12/2020 is earlier. Then next. If registration is granted on 18/11, if registration is granted on 18/11, now you try. A. 18/12, 30 days, that is 18/12/2020. B. 11/12/2020, whichever is earlier will be 18 or 11. 11. So 11/12/2020 will be taken as the time limit for furnishing bank details. Understood here? So here we are assuming due date of GSTR1 itself as the actual date of GSTR1, but we need to take actually the date on which you file the GSTR1, and not applicable to those who require to deduct TDS, TCS. Sir, bank details, whatever is to be submitted, we have a relaxation. After registration also you can give bank details. But this provision is not applicable for TDS, TCS, which means they have to give the bank details at the time of registration. So that is the meaning of that. So write down below note. Point number 1, TDS or TCS deductor need to furnish bank details at the time of registration. TDS, TCS deductor need to furnish bank details at the time of registration. Second, if any person not furnished bank details on time, within time, their registration shall be cancelled. Their registration shall be cancelled. So generally TDS, TCS deductor, when they need to give the bank details at the time of registration, but others they can give the bank details later also, but within the time limit. What is the time limit? 30 days from the date of registration or date on which they file their GSTR1, whichever is earlier. Suppose if they are not giving the bank details within the time limit, their registration shall be cancelled. Done? Next, look into this Aadhaar authentication. There is something called as Aadhaar authentication. Please concentrate, it's an important provision. Every registered person should undergo Aadhaar authentication. And is there any alternative for Aadhaar authentication? Yes. So they can go for that is at the time of making application for registration, they have two options. Either they can go for authentication or they can give the details, KYC details. If they are going for without other authentication, the registration will be granted to them only after physical verification. In case of other authentication, no physical verification unless the officer wanted to conduct. But in case of application without other authentication, by default they will do physical verification. Is it clear or not? Now, sir, new applicant, I am a new applicant, Aadhaar number is assigned to me, then I will give the Aadhaar number, undergo Aadhaar authentication and submit the Aadhaar details. Suppose if in some states, so now they have brought biometric Aadhaar authentication. What is this biometric Aadhaar authentication? You cannot do only OTP verification. You need to go to the Aadhaar enrollment center and you need to keep your thumb impression and verify, and this retina scan and all also they will do for the purpose of granting the registration. Got it? So just the OTP will not be sufficient. So they started this in Gujarat and they are extending it in other states. You don't have to remember Gujarat, but you just remember, in case there is a biometric Aadhaar authentication, they should undergo that biometric Aadhaar authentication in the Aadhaar enrollment center. Whereas if biometric Aadhaar authentication not applicable in those states, then what they need to do, just the Aadhaar authentication, that is OTP verification, will be sufficient. Is it clear? Sir, what if they don't have Aadhaar number? Then they will be offered with the alternative and viable means of identification. That is your other ID proofs and all will be there, na? That is voter ID, then PAN card, then for address proof also rental agreement, like that some other details you can submit. But they will grant registration only after physical verification. Is it clear? Then next, sir, I have already registered, sir. Already registered. At the time of registration, I did not submit the Aadhaar details. So now, should I submit the Aadhaar details at a later point of time? Yes. Otherwise, my registration will be cancelled. Just remember this point, okay? Sir, at the time of registration, I did not give Aadhaar details. But using the alternative means, I have registered. But after registration, I need to submit the Aadhaar enrollment slip. Suppose if I am not giving, my registration allotted shall be deemed to be invalid. Means Aadhaar authentication is literally mandatory. But when you will do, it differs. You understood? When you will do, it differs. At the time of registration itself, you can do Aadhaar authentication. So in future, it will not arise. Suppose at the time of registration, you don't have the Aadhaar number. So alternative means is there, you can get registered. But at a later point of time, after registration certificate, you need to apply the Aadhaar number and give them the enrollment slip. Otherwise, your registration will be cancelled, deemed to be invalid. Understood? Then, so now I am talking about at the time of registration. At the time of registration means you are a new applicant. Okay. Now you have two options. What are the two options? Either select Aadhaar authentication or don't select Aadhaar authentication. If you select Aadhaar authentication, please look into option 1. If you select Aadhaar authentication, after submitting the part B of the application, you will be sent with a OTP link. So to your email and to your mobile, and that OTP link we need to click and enter the OTP, mobile OTP and email OTP. Then the Aadhaar authentication is completed. Sir, by when I should do this, sir? 15 days from the date you submitted part B. Sir, you submitted part B, within 15 days you need to complete the authentication. So when you complete the authentication within 15 days, the date on which you completed authentication is the date of application. Is it clear, pa? Suppose, sir, 15 days over, sir, 15 days over. Then what will happen? You have not done the authentication. On expiry of 15 days, it is deemed that you submitted application without authentication on expiry of 15 days. And therefore, definitely there will be physical verification. Is it clear or not? Then again, so see this. Successful Aadhaar OTP, registration to be granted within 7 working days, or if fails to authenticate within 15 days, application deemed to be submitted after expiry of 15 days, but how that application will be treated as application without Aadhaar authentication. Now, one more twist is there. Even if you do Aadhaar authentication also, based on risk parameters, means the locality where you are living is a risky area, means lot of traders are involved in that area and you may give the fake address also. So, even though Aadhaar authentication is done, they will take up the application for physical verification. Example, in Chennai, Saukarpet, Pursevakam. So, these are some areas where lot of traders will be there. Then Ritchie Street, then that Paris, Goindappa Naikan Street, like that lot of areas are there in Chennai, which is with dense traders. Now, you can give same address will be shared with 10 people. You understood? Same address will be shared with 10 people. Then in that case, fake registrations are possible. So, they will come, inspect the premises, and then only they will be giving the Aadhaar, that is a registration certificate. Now, tell me what are the 3 cases registration will be given only after physical verification. Come on. Applied without Aadhaar authentication. Second, applied with Aadhaar authentication and not completed within 15 days. Third, applied with Aadhaar authentication and completed within 15 days, but officer takes it up for physical verification based on risk parameters. Okay. So, this point somewhere you need to make note, because this can be asked as a short note question. Maybe in this space you write down. In this space you write down. Physical verification required in the following cases. Physical verification required in the following cases. Physical verification required in the following cases. Number 1, applied without authentication. Applied without authentication. You can understand now what does it mean? Applied without authentication. In exam you write in detail. Okay. Applied without authentication. Second, applied with authentication. Applied with authentication but not completed. Applied with authentication but not completed within 15 days. Applied with authentication but not completed within 15 days. Then third, applied with authentication, applied with authentication and completed but based on risk parameters, requires site verification. But based on risk parameters requires site verification. Okay, pa? So now listen, in these 3 cases, pa, what is the time limit to grant the registration certificate? 30 days. 30 days. That 7 working days we saw, na? That's not applicable. The moment they go for physical verification, what is the time limit automatically? 30 days. Why 30 days, sir? Because they need to come, inspect the premises and give the registration. Na? That's why 30 days. You got it? Sir, what if within 30 days they have not granted registration certificate deemed to be registered? So now you remember 5 deemed registrations. Tell me what are they? Application you submitted, neither notice nor registration certificate within 7 working days. Super. Second, you gave reply neither rejection nor certificate within 7 working days. Next, these three within 30 days. Okay, means you applied without authentication and within 30 days they have not granted registration. You applied with authentication, not completed within 15 days, thereafter within 30 days they are not granting registration. You understood? 30 days will count after 15 days. And you applied with authentication and they have taken up for physical verification and not granted registration within 30 days. These 3 points, common 30 days. You understood? So these are the 5 cases where there is deemed registration. Now you will get another short note question. What are the cases where a person is deemed to be registered? Now these 5 points I just structured in one chart. You mark this as important for short note. Deemed registration, you can see in the next page. Deemed registration, what is that? Sir, you applied for registration, and you have not opted for authentication. Not opted means time limit alone, you tell me, pa. Not opted means for registration how much time? 30 days. So within 30 days from application you did not get registration, so deemed registration. Are you getting this? Then pa, you opted authentication and not completed within 15 days, then also time limit. So 30 days after expiry of 15 days if registration is not granted, easy. Then next, apply authentication opted, completed within 15 days, okay, completed within 15 days, but you got a notice and you gave a reply within 7 days, 7 working days. Now, what is the time limit to give you registration certificate? After reply, 7 working days. If not, then also registration deemed to be granted, correct? Within 7 working days of reply, otherwise deemed to be granted. Then you made other authentication, but based on risk parameters require site verification. Time limit 30 days. So within 30 days of application, if they are not granting registration, deemed to be registered. Suppose based on risk parameters, they are not taking physical verification and even no notice also. Then what is the time limit within which you need to get registration? 7 working days. Otherwise registration deemed to be granted. Is it clear? You told 5 points, not just now. That 5 points is only given here. So you need to write this as the answer when you get a question. What are the situations where the registration to a person is deemed to be granted? Got it? Then next question they can ask, what are the situations where Aadhaar authentication is not required? What are the situations where Aadhaar authentication is not at all required? Some cases not required. See the previous page. Easily you can remember. First, government do not require to undergo authentication. Correct? Government includes its extended family members. Who are they? Central government, state government. See that list. Central government or state government, local authority, public sector undertaking and statutory body. You understood? These 4 people do not require to undergo authentication. Got it? Then next, individual. Every individual is required to undergo authentication. What if they don't have Aadhaar number? Who will not have Aadhaar number in India? Not a citizen of India. So they are not required to undergo authentication. In HUF, who is required to undergo authentication? Karta. Who are not required to undergo authentication? Other members of HUF. Same way, firm. In firm, who is required to undergo authentication? Managing partner. Who are not required to undergo? Other partners. Then in any other person, company, body corporate, etc., who is required to undergo authentication? Authorized signatory. So others are not required. So first 4 points, how will you remember? Individual, not a citizen. HUF, other than Karta. Partnership firm, other than managing or authorized partner. And in case of others, other than authorized signatory. 4 points over. Next 4 points, central government, state government, local authority, statutory body or public sector undertaking. Last, UIN holder. So these 9 cases, they are not required to undergo authentication. So mark it as important for short note. Then the presence of applicant is not required during physical verification. Previously it was required. Now they have made an amendment. presence of applicant is not required. Sir, whenever the officer is coming for physical verification, the applicant need not be there. But if the place, address is correct, that is enough. So, presence of applicant is not required. Clear here? Then we will complete this and we'll take break. Just 2 points only. So, what is the time limit for uploading details of physical verification? That is another amendment. That is, what happens is that, sir, within 15 working days from the date of verification, they need to upload the details. Who should upload the details? Officer should upload the details. In which case, if the physical verification is after grant of registration, they granted registration, but they want to come and check. They can come, check our premises, but upload the information in the portal that they have completed physical verification within what time? 15 days. Just remember for MCQ purpose. Okay. Then suppose before granting registration itself, they want to do physical verification, they will come and upload the information of physical verification, that they completed physical verification. When they should upload? At least 5 days. 5 days or 5 working days? 5 working days. Here also 15 working days. Everywhere we have seen working days, except 30 days, it is 30 days. Okay. In all other places, that 7 working days, 15 working days, 5 working days, prior to the completion of time specified. What is the time specified for completion? 30 days. What is the time limit within which they need to do physical verification and grant registration? 30 days, na? 30 days, at least 5 days before. At least 5 working days before means what? Some 25 days or 24 days. They need to upload the information of physical verification, that they completed the physical verification. Now, as it is an amendment, directly they will ask this. What is the time limit within which the proper officer should upload the details of physical verification in the portal? If, 2 points, if registration, if the physical verification is after registration, 15 working days from the date of physical verification. If the physical verification is before granting registration, at least 5 working days before the date on which they need to complete the physical verification and grant registration certificate, that is 30 days. And this illustration 6 is related to this discussion. Mr. A commenced business on 15/5/2021 and crossed the threshold limit on 30/6/2021, and he submitted application on 25/7. Is it within 30 days? When is he liable to register? 36. And when he is making application for registration, 25/7, is it within 30 days? Yes, by selecting Aadhaar authentication. Such authentication is completed on 31/7. Can Mr. A issue revised tax invoice if registration is granted on 2/8/2021 with respect to supplies between 36 and 2/8? Remember one important point, what will be considered as the date of application? The date on which you have completed the authentication. When you completed the authentication, 31/7. 31/7. When are you liable to register? 36. Is the application made within 30 days? No, the application is made beyond 30 days. As the application is made beyond 30 days, you will not be called as application made within 30 days. So, revised tax invoice can be issued or cannot be issued? Cannot be issued. You understood the mistake that has happened here. You submitted application on time, but what is considered as the date of application? Not literally when you submit, only when you complete the authentication. As the authentication became late, revised tax invoice cannot be issued. Also, one more point we have seen, section 18(1)(a). So, if the person is making application for registration within 30 days from the date he is liable to register, then only he can take ITC on closing stock. So, even Mr. A cannot avail ITC on closing stock. So, we completed procedure 25 and 26 deemed registration, and we are left with 27, 28, 29, 30. After break we will see that, and remaining portions we will see. We will meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we will start. Look into page 232. Special provisions relating to CTP and NRTP. CTP refers to casual taxable person and NRTP refers to non-resident taxable person. and they need to get a compulsory registration whenever they commence a business, and they need to make application for registration at least 5 days before commencement of business, and the validity of their registration is 90 days, maximum 90 days. Suppose if they make application for registration for 30 days and the registration will be granted only for 30 days. If they make application for registration for 60 days, 60 days, 90 days, 90 days, 120 days, maximum 90 days only. So, number of days that they are seeking registration or 90 days, whichever is lower. So, that is the meaning of maximum 90 days. Suppose if they want to continue into the registration even after 90 days, they can continue, for which they need to make again an application for extension, and they can continue for a further period not exceeding 90 days. Means what is the maximum number of days that a person CTP NRTP can be registered? 180 days, and that is which on sufficient cause being shown by the said taxable person, proper officer may extend the said period of 90 days by a further period not exceeding 90 days. And as this CTP NRTP is not having any fixed place of business in the state, they have to make an advance tax deposit. That advance tax deposit will be adjusted against their actual liability. Suppose if there is any excess amount, they can get it as a refund. Suppose if there is any shortfall, so they have to pay the difference. And this excess amount or shortfall, everything will be in their electronic cash ledger. So you can see advance tax to be deposited at the time of registration plus extra amount for extended period. And at the time of making application for registration itself, they need to estimate what could be their net tax liability. So that is, they are going to stay in this state for 10 days. In 10 days, what could be the supplies that they can make? So like that, they have to estimate their net tax liability and deposit. So net liability means what? Gross liability minus input tax credit for the period for which registration is sought. Suppose if there is any extension is sought, for that extended period also again the additional amount of tax is required to be deposited, and I told you this advance tax will be credited to which ledger? Electronic cash ledger, which shall be adjusted against the final liability determined. Then look into the next one, section 28. So section 27 is about this. Then 28, amendment in registration. When there will be amendment in registration, remember, if there is any change in details that we have initially submitted, then it will lead to amendment in registration. Amendment in registration cannot be done in case of change in permanent account number. So when will there be a change in permanent account number? If there is a change in first name, because our fourth digit, okay, so E is the constitution, P means individual, and F is firm, C is company. Like that, if there is any change in constitution, a partnership firm becomes a company, there is a change in permanent account number. And the fifth alphabet is related to our first name. So if there is any change in the first name, then also there will be change in the permanent account number. So whenever there is a change in permanent account number, we need to make an application for new registration and cancel the old registration. We cannot continue with the same registration. Reason, the permanent account number has changed. But should we cancel the registration and then apply for new registration, or apply for new registration and then cancel the old registration? Apply for new registration and cancel, because when you apply for new registration, from the old registration ITC can be transferred and then we can cancel our old registration. So that is this. See this, amendment in registration. If there is any change in details submitted at the time of registration, check whether there is a change in permanent account number. Yes, there is a change in permanent account number. Make application for new registration and cancel your old registration. No, there is no change in permanent account number, but there are some changes. Then in that case, make an application for amendment in registration. Now check whether there is a change in the core fields. What are considered as core fields? Change in name, change in address, and change in top management is considered as core fields. What is the meaning of core fields? So these core fields, change in name, change in address and change in top management should be approved by the proper officer, then only registration will be granted. But if there is any other change, what could be any other change? Change in mobile number, change in email ID, or change in bank details, change in goods or services that we deal with. So in that case, automatically it gets updated, okay? Only in case of change in name, change in address, any address, principal place or additional place, or change in top management, proper officer approval required. Suppose if there is no change in the core field, so directly it gets updated in the portal, just a OTP verification will be done. Suppose if there is any change in the core field, the application will be forwarded to the proper officer, and if the proper officer is satisfied, then immediately the change will take place. But what is the time limit? 15 working days. What is the time limit within which we need to make application? 15 days. What is the application? REG 14. Once we make application, what is the time limit within which they will approve the change? 15 working days. For us, all days are working days when we make application, but for them it is only working days, 15 working days, okay? For us 15 days. And suppose if they are not satisfied with that, they will give a notice. Usually what is the form of notice? REG 3. Suppose sir, within 15 working days, either they are not giving notice, neither notice, nor they are approving the amendment, then the amendment deemed to be approved. So write down below, amendment deemed to be approved in the following cases. I have given some note space, there you write down, amendment deemed to be approved in the following cases. Amendment deemed to be approved in the following cases. Point number 1, amount deemed to be approved in the following cases. Number 1, neither notice in REG 3, neither notice in REG 3, nor approval in REG 15, neither notice in REG 3 nor approval in REG 15. Within what time? Within 15 working days. Within 15 working days, neither REG 3 nor, neither notice in REG 3 nor approval in REG 15. Within 15 working days. From when? From the date of application, from REG 14. 15 working days from REG 14. Then it is deemed to be approved, correct? So just write down, neither notice in REG 3 nor approval in REG 15 within 15 working days from REG 14. Second point. Now listen carefully. So suppose if the officer gives a notice, then we need to give reply to the notice. What is the time limit within which we need to give reply notice? 7 working days. What is the form in which we need to give reply notice? Usual form REG 4. And thereafter, within 7 working days, if they are neither rejecting the application in REG 5 nor granting the approval for amendment, then also amendment deemed to be approved. So second point you write down, amendment deemed to be approved in the following case. In that second point, neither rejection of application in REG 5, neither rejection of application in REG 5, neither rejection of application in REG 5, nor approval in REG 15, nor approval in REG 15 within how many days? 7 working days within 7 working days from REG 4. Clear here? REG 4 is reply. It's there on the top, you can see. What are those? REG 4 is reply. After furnishing the reply, REG 4, same. Within 7 working days, if you are neither getting the rejection nor getting the approval, then registration deemed to be amended. Okay. Next. Looking into the next section, section 29. Understood pa? Section 28, amendment in registration. 29, cancellation of registration. In this cancellation of registration, we need to know what are the situations that leads to cancellation of registration. Total 8 situations we have where registration of a person will be cancelled. First 3 situations, the registered person can make application for cancellation. Number 1, there is transfer or discontinuance of business. Transfer or discontinuance means what? Business you have transferred, means the other person only should register, so you can make application for cancellation. Or you stopped doing the business, then also you can make application for cancellation. Change in constitution of business. Change in constitution means what? Partnership to company or sole proprietorship to partnership, then a new registration we get, so old registration we need to cancel. Or taxable person no longer liable to be registered, means what? His turnover would have fallen below the threshold limit. In these 3 cases, what are the 3 cases here? Transfer or discontinuance of business, a person is no longer change in constitution, or a person no longer liable to be registered. In these 3 cases, either the registered person can make application for cancellation or proper officer suo motu can initiate cancellation. But there are 5 situations where proper officer will initiate cancellation. What are they? If you have contravened the provisions of the act or rules. Number 2, you are under composition scheme. You need to file an annual return. What is the annual return for a person opting for composition scheme? GSTR 4. By when the GSTR 4 needs to be filed? By 30th April of the succeeding financial year. Due date over, 30th April over. And within 3 months after due date, if you are not furnishing annual return, then your registration will be cancelled. Suppose if you are under normal scheme, you have not filed returns for consecutive 6 months, continuous 6 months or 2 quarters. 6 months means 2 quarters only, na? Then also your registration will be cancelled. So returns related 2 points. What are those 2 points? Number 1, contravention of provisions of the act or rules, or returns. Returns point I am asking. Person under composition scheme, not file annual return within 3 months after due date. And then next one, so person under normal scheme, not file return for consecutive 6 months or 2 quarters. Then also registration deemed to be cancelled. Registration will be cancelled. Okay, automatically they will cancel that registration. Then next, if you have contravened the provisions in that, so contravention, there are many contraventions, but one more point you see, registration obtained by fraud. So what is registration obtained by fraud? You gave fake details for registration, or you voluntarily obtained registration but not commence business within 6 months. In these 5 cases, our registration will be cancelled by the officer. Sir, cancellation of registration, what is the disadvantage? Disadvantage is simple. So whenever they cancel the registration, we need to reverse the ITC on our closing stock. And even though we don't have that much of balance in ITC, we need to pay. So it is like you downloaded a game in your mobile. You played the game, and to cross one level and all, it is taking hell lot of time. Multiple attempts you are taking to cross one level in the game. Yes, you know. So because games and all will be complicated, just like that we will not be able to cross the levels. And like that 14 levels you completed, and you played that game for around 30 days. And now suddenly the game got deleted, and again you are reinstalling and playing from beginning. It will hurt or not? It will hurt. Like that you are doing business. You accumulated lot of ITC, and suddenly they are telling registration cancel, reverse the ITC. Again you need to do from the beginning. You understood? That is like a penalty for the purpose of non-compliance with the provisions. You got it? So now when you get a question, what are the situations that leads to cancellation of registration? You need to write these 8 points. Okay. So what are those 8 points? Number 1, transfer or discontinuance. Number 2, change in constitution. Number 3, no longer liable to be registered. Then next, contravention of provisions. Total 4 you told. Composition scheme, not file annual return within 3 months after due date. Okay, next. Normal scheme, not file returns for 6 months or 2 quarters. Next. Obtain voluntary registration, not commence business within 6 months. One more point. Registration obtained by fraud. These 8 points you need to write. Then see the next one. What are the contravention of provisions that leads to cancellation of registration? In these 8 points, 1 point is what? Contravention of provisions of the act or rules. And what are the contravention of those provisions that leads to cancellation of registration? That is 7 points. You remember these 7 points? Number 1, wrong address. Wrong address means what? You are doing business in a different address than the address what you have given in registration certificate. Then next, wrong ITC. You are not supposed to take the credit, but you avail the ITC. So contravene that section 16, conditions for availment of ITC you did not follow and you took. Then wrong invoice. Wrong invoice means you have given invoice with incorrect details, reduced rate or some other goods like that you have shown, or value you have reduced. So these 3. What are the first 3 points, pa? Wrong address, wrong ITC, wrong invoice. So wrong address, wrong invoice, wrong ITC. Wrong address does not conduct business from the place where they have obtained registration, issues invoice in contravention of the provisions, and avail ITC in violation of section 16. Then 3 violations. So number 1, violates furnishing of bank details. So we have to give the bank details within 30 days from the date of registration or date of filing first GSTR 1, whichever is earlier. Otherwise, our registration will be cancelled. Then next, you have violated anti-profiteering provisions. Anti-profiteering means you should have transferred the benefit of reduction in rate of GST to the next person. Sir, previously the rate of GST was 18%. Now they reduce the rate of GST to 5%. Means 13% has got reduced. That 13% you need to transfer to the next person, that is consumer, by reducing the sale price. If you are not reducing the sale price but retain the same sale price, your profit will increase, correct? This increase in profit is known as profiteering. To avoid this profiteering, they will pass an anti-profiteering order asking you to pass on the benefit. If you are still not complying with the provisions, then it will lead to cancellation of registration. So you please write down below. In case when there is a reduction in rate of GST, in case when there is a reduction in rate of GST, in case when there is a reduction in rate of GST, but the benefit of such reduction, but the benefit of such reduction is not passed on to the buyer, is not passed on to the buyer by way of reducing the price, by way of reducing the price, comma, it leads to profiteering. It leads to profiteering. Understood, pa? What is profiteering? What is that? There is a reduction in rate of GST, but that benefit you should have passed on to the buyer. How you will pass on the benefit to the buyer? By reducing the sale price. If you have not done that, it is known as profiteering. To avoid profiteering, continue. To avoid profiteering, an anti-profiteering order to avoid profiteering, an anti-profiteering order shall be passed. Okay. So suppose if you are not complying with that anti-profiteering, that is a violation. You got the clarity. So what are the two violations we have seen? Violation of furnishing bank details, violation of anti-profiteering. One more point, pa. Violation of provision of Rule 86B, that is payment of 1% of your liability through electronic cash ledger. So what is this? Sir, every person, they have to pay at least 1% of their liability through cash ledger if their turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. So concentrate, remember important point, usually it will not be directly tested in question, it will be like a hidden adjustment. So when this 86B 1% will be applicable, turnover in a month greater than 50 lakhs. And out of your gross liability, 1% of your gross liability you have to pay through cash ledger. And 99% only you can pay through credit ledger, even though you have sufficient balance in the credit ledger. So this is like, say, my gross liability is 18 lakhs and I have ITZ 20 lakhs. But can I use 20 lakhs for payment of 18 lakhs? No. So out of this 18 lakhs, 1% I have to pay through cash ledger. So how much will be through cash ledger? How much will be through cash ledger? 1%. 1% of 18 lakhs. 18 lakhs into 1%, that will be 18,000. And through electronic credit ledger, how much I need to pay? 99%. 99% of liability. What is 99% of liability? 17 lakh 82,000 I have to pay through credit ledger. If I am paying, the turnover, liability 18 lakhs na, turnover will be definitely more than 50 lakhs. Liability means GST. You take 18 lakhs divided by rate of GST, you take somewhere like 18%. So 18 lakhs divided by 0.18, how much? 18 lakhs divided by 0.18, how much you got? 100 lakhs, correct? More than 50 lakhs. So you take 12% GST also. 18 lakhs divided by 0.12. So 12% is 18 lakhs means 100% is how much? So more than 50 lakhs, correct? So definitely the turnover will be more than 50 lakhs, not tax more than 50 lakhs. So when 86B will be applicable, turnover, not tax, turnover more than 50 lakhs. Then 86B applicable, which says, even though you have sufficient balance in the ITC, you have to pay mandatorily 1% through cash ledger, that is 18,000, and remaining 99% you can pay through the electronic cash ledger. And this, still there will be some balance in the ITC that you can carry forward. Without following this, if you use entirely ITC for payment of your gross liability, that is an offense. So that will lead to cancellation of registration. That is what violation of payment of 1% liability through cash ledger. So tell me, what are these 6 points we have seen so far? First 3, wrong address, wrong ITC, wrong invoice. Then 3 violation of anti-profiteering and violation of furnishing bank details and violation of payment of 1% of liability through cash ledger. Then last one more point, 7th point, that is your liability in GSTR1 is greater than GSTR3B for 1 or more tax periods. When will it happen like this? Liability in GSTR1 greater than GSTR3B. In GSTR1, you have showed more liability. You don't have to pay GST at the time of filing GSTR1. GSTR1 just invoice details we will show, but actually we need to pay tax at the time of filing 3B. So as per GSTR1, you have showed your liability as 18 lakhs, but in your 3B you paid only 12 lakhs. Okay, so means what happened? There is a shortfall now. Actually, what is your liability as per GSTR1? 18 lakhs. But how much you should have paid? 18 lakhs. But how much you actually paid? 12 lakhs. So there is a shortfall. So then also it will lead to cancellation of registration. Sir, which idiot will show more liability and pay less liability, sir? Problem is, in GSTR1 I will show more liability because I want to give credit to my recipient. So therefore the recipient will take credit. But this month I don't have that much money to pay tax. I would have spent fully. So I have to pay tax. So I have paid only 12 lakhs because I don't have money. Then if you do like this for one or more tax periods, it will lead to cancellation of registration. Is it clear? Same way, if you are taking ITC in your 3B more than your ITC as per 2B. So in your 2B, say 3 lakhs is the ITC. You should not take more than the matched ITC. But if you want to take more than the matched ITC, sir, can we take that, sir? Actually, yes, because in 3B, we will only do the entry. When we are entering more than 3 lakhs when you take, it will show a warning. Boss, you are taking an ITC more than your 2B. Really you want to take ITC, it will tell the warning. But even then, actually in some cases it is allowed to be taken. Genuine cases also could be there. GST paid under RCM, pertaining to earlier tax period, re-availment of ITC. So that's why it will not restrict. It will tell, okay, take, but red one message will come. It is like you are taking ITC more than your 2B. So if it is genuine ITC, you proceed to take. Otherwise, don't take like that. Even you ignore that warning and you are taking more ITC and it is not genuine. Not genuine. So just like that one number you have put and you took the ITC, that will also lead to cancellation of registration. Is it clear? So what is that last point, pa? Liability in GSTR1 greater than 3B for one or more tax periods, or ITC in your 3B is greater than your 2B for one or more tax periods. When you get a question on what are the contravention of provisions that leads to cancellation of registration, you need to write this 7 points. Understood? Then, now sir, whenever our registration is suspended, what is the, that is whenever our registration is liable to be cancelled, what is the department will do? First they will suspend our registration. Please listen. So we have seen many situations there will be cancellation of registration. What they will do is that directly they will not cancel. First they will suspend our registration and they will do the enquiry and thereafter they will decide to cancel. Sometimes they may not cancel, they will allow us to continue in the registration also. Is it clear, pa? So first you will make application for cancellation or department will initiate cancellation. What is the first step that they do? They do the suspension of registration. From the suspension of registration till the cancellation of registration, some time will be there. During this time, you are behaving like an unregistered person, but you are officially not called as an unregistered person. Is it clear? Example, one police is committing a mistake. Now, he will be dismissed or suspended? Suspended. And they will conduct an enquiry. If really he has committed the offence, he will be, suppose if he is not committing any mistake, he will be continuing, correct? He will be continuing. But in this period, he is police or not a police? He is police. But he don't have the powers of a police. Is it clear? Sir, during the period of suspension, he is police. But he is not having powers of a police. If you go and dance before him, he will keep in mind. But after the date when he is continuing, can he take action or not? Yes. You understood? Suppose if he is dismissed, so far he was not having power. Now officially he is not called as a police, he can't do anything. You understood? Like that, whenever your registration is suspended, you will behave like an unregistered person, which means On your outward supply, you cannot collect GST. On your inward supply, you cannot take ITC by filing return. And the moment when your registration is cancelled, you are literally like unregistered, officially unregistered person. So far you were like unregistered only, but now officially unregistered. Suppose if they make you continue in the registration for this period where you have not filed returns and took ITC, you can take now. And for this period you have not recovered GST, you can recover the GST by giving revised tax invoice. Is it clear? So say this. A registered person whose registration has been suspended. Sir, is suspension of registration mandatory or optional? Is suspension of registration mandatory or optional? You read the first paragraph and tell me. May suspend the registration means they may not even suspend the registration also, correct? And when suspension of registration will come into picture? Only when there is a cancellation. Got it? What is the period for which your registration will be suspended? If you make application from the date you selected till the date they conclude the proceedings. When they initiate cancellation from the date they selected till the date of conclusion of cancellation proceedings. Please go through this table. Whenever you made application for cancellation, the date you are selecting in the application or date of application, whichever is later, till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings. Suppose if officer initiate cancellation, he will be specifying in the notice one date from which our registration is suspended till the proceedings, cancellation proceedings. During this period of suspension, you are not supposed to collect tax from your recipient, so you cannot issue a tax invoice. Even on your purchases, you cannot take ITC, so GSTR 3B cannot be filed for availing ITC. Sir, during this suspended period, if I file the returns, why my registration is suspended or cancelled? They have started the cancellation because of non-filing of returns. You understood? Sir, whenever you are not filing returns, they will initiate cancellation and they suspended your registration. Sir, during this period, can I file the returns for this period? No. During this period, can I file the returns pertaining to the period before suspension? Yes. Sir, for some period, like say 6 months, you did not file return. Now they gave a notice for cancellation and they have even suspended your registration. Now during this suspended period, that last 6 months for which you did not file return, can you file now? Yes. But for this suspended period, you cannot file any returns. If you file these returns, what will happen? Automatically your suspension will be revoked and you will continue in the registration. You got it? So that's an amendment. Then next one, you can see this illustration to get the clarity about that suspension of registration with dates I have just given. A person makes application for cancellation on 2010 and the date selected by him in the application is 1/11, whichever is later. What is the date of application? 2010. What is the date of application? 2010. What is the date selected in the application? 1/11, whichever is later, 1/11. From 1/11 till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings. Conclusion of cancellation proceedings 5/12. What will happen on 5/12? Either they will accept your application and continue in the cancellation, or they will reject your application, means you will continue in the registration. Either they will reject your application or they will pass the order for cancellation. You got it? So what will happen in the conclusion of cancellation proceedings? Either they will cancel or they will allow you to continue. You got it? Suppose if they pass the order of cancellation, that order of cancellation is passed on which date? Passed on which date? No, 1/11 they cannot pass, because they will not have a watch like Doctor Strange. They will not go back, and on 5/12 they cannot go back to 1/11 and give. So when they will pass the order? 5/12. So on 5/12 only they can pass the order. But what is the effective date of cancellation? 1/11. Are you understanding? What is the meaning of this with effect from 1/11 means? Sir, order they will give you on 5/12, But what is the date mentioned in the order as effective of cancellation? 111. So far 111 onwards, you were behaving like an unregistered person. Now officially you will be called as an unregistered person. Are you getting this? Now suppose, sir, if they are rejecting the application, then again with effect from 111 only, we will be continuing as a registered person. But during this period, what we have done on our outward supplies, whether we recovered GST? No. We have not recovered GST on our outward supplies. On inward supplies, whether we have taken ITZ? No, we have not taken ITZ. Now, they rejected the application. When they rejected the application, we will continue in the registration. Now, for the last 1 month, I have not collected the GST from my customers. How can I collect? By giving revised tax invoice. And again, I have not availed ITZ for the last 1 month. Can I avail ITZ now? Yes. So GSTR 3B of November to be filed, because for November month I have not filed, that I will file. And supplies between 111 and 512, GST payable can be recovered by issuing revised tax invoice. Then next one, suppose if officer initiates cancellation, same process. Officer gave a notice on 2010 and he is telling with effect from 111 your registration will be suspended. And on 512 they will decide. What they will decide? Either they will pass an order for cancellation or they will drop the notice and allow you to continue in registration. Now suppose if they pass the order of cancellation on 512, what will be the effective date of cancellation? 111. And suppose if they drop the notice, you can continue in the registration. But for this period, on outward supplies and inward supplies, on outward supplies you have not collected GST, on inward supply you have not availed ITC. So same story, you can give revised tax invoice to recover GST and you can file returns to avail ITC. Now say they passed an order for cancellation, but actually you don't want your registration to be cancelled. So is there any recourse available to you? Yes, you can make application for revocation of cancellation, that is only section 30. Again I am repeating. Once the order for cancellation is passed, thereafter we can make application for revocation of cancellation. Previously, what was the time limit for revocation application? 30 days. It can be extended for a further period of 30 days by ACDC plus 30 days by Commissioner. Now they have amended it. It is 90 days from the date of cancellation order and it can be extended for a further period of 180 days based on the approval of Commissioner, Additional Commissioner or Joint Commissioner. So see that this is an updated provision here. Application for revocation of cancellation. What is revocation of cancellation means? Withdrawal of cancellation order can be made within 90 days from the date of order of cancellation. Date of order of cancellation means in this example 111 or 512? 512, not 111, 512. When you officially in your hand, when you got the order copy? 512, then only you will know na. But the effective date was 111. So 512 plus 90 days, and even if you are missing that 90 days also plus 180 days, but that should be approved by additional or joint commissioner or by commissioner. Understood the time limit pa? So tell me what is the time limit for revocation of cancellation? 90 days from date of order of cancellation, which can be extended for a further period of 180 days, and that should be approved by additional or joint commissioner or commissioner. Then say this, procedure for cancellation of registration. So what is the procedure for cancellation of registration? First, either you will make application or they will give notice, correct? Two cases. Suppose you are making application for cancellation. What is the form of application for cancellation? REG 16. And proper officer is satisfied that registration is liable to be cancelled. So no, they are not satisfied. They are telling no, your turnover now it has come down, but in future it will go, so we will not cancel. Fine, they will reject the application. What is the time limit? 30 days. Very simple. Sir, within 30 days from the date when you apply, either they will pass the order of cancellation or they will reject the application. procedure over. Just to one point you should remember, what is that? You make application, within 30 days they will either decide to reject the application or they will pass the order of cancellation. In between this 30 days period, what is the 30-day period called as? Suspension of registration. Got it? Then suppose if proper officer initiate cancellation, they will give a notice, and that notice you need to give reply. Usually what is the time limit within which you need to give reply? Notice 7 working days. And proper officer satisfied with the reply, proper officer satisfied with the reply, yes, then they will drop the proceeding and allow you to continue in the registration. If the proper officer not satisfied with your reply, then they will pass the cancellation order. Sir, what is the time limit within which they should decide? Again 30 days. But that 30 days is not given in the law, but this is based on CBIC direction. You got it? In law they have not given, but as per CBIC direction, means all this process will be over in 30 days when they give notice or you make application. So they will either pass the cancellation order or they will reject the application, or either they will pass the cancellation order or drop the proceedings within 30 days. But in case when notice is given, actually we will give a reply. What is that reply? 7 working days. That is the extra point. So actually this procedure for cancellation of registration I have not discussed previously and all, but in the updated study material, latest study material, they have given this. So that's why they have included. So maybe we can expect some MCQs based on this time limits. Then look into the next one, last section, revocation of cancellation of registration. So whenever there is a cancellation order, from the cancellation order we need to make application for revocation of cancellation within 90 days plus 180 days, and all the pending returns should be filed. Whatever is the pending returns, that should be filed. Once you make revocation application, again proper officer satisfied, yes, if the proper officer is satisfied, they will revoke the cancellation order. Suppose not satisfied, they will give a notice. What is the time limit within which either they will revoke the cancellation or they will give notice? Same 30 days. 30 days. Suppose if they give a notice, what is the time limit within which we need to give reply to the notice? 7 working days. And after that reply, within 30 days, if the officer is satisfied, they will revoke cancellation, otherwise they will reject application. You understood? Now suppose if they revoke cancellation, from the date of cancellation till the revocation, you have not filed returns now. Those returns you need to file within 30 days. Say this. Sir, first you go for revocation application, sir. First you go for revocation application. And this is the order of cancellation. Thereafter you will file the revocation application. Up to the order of cancellation you have not filed some returns now. Those pending returns you need to file now. Again, from the order of cancellation till the revocation order, during this period some returns are not filed now. Those returns you need to file after revocation order within 30 days. You understood or not? No, okay, no issue. Order of cancellation in our example is 5/12. Correct? But with effect from 1/11. So 1/11 is the effective date of cancellation. Then thereafter you make a revocation application, thereafter they will pass a revocation order. Say for example, revocation order is passed on 18th of December. (1/11/2020) 2020 only, no? 1/11/2020, and thereafter, so here say it is on somewhere 18/8/2021, because lot of gap is there now for making revocation application. Now up to October, please listen, up to October, whatever returns that you have not filed, that you should file at the time of revocation application. So which returns? Up to October, returns not filed. So up to October 2020, that returns should be filed before revocation application, because without filing those returns, you cannot make the revocation application. Now, from November to August, August not 18th August, so November to July, because now only 18th August na. So all those returns, what are the returns between 1/11 to 18/18? Which period to which period? November 2020 to August 2021. All those returns you need to file within 30 days from 18/8/2021. What is 18/8/2021? So from there 30 days. What is 30 days? 17/9/2021. You need to file those returns. Understood or not? That's it, pa. So this is about registration. We have completed this. Now look into composition scheme. Please check page number 207. Composition scheme, I told you there is only one amendment, remaining things and all are same. So composition scheme section is what? Section 10. And there are two types of composition scheme. First of all, what is the purpose of composition scheme? There are lot of small traders or small dealers. If they are paying GST at the regular rates, their sales may not increase. In order to increase their sales, a reduced rate of GST is given to them, and that reduced rate of GST, if they pay, they cannot recover that GST from their customers, and even they cannot take ITC on their inward supplies. So let's try to understand the advantages and disadvantages of composition scheme, and then we will see what are the various composition schemes. You are under composition scheme. What is the advantage? First, cost to consumer gets reduced. Why cost to consumer gets reduced? Rather than, that is, you will not charge GST to the customer. Usually a normal person, a person who is under normal scheme, will charge GST to the customer. For example, 5,000 rupees plus GST 18%, means what will be the cost to the consumer? 5,900. Suppose if they are under composition scheme, how much they will be charging? Only 5,000. Means the cost to consumer gets reduced, yes or no? Because the cost to consumer gets reduced, as a consumer you tell me whether you buy from a person under normal scheme or under composition scheme. Composition scheme. So because of it the sales volume will increase, and when the sales volume increases, what is the advantage to the supplier? Total profit also will increase. And one more advantage in composition scheme is reduction in compliance cost, because a normal scheme person is required to pay tax on a monthly basis, file returns on a monthly basis. But a person under composition scheme will be filing returns on a quarterly basis, even tax also they will pay on a quarterly basis. Moreover, in accounts and records chapter we have seen that a person under normal scheme is required to maintain I formats, but a person under composition scheme is required to maintain only I forma. So few records are not required to be maintained. Like that, there will be reduction in the compliance cost for a person under composition scheme. So these are the advantages of composition scheme. So cost to consumer gets reduced, because of which our sales volume increases, because of which the total profit increases, even there is a reduction in compliance cost. Compliance cost means what? Cost of complying with GST provisions. That is known as compliance cost. We need to pay money to file the returns, and we need to pay the taxes monthly. If we pay on a quarterly basis, that quarter it will be with us only, so we can pay it later. And even accounts and records to maintain, that will involve some cost. So consultant fees, chartered accountants fees, etc. and all. So that will get reduced. That is the meaning of that. Then what are the disadvantages of composition scheme? A person who is under composition scheme cannot take ITC on their inward supplies. On their purchases they cannot take ITC, and their purchase price increases. So why purchase price increases? Normally, example, 1,000 rupees plus 12% GST you paid. If ITC available, what is your purchase cost? 1,000. If ITC not available, what is your purchase cost? 1,120. So your purchase price increases because ITC not available. And what will happen to the profit? Profit gets reduced because of two reasons. as purchase price increases, and the GST whatever you have to pay out of your pocket, so your profitability gets reduced, and tax cannot be recovered from the recipient. You have to pay out of your pocket whatever is at reduced rates. So these are the disadvantages. Now the person who is under composition scheme should decide whether really they need to go for composition scheme or not based on this cost benefit analysis. Now there are two composition schemes, one under 10.1, another under 10.2a. To whom this first composition scheme is applicable? A registered person who is engaged in manufacture of goods, or a trader, or a supply of food service provider. For three people, composition scheme under 10.1 will be applicable. Who are they? Manufacturer, trader, supply of food service provider. And composition scheme under 10.2a, to whom it will be applicable? Same. Manufacturer, trader, and supply of any other service. So what is the extra point that we have in 10.2a compared to 10.1? Sir, any service provider can go for composition scheme under 10.2a. But under 10.1, only a person engaged in supply of food can go for composition scheme. Then, what is the meaning of aggregate turnover for determining the eligibility for composition scheme? So, generally what is the meaning of aggregate turnover? Taxable supplies, exempted supplies, non-taxable supplies, zero rated supplies, correct? Minus inward supplies under RCM and even taxes. This is the general meaning of aggregate turnover. Am I right, pa? Now to this you make two adjustments, you will get aggregate turnover for determining the eligibility for composition scheme. What are those adjustments? So interest on loans, advances, deposits should not be taken into aggregate turnover, and pre-registration turnover should be included in the aggregate turnover. So see this. So aggregate turnover will be computed on the basis of turnover on all India basis and will include the value of taxable supplies, exempted supplies and exports made by all persons within the same permanent account number, but excludes inward supplies under RCM. For that extra one adjustment they are asking us to do, interest on loans, advances, deposits will not be taken into computation of aggregate turnover. So I have given the turnover meaning. So in different places what we get as turnover, page number 212, page number 212, you can see there, meaning of aggregate turnover. So what is the meaning of aggregate turnover for composition scheme? What is the meaning of aggregate turnover for composition scheme? Same as meaning of aggregate turnover normal, and two adjustments. What are the two adjustments? Interest on loans, advances, deposits should not be taken. Highlight that. Interest on loans, advances, deposits should not be taken. But in regular aggregate turnover it should be included. Yes. Then pre-registration turnover should be included. What is pre-registration turnover means? Before you get registered, some turnover will be there na. That should also be taken into aggregate turnover here. These are the two adjustments that you need to remember from the regular meaning of aggregate turnover. Sir, why we need to study this aggregate turnover? Because composition scheme under 10.1 is applicable to a person whose aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit of 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs, which you can see in page number 208. Differences between composition scheme under 10.1 and composition scheme under 10.2a. Have a look into that. What is it they are telling? To whom composition scheme under 10.1 will be applicable? Read there. When their aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores and 75 lakhs in case of 8 special category states. So what are those 8 special category states? Generally you remember 8 northeastern states, M, T, N, A, Sam. Now remove A, Assam, and add Uttarakhand. So these are the 8 states for which 75 lakhs limit will be applicable. So what are the 8 states pa? M, T, N, U, Sam. What is MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. U, Uttarakhand. Yes, Sikkim. A, Arunachal Pradesh. M, Meghalaya. For these 8 states, what is the applicable limit for composition scheme? 75 lakhs. Should we see that for current year or previous year? Previous year. So aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs in case of 8 special category states. Then current year we can opt for composition scheme under 10.1. Suppose if you want to go for composition scheme under 10.2a, what should be your aggregate turnover during the previous year? 50 lakhs. It should not exceed 50 lakhs. All states, okay, we don't have any special category, etc. All states 50 lakhs. Aggregate turnover during previous year should not exceed 50 lakhs. Now, you told me to whom 10.1 is applicable? Manufacturer, trader, supplier of food service provider. To whom 10.2a will be applicable? Manufacturer, trader, any service provider. Now, as a manufacturer, you tell me, first point you see and tell me, is it 10.1 or 10.2a? Which will you prefer as a manufacturer? Because as a manufacturer, you will get both. So, you tell me which will you decide? 10.1. Because more limit we have now. So, then trader also 10.1. Supply of food service provider also 10.1. Any other service provider as 10.1 not possible, you will go for 10.2a. Is it clear, pa? Any other service provider as 10.1 not possible, so they go for 10.2a. Then, so see the second point, to whom it is applicable? Manufacturer, trader, supplier of food service provider, and 10.2a manufacturer, trader, any service provider. What is the benefit of reduced rates? This you need to remember. Generally rates related to composition scheme, they will not give in question, you have to determine. Whereas normal rates and all, it will be given in the question itself, but composition scheme you need to remember the rates. So what is the rates under 10.1? To 10.1 to whom it is applicable? Manufacturer, trader, supplier of food service provider. Look into manufacturer, what is the rate of GST under composition scheme? 0.5 CGST, 0.5 SGST. You remember as 1%. 1% of what turnover? Taxable turnover or total turnover? Total turnover. Sir, what is the difference between taxable turnover and total turnover? Total turnover includes exempted supplies. Taxable turnover means excluding exempted supplies. Understood? Now, manufacturer 1% of what turnover? Total turnover. Trader, you see, trader 1% of what turnover? Taxable turnover. Understood the difference between manufacturer trader rates? Manufacturer also 1%, trader also 1%. Manufacturer 1% of total turnover. Trader 1% of taxable turnover. Supply of food service provider, what is the rate? 5%. 5% of what turnover? Total turnover. These are the three rates that you need to remember. So, manufacturer 1% of total turnover and trader 1% of taxable turnover. Supply of food service provider 5% on total turnover. Logically, if you see restaurants, normal rate also 5%, composition scheme also 5%. So, they will not go for composition scheme, they will go for normal scheme. But outdoor caterer, normal rate is 18%, composition scheme is 5%. So, they will go. So, like supply of food, wherever normal rate also 5, they will not go for composition scheme. They will continue in normal scheme because that 5% they can recover from the customer. But if the rate is not 5%, some other rate, then they will go for composition scheme because they get the advantage. Understood? Then, what is the benefit of reduced rates in case of 10.2a? What is the rate, pa? 6% on what turnover? Total turnover. Then, what is the current year limit for the reduced rate? Same, 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs. And once they cross that 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, they cannot continue in the composition scheme. They are disqualified. Whereas 10.2a, what is the limit? 50 lakhs. Okay. Now, sir, I am engaged in some other services, but I want to be in 10.1. Is there any possibility? Example, I am a manufacturer and I can go for 10.1, but I want to provide some installation services. Okay. Can I be in 10.1? Yes. For that, there is a limit. Up to what extent I should provide other services? 10% of turnover during previous year or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. To that extent, I can provide the services. Okay. Now, you all can get up and sit once. Okay. Sit. kindly don't sleep during the afternoon till exams. No, try to control, because our exam time is like that, 2 to 5. And during that time, actually in the body, the effectiveness will be very, very less. So don't sleep during that time, because that will become a habit and your effectiveness will come down. Okay. So develop a habit of not sleeping in the afternoon, or take a power nap. Power nap, it's like 10 minutes to 15 minutes. Keep an alarm and you get up. Now it should not be like you turn off the alarm and you sleep for 2 hours. No, not like that. Okay. Fine. So what is the point I was referring to is, sir, I am a manufacturer, sir, and during the previous year my turnover is 120 lakhs. Can I go for composition scheme? Yes. But how much services I can provide other than supply of food? Under 10.1. What was my turnover during previous year? 120 lakhs. 120 lakhs into 10% is how much? 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. So 12 lakhs worth of services I can provide. Understood? Again I am repeating. A person who is under composition scheme 10.1 cannot provide services other than supply of food. But if they want to provide any other service, they can provide, but only to the extent of 10% of turnover during previous year or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. And for these services, what will be the rate of GST? The rate applicable to trader. What is the rate applicable to trader? 1% of taxable turnover. Understood? So we have come across taxable turnover, total turnover, that difference you know. Aggregate turnover and turnover for 10% limit. See this example, no need to make note, just listen. Sir, during the previous year, I am doing business in 3 states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala, and my turnover is 60 lakhs, 40 lakhs and 30 lakhs. So my aggregate turnover is 130 lakhs. During the current year, my first question to you, can I go for composition scheme 10.1? Yes or no? Why? What is my aggregate turnover during previous year? 130 lakhs. And what is the applicable limit for me? Am I doing business in MMTN new stamp? In this list MMTN new stamp is there? No. So that's why 75 lakhs will not come. In this list, if MMTN new stamp is there, any one state, MMTN new stamp is there, automatically the limit will be 75 lakhs. So therefore the applicable limit is 150. During previous year aggregate turnover does not exceed 150. Can I go for composition scheme 10.1? Yes. Now during the current year, to what extent I can provide the services? Calculate and tell me. How much services I can provide during the current year? 13 lakhs services I can provide, because 130 lakhs into 10%, 13 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Absolutely wrong answer. Because this is not aggregate turnover, this is turnover. 10% of turnover. What is the difference between aggregate turnover and turnover? Aggregate turnover, all India basis, turnover will be state wise. So 60 lakhs into 10%. Or whichever is, so that will be 6 lakhs, and whichever is higher. Therefore, I can provide 6 lakhs worth of services in Tamil Nadu. In Karnataka, 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. So that is 5 lakhs. Then in Kerala, 3 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. So to what extent I can provide the services? Understood? So it's not 13 lakhs. In the MCQ, 13 lakhs will be given, 16 lakhs will be given. We will think 13 lakhs and we'll select the answer as 13, but the answer is 16 lakhs. we can provide services of 16 lakhs because this 10% point is not to be computed based on aggregate turnover. This 10% point should be computed based on state-wise because it is not aggregate turnover, it is turnover. Sir, what is the difference between aggregate turnover under composition scheme and turnover under composition scheme? Both are same, everything same. Aggregate turnover is on all India basis, turnover is computed state-wise. Everything else is ditto, same. You understood? So, therefore, why we will take turnover? Why we will take turnover? For 10% limit. And whether we see this turnover for previous year or current year? Previous year only. So, aggregate turnover also we will see for the previous year, correct? So, see this. Come back to page number 212. Page 212. So, see the difference between aggregate turnover for composition scheme and turnover for computing 10% limit. Same, where is the difference? Sir, this is all India and this is state-wise. Remaining and all is same. Clear? So, what is the difference? Only thing, aggregate turnover is on all India, A for all India, and here A is not there, so state-wise. Okay. Remaining points and all will be same. Now, sir, we need to take current year turnover for payment of GST under composition scheme. Am I right? Okay, I am under composition scheme, that's fine. I have decided that I want to be in composition scheme. Now, current year, I need to pay GST on what turnover? So, taxable turnover or total turnover of the current year. Okay, but there are some cases where I am disqualified from the composition scheme. So, please look into page 208, come back. In some cases, I am disqualified from composition scheme, means I should not go for composition scheme. Whether I need to check this for the current year or previous year? Current year. The following supplies should not be made during current year. The following supplies should not be made during current year. What are those supplies? Remember, S9 RCM. Section 9 is RCM. Okay. Yes, 9 RCM. Section 9 is RCM. Correct? So, remember this list. S9 RCM. What is yes, sir? Supplier of services other than supply of food or beyond 10% limit. I cannot provide na. Sir, I am under 10.1. Being in 10.1, either I should be providing restaurant service or supply of food service or 10% limit. Beyond that, can I provide any other service? No. So, that is the first disqualification. If I provide any other service or if I provide service beyond 10% limit, I am disqualified from composition scheme. That is yes. N for non-resident taxable person. NRTP cannot go for composition scheme. And next I for interstate supply of goods or services. If I make interstate supplies also, I cannot go for composition scheme. Then another N, non-taxable supplies. Non-taxable supplies means alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. If I am making sale of that, I cannot go for composition scheme. Generally, restaurant can go for composition scheme, yes. But there is a bar and restaurant which will sell food as well as sell liquor. Can they go for composition scheme? No. Can a petrol bunk go for composition scheme? No. Why? Because they are engaged in sale of petroleum products. Got it? Then yes, NIN, E for e-commerce operator. Which case? Supply of goods or services through e-commerce operator, only services through e-commerce operator. Only services through e-commerce operator. Generally, can restaurant go for composition scheme? Yes. But if they supply through Swiggy or Zomato, can they go for composition scheme? No. Then R for inward supplies on which GST is payable under 9.4. So, inward supplies on which GST payable under RCM under 9.4. So, you cannot go for composition scheme. Sir, but 9.4 now is applicable only to promoter or builder. Anyhow, promoter or builder cannot go for composition scheme because that is some other services, na, they cannot go for composition scheme. Then C for casual taxable person. So NRTP also cannot go for composition scheme. Casual taxable person also cannot go for composition scheme. Then M for manufacturer of certain notified goods. What are those notified goods? Ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, aerated waters. Extra one more product is there. In that list, we did not have aerated waters. Where? Registration. But here we have extra one more product, that is aerated waters. Aerated waters is like raw material for sodas. Sodas and beverage industry, raw material is aerated waters. That is water they will take and do the oxidization by removing certain minerals. So this oxidization, the water taste will be different, okay. And usually when you have the soda, normal soda when you drink without cooling, so that will prick your tongue, okay, without cooling etc. and all. If you drink the soda, you can see it's not like a normal water, it will prick, because they will remove certain minerals etc. in the water. There is an oxidization process that happens. In this oxidized water, if they put the essence, that will become 7-Up, that will become Miranda, that will become Thumbs Up, like that essence they will be adding. So basically this aerated waters is common for all the beverage industry. It's a raw material. So a person who is manufacturing these aerated waters cannot opt for composition scheme. But remember, only manufacturer. But a trader can go for composition scheme. Ibaco ice cream shop, can they go for composition scheme? Yes or no? Yes. Why? Because they are not manufacturing. But suppose if there is a manufacturer of ice cream, can they go for composition scheme? No. So what are the who are the manufacturer of certain notified goods? Ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, aerated waters, bricks and roofing tiles. What is the difference between this point and the registration point? Registration point, so supplier cannot, any supplier, manufacturer or trader cannot get 40 lakhs limit. Here only manufacturer cannot go for composition scheme. There we don't have aerated waters, and here we have that. Now, so can you tell me this S9 RCM? Come on, S for services other than supply of food or beyond 10% limit. Then N, non-resident taxable person. I, interstate supply of goods or services. Another N, non-taxable supplies. E, what through e-commerce operator? Services through e-commerce operator. Then R, RCM under 9(4). Then C, casual taxable person. M, manufacturer of notified goods. Now say this. So this is common even for 10(2)A also. But only thing is that for 10(2)A this S point not applicable, because 10(2)A any service provider can go na. So what is the difference in conditions between 10(1) and 10(2)A? 10(1) S9 RCM, 10(2)A it will be 9 RCM. So that is about this, okay. Next, so look into the meaning of turnover for payment of GST under composition scheme. Come back to page 212. Take page 212. So there are total 3 turnovers in composition scheme. One is aggregate turnover for determining the eligibility to opt for composition scheme. Second, turnover for determining 10% limit for providing services. Third, turnover for payment of GST under composition scheme. Now, what will be the aggregate turnover? We know already. Normal aggregate turnover, 2 special points. What is that? Interest on loans, advances, deposits will not be included, and pre-registration turnover will be included. And what is the difference between aggregate turnover and turnover for payment, like computing 10% limit? Aggregate turnover all India, and this turnover will be state wise. Now what is the difference between turnover for 10% limit versus turnover for payment of GST under composition scheme? So usually 10% limit we will compute for the previous year, correct? Whereas for payment of GST under composition scheme, we need to take current year. One more change is that usually non-taxable supplies or interstate supplies, if you are having, you cannot go for composition scheme. Non-taxable supplies or interstate supplies, you cannot go for composition scheme. Third difference is that pre-registration turnover shall be excluded. So there are three differences. One, so between turnover for 10% limit and turnover for payment of GST under composition, the turnover for 10% limit is for previous year, whereas turnover for composition scheme will be for that payment of GST will be for current year. And non-taxable supplies, interstate supplies, if you are having, you are disqualified from the composition scheme. And third, pre-registration turnover will be excluded, because now only you are getting registered. Up to that point of time, no need to pay GST. Now, connecting these three turnover definitions, we have some examples. Have a look into illustration 1 below. During 2019-20, a person commenced business, and on 24/7/2019, his aggregate turnover exceed 40 lakhs and he got registered. So when he commenced business, 24/7/2019, hardly some time only, bring your energy, okay, few topics only we are having, so try to focus more, okay, it may be difficult only, I can understand your pain. For the last 4 days, today it is 5th day, but we are at the end, okay, so we have completed swimming entire ocean, so shore is near, okay, so just a few hours only, so please see this. For the current year 2019-20, when the person has commenced the business 24/7/2019, and when he need to register, as and when his aggregate turnover exceed 40 lakhs, he got registered. Post registration, his turnover is 130 lakhs post registration. Now, whether this person is eligible for composition scheme or not, sir, we need to see for the current year, previous year aggregate turnover. While computing aggregate turnover, whether we need to take 40 plus 130, 130, whether pre-registration turnover will be included or not included for computing aggregate turnover. Just a little bit, if you scroll your eye up, there will be one table. Search there and tell me whether pre-registration turnover will be included or not included. No, kutti saavachiduva. Included and tell you, it will be included. Aggregate turnover for determining the eligibility for composition scheme, pre-registration turnover will be included. So therefore, 130 plus 40, how much? 170. Is it more than 150? Yes. So you cannot go for composition scheme during the current year. Got the clarity? Next, illustration 2, you see. A person aggregate turnover during previous year 2021 is 120 lakhs. Previous year 120 lakhs. So as previous year is 120 lakhs, he opted for composition scheme during the current year. He wants to render services other than restaurant during the current year. So how much extent he can provide the service? 10% of turnover during previous year or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher, okay. That only they are asking us to compute. Determine the limit up to which services can be rendered based on the following facts. Previous year, such person commenced business and threshold limit is 20 and post registration is 100. So how this 120 is? 20 pre-registration, 100 post registration. For computing 10% limit, whether pre-registration turnover should be included or not? Included. So this 20 we need to take. Then next, interest income during the previous year 40, out of which interest on loans advance is 30 and balance is for delay in receipt of consideration. This 30 lakhs interest on loans advances should be taken in turnover for computing 10% limit or not? No, see the table, it should not be included. So interest on loans, advances, deposits everywhere in composition scheme will not come in turnover. Check all the 3 places. In all the 3 places, interest on loans, advances, deposits will not come. That's why you should not include. So what is your revised turnover for computing 10% limit? 120, pre-registration you include 120 minus 30. What is 120 minus 30? 90 into how much? 10%. That is 9 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Up to what extent you can provide the services? 9 lakhs. Then look into illustration 3. A person commenced business during current year 2021. So current year only he commenced business. So what will be his turnover for the previous year? 0. 0 means it does not exceed 150 lakhs. So definitely he can go for composition scheme. His aggregate turnover exceeds 40 lakhs and he got registered under the composition scheme. He is into trading within the state and the aggregate turnover during current year is 200 lakhs. So what is the total turnover during the current year? 200 lakhs. Compute GST payable if the applicable rate of GST is 12%. Now concentrate. So what is his aggregate turnover pa? 200 lakhs. Now up to what turnover? This is for the year, for the entire year. Up to what turnover you will be in the composition scheme? And remaining 50 will be in normal scheme. So composition scheme and normal scheme. Composition scheme and normal scheme. So what is the turnover under composition scheme? 150 lakhs and the turnover under normal scheme is 50 lakhs. Now while payment of GST under composition scheme, see the third column. Turnover for payment of GST under composition scheme, pre-registration turnover will be included or excluded? So minus pre-registration turnover. What is the pre-registration turnover? 40 lakhs. So what is the balance turnover under composition scheme? 110 lakhs. On this turnover, what is the rate? Who is he? Who is he? Manufacturer, trader, service provider? Who is he? Trader. So what is the rate of GST? 1% for composition scheme. But under normal scheme, what is the rate of GST? 12%. So 110 lakhs into 1%, 1 lakh 10,000 and 50 lakhs into 12%, 6 lakhs. So 1 lakh 10,000 plus 6 lakhs, that will be taken as the total liability. Got the clarity? First what you should do, take the total turnover, divide it into 2, composition scheme turnover and normal scheme turnover. What is the limit? Already you know. Composition scheme 10-1, what is the limit? 150. Normal scheme beyond that. And suppose if it is 10-A, what is the composition scheme limit? 50. Beyond that will be normal. So once you divide that, thereafter from the turnover under composition scheme, deduct the pre-registration turnover for the year. Why? Because at that time you don't have to pay any GST. Deduct that and see the balance. On that you pay the tax under composition scheme. On remaining turnover you pay tax under normal scheme. So that is this. Aggregate turnover 200 lakhs. First 40 lakhs no GST. Thereafter remaining 110 lakhs. You understood how we got 110 lakhs? Total 150 minus 40. 110 lakhs you will pay GST 0.5, 0.5 CGST, SGST. Thereafter what is the turnover under normal scheme? 50 lakhs. There you will pay the regular GST. Understood? Then, sir, one more point. I am under composition scheme. I have some inward supplies on which I need to pay GST under RCM 9.3. Now, on that inward supplies under RCM, should I pay the composition rate or the normal rate? Normal rate. For outward supplies only composition rate. On our inward supplies it will be normal rate if we need to pay tax under RCM. See that note. Person opting for composition scheme under 10.1 or 10.2A should pay GST under RCM on the inward supplies at what rate? Normal rate. You understood the computation part pa? So this computation part is important. Apart from that, we have certain procedural aspects in this. Look into page 209. How can I opt for composition scheme? If I am a newly registered person, now only I am getting registered. Can I go into composition scheme anytime? Yes, no restriction. Anytime I can enter into composition scheme. In the registration application, there will be one option. So I need to select that option to pay tax under composition scheme. I will be entering into composition scheme anytime during the year, no issue. But if I am already a registered person and I was under normal scheme, now I need to go for composition scheme. I need to wait till the beginning of the financial year. For example, 22-23 I am under normal scheme. Now I want to go for composition scheme. I am in the December month. Now I need to wait till April. So till April of the next year, and I can go into composition scheme only from the April 1st of the next year, means beginning of the financial year only I can go for composition scheme. If I am already a registered person. Now only if I am getting registered, anytime I can enter into composition scheme. What is the form for intimation for composition scheme? CMP2. CMP2 is a form for intimation. So that, sir, I want to go for composition scheme. CMP2 I have to file. Then other provisions relating to composition scheme, I need to display that I am under composition scheme in every notice, signboard which is displayed at the principal place of business and additional place of business. What is the validity of composition scheme? If all conditions are satisfied, the option remains valid. Every year I don't have to intimate. But any year, if the conditions are not satisfied, breach of condition like S9 RCM, then I need to come out of the composition scheme, or my turnover exceeds, I need to come out of the composition scheme. For exit from the composition scheme, what is the form? CMP4. CMP2 is for entry into composition scheme. CMP4 is for exit from composition scheme. And what is the time limit within which I need to exit from the composition scheme if I breach the conditions? 7 days. Within 7 days I need to exit from the composition scheme. Sir, voluntarily also can I withdraw from the composition scheme? Yes. Voluntarily also, when I feel like composition scheme is not beneficial for me, I can withdraw from the composition scheme. Then proper officer has reasons to believe, like I breach the conditions, but I am continuing in the composition scheme. Concentrate. I breach the conditions, but I am continuing in the composition scheme. And department came to know that I breached the condition. For example, I made interstate supply, but I am continuing in composition scheme. Department came to know that. They will give a notice in CMP5. After that, within 15 days, I need to give reply in CMP6. Thereafter, within 30 days, they will either allow me to continue in the composition scheme or deny the composition scheme. So what are the three forms you need to remember here? 5, 6, 7. 5 for what? Notice. 6 is for what? Reply to notice. 7 is for what? Order. Order, either allowing or denying composition scheme. Time limit for notice, any time. What is the time limit for reply? 15 days. And once we gave reply, what is the time limit within which they will pass the order? 30 days. Now, we have ITC connection also in this. What is that? Listen, I am under normal scheme. I am under normal scheme and I go for composition scheme. I go for composition scheme. What should I do? Availment of ITC or reversal of ITC? Reversal of. So before this date, whatever is the ITC that is there, ITC on this closing stock, I need to reverse, because the moment I go into composition scheme, I cannot enjoy the ITC. So reversal of ITC. For reversal of ITC, what is the form that I will file? ITC 1 or ITC 3? We studied this. We studied this. ITC 1 or ITC 3? If you want, you search in input tax credit chapter and tell me. One is wrong answer, ITC 3. ITC 3 is only for reversal of ITC. ITC 1 is for availment of ITC on closing stock. So I told you 18.1 availment of ITC on closing stock, ITC 1. Whereas 18.4 reversal of ITC on closing stock, that is ITC 3. Then I am under composition scheme. I am under composition scheme. Now I go for normal scheme. Will I avail ITC on closing stock or reverse the ITC on closing stock? Avail ITC on closing stock. For that, what is the form that I will be filing? ITC 1. Now, when I go into normal scheme from composition scheme, for this migration, what is the form that I need to file? Composition scheme to normal scheme. I am entering into composition scheme or exiting from composition scheme? Exiting from composition scheme. So, what is the form? CMP 4. So, ITC 1 and CMP 4 is a combo. Got it? ITC 1 and CMP 4 is a combo. Then again, sir, whenever I am under normal scheme, I go into composition scheme. Should I intimate or should I withdraw? Intimate. For intimating, what is the form? Entry into composition scheme. CMP2. So, CMP2 and ITC3 is one combination. So, total we have 4 forms related to this. ITC. So, first 1, 2, 3, 4. Odd forms 1 and 3 are ITC. Even forms CMP. First and last is one combination. Middle 2 is one combination. Is it clear? So, this middle 2 is a combination wherein when I enter into composition scheme, I will reverse the ITC. When I exit from the composition scheme, I will avail the ITC. So, these 4 forms you can see in the page 211. 211 I gave you. First 2 forms as a combo, CMP2 and ITC3. Next 2 forms, CMP4 and ITC1. Okay. Then next, denial of composition scheme, whether it will be prospective or retrospective. What does it mean, sir? I committed a breach. Say this, 2022 1st April I opted for composition scheme. On 18 September 2022 I made supplies through e-commerce operator, which I should not do, but I made. Again I am repeating, 1st April 2022 I opted for composition scheme. On 18 September 2022 I made supplies through e-commerce operator, so that's a breach of condition. In that S9 RCM, supply of service through e-commerce operator, I made supplies through e-commerce operator, so I breached the condition. But I continued in the composition scheme. In the next year, department came to know that I was still in composition scheme, so they gave a notice and I gave a reply, but they did not accept. They want to deny the composition scheme. Now, from when they will deny the composition scheme? Either 29th June onwards, prospective, or backdated, but not before 18 September 2022. Prospective means from that date onwards. Retrospective means backdated. Prospective means forward. And retrospective means backdated. So, they can pass an order backdated also. But that should not be before 18 September 2022, because from 18 September 2020 only I made the breach. Understood? So, eligible for the scheme as no conditions were breached. So, reject composition scheme with effect from 18/9 or a later date as decided by GST officer, but not before 18/9/2022, as condition for composition scheme is breached with effect from 19/9/2022. Then issue number 1, say this, sir, I have more than one registration, sir. Now, for few registrations I want to go for normal scheme and few registrations composition scheme. Possible or not possible? Not possible. All the registrations will be under normal scheme, all the registrations will be under composition scheme. All in, all out. So, mix and match is not possible. Then next, aggregate turnover during the previous year is 80 lakhs. I am doing business in Tamil Nadu, Nagaland. Whether one of the state is in MMTN, USAM, MMTN, USAM. Whether one of the state is in MMTN, USAM, yes, Nagaland. Therefore, what will be the applicable limit for me? 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs? 75 lakhs. So, therefore, I cannot go for composition scheme as my aggregate turnover during previous year is exceeding 75 lakhs. Then, what are the returns to be filed by a person opting for composition scheme? They need to file a quarterly return. Say a person commences a business and during this year they are under composition scheme. So when they are under composition scheme, so they need to file quarterly return in CMP 8. So this is Jan to March 2020. Okay. Jan to March 2020. So for the first year, that is 2019-20, I am under composition scheme. So what is the return that I need to file here? CMP 8. By when that CMP 8 should be filed? By 18th of the month following every quarter. Even tax I will pay on a quarterly basis. Plus one annual return required to be filed. What is that annual return? GSTR 4 by 30th April of succeeding financial year. Again, next year I can either decide to be into composition scheme or under normal scheme. If I am under composition scheme, same returns. But if I go into normal scheme, I need to file the regular returns, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B and the annual return GSTR 9. Then next, these are the various forms. Already we discussed this. I just gave you like a summary. With this, we completed composition scheme. Understood? Then look into the next area. But we are left with only 3 topics: payment process, returns and e-way bill. Okay. So this payment process, actually there are some good number of amendments in payment process. Mainly this interest computation is there. Okay. So that we will discuss this. See this, we will take break at 4 o'clock. I will give you break at 4 o'clock. Don't worry. So just concentrate. Look into page 256. Page 256. In this payment process chapter, there are only 2 sections. Section 49, which talks about what are the various ledgers which will be maintained by GST network on behalf of every registered person. Section 50, which talks about interest computation. 49 says that on behalf of every registered person, there will be 3 ledgers which will be maintained by GST network: electronic liability ledger, electronic credit ledger and electronic cash ledger. Whatever balance that is there in the electronic credit ledger cannot be used for payment of other dues, can be used only for payment of tax dues. So the overall dues of a registered person in liability ledger will be divided into 5. T, I, P, F, O. T for tax, I for interest. If there is any delay in payment of tax, you need to pay interest. P, that is penalty. For any offence that is committed, some penalty will be levied. F for fee, that is late fee for delay in filing return. O for others, any other sum due by that person to the government. Now, whatever balance that is there in credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax dues. But whatever balance that is there in the cash ledger can be used for payment of both tax dues as well as other dues. How money will come into the credit ledger? Whenever you avail ITC, that availed ITC will come into credit ledger. How will you avail ITC? Through 3B. The moment you file 3B, you will avail ITC na, then it will come into the credit ledger. So you will avail ITC through 3B or through ITC 1, which case availment of ITC on closing stock. Now only you are getting registered, or composition scheme to normal scheme, exempted supplies to taxable supplies, you will avail ITC, no, that. Then ITC 2, in case of transfer of business also you will avail ITC from the credit ledger of the transferor to the credit ledger of the transferee, or ITC 2A, whenever single registration is getting separated into multiple registrations, then also ITC will be availed. So what are the cases where ITC is availed? ITC through 3B or ITC1 or ITC2 or ITC2A. So money will come into the credit ledger. Whatever money that is there in the credit ledger, the outflow will be for liability ledger. Same way, how money will come into the cash ledger? Whenever you make a deposit, through payment challan. So you have to deposit the money for payment of liability, or TDS, TCS deducted by the other person, it will also come into our cash ledger, or any refund granted to that person on account of excess payment of tax. Wrongly we have paid some tax, that also will be coming into cash ledger. And this inflow to the cash ledger, the outflow is for payment of liability ledger. So whatever is the outflow of liability ledger, that will be inflow into the, whatever is the outflow from the credit ledger and cash ledger will be inflow into the liability ledger, and that can be used for payment of tax dues and other dues. Understood here? So this already they have tested for 5 marks in 2 attempts, May 19 and November 19. So again they can ask this question. Write a short note on various e-ledgers, okay, but don't draw this chart. Through this chart you write down the points, okay. Next, the format of liability ledger is PMT1. All these forms will be in payment process, so it will have PMT. PMT1 liability ledger, PMT2 credit ledger, and PMT5 cash ledger, and PMT6 is deposit challan. So it is PMT1 liability ledger, PMT2 credit ledger, and PMT5 is cash ledger, and PMT6 is deposit challan. And there is one more form, PMT4, that is whenever there is some discrepancies in the balances. So we have not got the balances properly in the ledgers. So then in that case we need to make a complaint to the portal. That complaint form is PMT4. Now there is some balance in credit ledger, cash ledger we used for payment of liability. Still there is some balance. What I can do with that balance? Either I can carry forward or I can get it as a refund. See this, balance in credit ledger or cash ledger after payment of interest, fee or any other amount may be refunded. Sir, I don't want refund, I want to carry forward and set off with liability, I can do that. Now we are looking into some special points related to cash ledger. Now cash ledger, how to deposit money? There are total 6 modes for deposit into cash ledger. Either you can deposit through net banking, you can log in into net banking and you can make the payment, or you can deposit through debit card or credit card, or you can deposit through NEFT or RTGS. NEFT or RTGS means you go to the bank, you ask for NEFT form or RTGS form, fill in the details and you give, so they will take care of that, NEFT RTGS. Or over the counter cash deposit, but maximum 10,000 rupees, not more than that. Because to eliminate the black transactions, black money can be deposited in the form of GST to convert into white. So to eliminate that, what they are telling, maximum 10,000 only can be deposited in the over the counter. Then we have UPI and IMPS. So these are the 6 modes of deposit into the cash ledger: internet banking, debit card, credit card, NEFT RTGS, cash deposit over the counter up to 10,000 per tax period, UPI and IMPS. Sometimes the payment is debited from our bank account, but it will not be reflected into the electronic cash ledger of the person. So many times it happens when you go for shopping also, so card you will swipe, you will get a message that payment got debited, but it will not be reflected into their account, because of which they will ask you to pay again. Sometimes we will pay because we know that that amount will be refunded to us, but if it is small amounts, okay. Here tax 8 lakhs I paid, debited, it is not reflected, again I cannot pay 8 lakhs because that much balance will not be there in the account. Are you understanding? So in that case what should I do? PMT7, I need to raise complaint to the bank through payment, that is through this portal. Understood? So that you don't have to worry, the portal will ensure that they are recovering the money from the bank and crediting over there. you don't have to worry about that. So there are two forms for complaint, PMT4, PMT7. PMT4 complaint to portal, PMT7 complaint to bank. Okay, PMT7 is for complaint to the bank. Then for transfer of balances between major heads and minor heads in the cash ledger, we use PMT9. What is the purpose of this? By mistake we deposited in CGST tax, but actually we should have deposited in IGST tax. So because usually in cash ledger, that is payment challan PMT6, in PMT6 there will be a matrix, a 20 cell matrix will be there, CGST, SGST or UTGST, then IGST and compensation cess, like that a 20 cell matrix will be there, 4 major heads and 5 minor heads. So the minor heads are T, tax, interest, penalty, fee and others. Like this a 20 cell matrix will be there. Now what I did is that in CGST I deposited 10,000 and SGST 10,000, but actually I should have deposited in IGST, but I deposited and I have completed the payment, that is challan filed, money deposited. Now actually for payment of taxes I should pay tax IGST. So what is that I should do? So I can file PMT9. Through PMT9 this money will go into IGST tax. So through PMT9 the money will go into IGST tax 20,000. For that I need to file one form. What is that form? PMT9. For what purpose? To shift the balances from one cell to another cell in the cash ledger. For transfer of balances between minor heads and major heads. What are the major heads? CGST, SGST, RUTGST, IGST and cess. What are the minor heads? Tax, TIPFO, tax, interest, penalty, fee and others. Between that if I want to set off I can use PMT9. Same way, sir, there is a distinct person. For example, I am having registration in Tamil Nadu and registration in Karnataka. Now from my Tamil Nadu registration to Karnataka registration, in the cash ledger I want to shift the balance. There is some excess balance in the cash ledger in Tamil Nadu. In Karnataka there is a shortfall, I have to pay the tax. Now again I don't have to deposit in Karnataka. Here I have some excess balance now, I can shift. But between which ledger to which ledger? Electronic cash ledger to electronic cash ledger between distinct person. Balance in credit ledger cannot be transferred. Only balance in cash ledgers can be transferred. That too between distinct persons. Means all the registration should be belonging to the same person. Suppose holding company, subsidiary company, can we transfer? No, because holding company is different, subsidiary company is different. See this. Balance available in the electronic cash ledger can be transferred between the distinct person. Again for that also PMT9 is used. So PMT9 has two purposes. One is what? Transfer of balances between the minor heads and major heads. Then next, transfer of balance from one electronic cash ledger of a distinct person to another electronic cash ledger of the distinct person. So these are the special points with respect to cash ledger. Now look into the next one. Special points on electronic credit ledger. Now we have some excess balance in the credit ledger. Means what? Lot of ITC we have taken, but we don't have that much of liability. Then we will get some excess balance in the credit ledger. Can that excess balance in the credit ledger, we can get it as a refund? Yes. Only in two cases you will get the refund of excess balance in the credit ledger. What are those two cases? Number one, zero rated supplies. We already discussed. Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services. So what will happen in option 2? We will not pay any IGST, and on inward supply whatever ITC we have, that ITC we get as a refund. Am I right? So that case. Or number 2, inverted tax structure. What is inverted tax structure means? The rate of GST on the outward supply is less than the rate of GST on inward supply. Example, cloth is taxable at 12%, fabric, that is garments, are taxable at 5%. So cloth 12%, garment 5%. So which means my liability is only 5% on sales, but I have lot of ITC. In that case also I will get refund. See this, tax rate on output is less than the tax rate on input, that is known as inverted tax structure or zero rated supplies. Only in these two cases I will get the refund of balance from the credit ledger. Then refund to the original source ledger. What does it mean? Sir, in a particular month I have made the payment of tax by mistake. Okay, so this illustration I gave in page 260, see that. For July 2021, GSTR 3B filed on 20th August 2021, where gross liability reported is 200 lakhs and ITC is 120 lakhs. Means out of the 200 lakhs, how much I paid through credit ledger and how much I paid through cash ledger? 120 I paid through credit ledger and 80 lakhs I paid through cash ledger. Correct? Now, what is the ratio in which I have made the payment? So 3:4. So fourth table it will be over. 4 2s are 8. 4 3s are 0, 0 cancel. 4 2s are 8. 4 3s are 12. 3:2. I know that you don't like maths, but this and all too much. 3:4. How we are? 120:80. 120 is a bigger number. 80 is a smaller number. How it will be 3:4? Dayome. Therefore, 3:2 ratio. And therefore, here what happened for this July month? GST is excess paid by 1,50,000. Now entire 1,50,000 they will not give in cash ledger. In that month, how you paid through credit ledger and cash ledger? 3:2. In the same ratio, it will be given into the respective ledger. Means how much is the excess paid? 1,50,000. 1,50,000 into 3/5. 1,50,000 into 3/5 will be given into credit ledger. And 1,50,000 into 2/5 will be given into cash ledger. Got the clarity here? So 1,50,000 into 3/5, 90,000 given to the credit ledger and 60,000 will be to cash ledger. Cash ledger means what? You can take it to your bank account. So that is known as refund to the source ledger. That is, read this, where a registered person has claimed refund of any amount paid as tax, wrongly paid or paid in excess. Underline, wrongly paid or paid in excess. Only in that case this is applicable. Refund of tax wrongly paid or paid in excess. Refund of tax wrongly paid or paid in excess, for which debit note has been made from the electronic credit ledger, then the said amount, if found admissible, proportionate amount debited from credit ledger shall be recredited to electronic credit ledger by an order made in PMT 3. So PMT 3 order we have understood. So total forms we have is 9 forms. 8th form is not there. PMT 8 is not there. PMT 1. What is PMT 1? Electronic liability ledger. PMT 2? Credit ledger. PMT 3? Refund into electronic credit ledger. Then PMT 4? Communication of discrepancy. That is complaint to the portal. PMT 5? Cash ledger. PMT 6? Deposit. And PMT 7? Complaint to bank. Complaint to bank. PMT 8 we don't have. PMT 9? Transfer of balances between minor heads and major heads. One cash ledger to another cash ledger. All these forms summary I have given below in the next page. Okay, PMT 1 to PMT 9 except PMT 8, because PMT 8 form we don't have. Tanya, understood? Now see, one more form is there, PMT3A. What is that PMT3A? Listen, from balance in credit ledger, I have claimed the refund wrongly. From the credit ledger, say credit ledger 20 lakhs is there. I have claimed the refund wrongly from the credit ledger 5 lakhs. Now what would have happened to the balance in the credit ledger? 15 lakhs. Again I am repeating, 20 lakhs is the balance in the credit ledger. I claimed 5 lakhs. So what is the revised balance in the credit ledger? 15 lakhs. But wrongly I claimed the refund. So it has been recovered from me by the government. So I have paid it back. Then definitely the credit ledger balance should increase na. First 20 lakhs pa, wrongly when I claim the balance came down. It is like by mistake in your account some amount has come. Then when it is recovered your account balance will reduce na. Like that there was some credit ledger balance 20 lakhs. I have taken 5 lakhs by mistake. So now what is the balance? 15 lakhs. Now this 5 lakhs got recovered from me. Now again it will be credited back to the ledger. Then what will be the revised balance of the electronic credit ledger? 20 lakhs. So to recredit that they will be using PMT3A. Say this. When a registered person claims erroneous refund of ITC. What is erroneous refund means? Wrong refund of ITC. Upon payment of that refund, the amount will be recredited into electronic credit ledger. So two places electronic credit ledger will be recredited. What are those two places? Number one, I have paid the tax in excess. Now to give the refund into credit ledger, they will use PMT3. Number two, wrongly I claim the refund, and to pay back that refund, when I pay back that refund, the money will be created into electronic credit ledger, then also PMT3A. Then see the next one. Whatever balance in the credit ledger, can I use it for payment of any interest, penalty, etc.? No, cannot be used for payment of interest, penalty and others. Next, sir, can the RCM liability be paid through cash ledger? So yes, it should be paid through cash ledger. Can it be paid through credit ledger? No. That's the reason why, remember this, somewhere you write down. How to proceed to the net GST liability? First we need to take gross GST payable. First we need to take gross GST payable. From this gross GST payable, we need to reduce input tax credit. Gross GST payable under FCM. Gross GST payable under FCM. From that input tax credit, then you add GST payable under RCM. GST payable under RCM. This is known as net GST payable. So the net GST payable is gross GST payable under FCM. First FCM liability you should take. And whatever credit you have, you should adjust only with the FCM liability. And then GST payable under RCM. So that's how you will get the net GST payable. You understood? So you do this only while doing the first question. The first question related to computation of net GST payable, please be careful. First you take the gross GST payable under FCM. Then reduce the input tax credit. Then add the GST payable under RCM. Why sir we should do this? Because input tax credit cannot be used for payment of GST under RCM. For example, your FCM liability is 1 lakh and your RCM liability is 20,000 and you have a input tax credit of 1,10,000. What will be your net liability? What will be your net liability? FCM liability 1 lakh, RCM liability 20,000. And you have a ITC of 1,10,000. What will be your net liability? Huh? So, but extra 10,000 we have. Can we use? No. Sir, ITC 1,10,000. We adjust with lakh. Still there is a excess ITC. What is the excess ITC? 10,000. Can we use the 10,000 for payment of 20,000? No. So, always RCM liability should be paid by cash. Understood? So, that is this point. balance in credit ledger can be used only for payment of GST under FCM, but not for payment of GST under RCM. Then one more point, balance available in credit ledger can also be used for payment of tax in pursuance of demand under 73-74, that is arrears of tax. Write down arrears of tax. I have some arrears of tax. Arrears of tax means what? I have to pay, but I have not paid. I should have paid, but I have not yet paid. That is outstanding arrears of tax. Now I have some ITC this month. Can I use that for payment of arrears of tax? Yes, there is no restriction. But that to which tax? FCM tax or RCM tax? FCM tax. Whatever balance in credit ledger may be restricted by the proper officer. So that power is there. That is given in 86A and B. That we will see after break. So these are some special points for credit ledger. Still we have not yet completed. There are some more aspects. We'll continue to that after break. We'll meet at 4:20. Okay, we'll start. Look into page 257. See this transfer of input tax credit. I have some CGST credit. I am utilizing for payment of IGST liability. Can CGST credit be utilized for payment of IGST liability? Yes. When CGST credit is utilized for payment of IGST liability, so just the account transfer is required. From CGST account, the money should go to IGST account. Same way, I have IGST credit. When I utilize it for payment of CGST liability, IGST also with central government, CGST also with central government, just the account transfer. Same way, IGST credit utilized for payment of UTGST liability, IGST is with central government, UTGST also with central government, so account transfer. But when IGST credit is utilized for payment of SGST liability, this IGST is with which government? Central government. SGST payable to state government. So central government should transfer that money to the state government. So generally account transfer only, but only in one case. So one government will be paying to the other government, which case when IGST credit is utilized for payment of SGST liability. Then, so look into the next page. These are the forms, summary of the forms. See the next page, page 259. How the taxpayers should settle their liabilities. First, they need to pay the self-assessed tax of the current month or previous month. Which should pay first? Sir, I have some tax pertaining to previous month and current month. Which I should pay first? Previous month. And then I should pay the tax of the current month. Thereafter, any arrears of tax. So remember, self-assessed tax of previous month, then self-assessed tax of current month, then arrears of tax. Sir, what is the difference between self-assessed tax and arrears of tax? Self-assessed tax means tax which is shown in the return. Arrears of tax means tax which is not shown in the return, evaded, but identified by the department. Okay. So self-assessed tax. What is self-assessed tax means? Self-assessed tax means tax which is reported in GSTR1. Reported in GSTR1 is known as self-assessed tax. First, the previous month self-assessed tax I need to pay, then the current month self-assessed tax, thereafter any arrears of tax, liability arising out of demand notice, proceeding, etc. So basically these are not reported in GSTR1. Not reported in GSTR1, but I have to pay this liability. Then, to initiate the payment, we need to deposit the money to payment challan. So that payment challan will be valid for a period of 15 days. Once the challan is generated, it will be valid for 15 days. What does it mean? It is like your exam application form. You open the application, you enter the details, and thereafter you will not make the payment. You will ask your parents one auspicious time. You will wait until that point of time and you will make the payment. Still, the form will be active or not? Yes. Like that, once you prepare the form, challan form, power cut, system turned off, or internet issue, don't worry, that form information will be there and you can proceed to payment anytime. So like that, how many days the data entered in the form will be valid or intact. So this challan will be valid for a period of 15 days. And already we saw what are the various modes of payment. What are the various modes of payment? Internet banking, then debit card, credit card, NEFT, RTGS, then UPI and IMPS. Over the counter payment is limited to 10,000. But in 3 cases, even beyond 10,000 can be deposited into cash ledger over the counter. What are these? Number 1, you have to pay some outstanding tax. Department recovered that by selling your movable and immovable properties. So there is a taxpayer who is required to pay tax. Now there is something called as attachment proceedings. Attachment proceedings means what? They will attach your property like car, furniture, building, etc. and they will auction that. They will realize the money and that money will be set off towards your tax. So this money which is recovered may be by way of cash that can be deposited into the cash ledger in cash beyond 10,000 rupees also. To recover outstanding dues, attachment proceedings or sale of movable or immovable property. Number 2, just like how income tax department conducts the raid, GST department also conduct a raid. During the raid, if they identify any cash which is not explained, unexplained cash, so then like how income tax department will seize those cash, same way GST department also can seize that cash. The powers are common between GST department and income tax department. In many movies you would have seen income tax department will go for raid and they will be breaking different places where the cash will be concealed, correct or not? So then, so in the name of income tax officer also, the hero will be going to villain's place and he will take those cash and all and he will leave, correct? Like that, GST officer also can do. You can try that. So you create one ID card, GST officer like that, and you know where and all, which and all people you are, you know that. Some big people, rich people and all. You have some 4 or 5 people along with you. You tell, we are from GST department. And you remove all the mobile phones, etc. and all, so that they will not call anyone. And you can take the cash. So seizure of cash is permitted. But this seizure of cash, whatever they do, they have to immediately deposit. So this deposit also can be beyond 10,000 rupees. To collect the amount by way of cash, check or demand draft during any investigation or enforcement activity or any ad hoc deposit. Then next, third, government departments. Example IRCTC. So whenever they sell the AC ticket or first class ticket, they need to pay GST. That GST they can deposit in cash. So generally cash deposits restricted to 10,000 rupees in a month. But in 3 cases beyond 10,000 also you can deposit. What are those 3 cases? To recover outstanding dues and to collect any amount during investigation proceeding or government department. Sir, there is an unregistered person, sir. That unregistered person is required to pay some tax. Now, officer will not wait till the time this person gets registered and pay tax. Immediately using the temporary identification number itself, he can make the deposit. Unregistered person requiring to make tax payment will still use the online portal, but with temporary identification number. Then refund to the original source, already we discussed this concept. Look into 2 rules, Rule 86A and Rule 86B. These 2 rules are related to restriction of the credit in the credit ledger. First, to come into 2B itself, some restrictions we have seen. What are the restrictions for entering the ITC in 2B? So 2B it will not come. Why it will not come? Number 1. So supplier not filed GSTR1 or filed GSTR1 beyond due date or filed GSTR1 not reported invoice or reported incorrect invoice. Correct? That too some cases it will come in to be under ITC not available. After that lot of conditions for availment of ITC. We followed all those things and at last we took the ITC in 3B and it came in cash ledger, credit ledger. After it comes into the credit ledger, some cases we need to reverse the ITC. What are those two cases we saw? Supplier not filed GSTR 3B by September 30th of the next financial year, you need to reverse the ITC. And you have not made payment to supplier within 180 days from the date of ITC, you need to reverse the ITC. If it is not there also, whatever credit that is there in the ledger will be restricted by the officer. See how many restrictions for input tax credit you know. If you start writing the restrictions on input tax credit, so in the GST, so at least 2-3 pages information will come. That many restrictions are there. Even in Mahabharata, Karna did not have this many curses. You understood or not? So that many curses input tax credit is there. And at last it is coming into credit ledger. After it comes into credit ledger also they are telling, you know, 1% you have to pay through cash ledger only. 99% only you can use from credit ledger. That is given in 86B. And in 86A they are telling, if your supplier is missing, your supplier is missing. So means that idiot went somewhere, what should I do? So your ITC will be restricted for a period of 1 year till the time we find your supplier. Okay. Really here I am not like lying. See there. First point, you availed ITC against an invoice issued by a supplier who is not in existence. Okay. Or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Is it my problem? But ITC will be disallowed for a period of 1 year. Sir, after 1 year they will give us, sir, yes, if they are able to identify the supplier. Yes, if they are able to identify the supplier, then they will give you that ITC. Suppose if they are not able to identify the supplier, your ITC gone. So that will be permanently disallowed. Next, second point. Second point is your mistake only. You are not in existence. Okay. You are not in existence. Why, sir? Officer came, he could not locate where you are. Possible, because Swiggy delivery boy and all will be coming. He will be standing below my house only. He will be calling, sir, not able to find the location. I'll ask him, where you are here, you tell anything next to you. Gate is there, sir. Building is there, sir. Gate, any house means gate, building only will be there. Something identifiable, one car, which model car, something if you tell, I can tell you are in near my house or someone's house. And therefore, you know, I have to come all the way from first floor to outside and I'll tell, just turn back. I am backside only. So, these people will not able to identify address. Like the Swiggy people itself not able to identify address means department no need to say. They will come and they will say, no, we came to office closed. Maybe we would have went for lunch break here. And they will say, no, office closed. This office is not there. Recipient not in existence. Or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Suspend ITC. Whose father's money? Our father's money only na. Suspend ITC. So maximum period of 1 year. So what are the two cases? Supplier is not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration, or recipient not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. ITC availed without receipt of goods. What is that? You got invoice, fake invoice, goods not received, but you avail the ITC based on that. Then, because we have condition now which says that only when you have actually received the goods or services you can take ITC. Then, ITC availed against invoice for which supplier not paid tax to government. Already we saw, if you are not reversing, supplier not paid tax, means he did not file 3B, now you need to reverse the ITC na. If you are not reversing ITC, they will disallow the credit. You understood? Then, Invoice or debit note is not in existence, missing. This point I told you. Every person availing ITC should be in possession of tax paid document. If the invoice is missing, the ITC that we have taken will also be suspended. Okay. So 5 situations, the ITC which we have already availed in our credit ledger will be suspended. So what are those 5 cases? So supplier is not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Recipient is not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration, or ITC availed without actual receipt of goods and the invoice is missing, or the supplier has not paid the tax. Sir, what will happen after 1 year? After 1 year, if it is a genuine case, the credit will be given to you, otherwise it will be permanently dissolved. For example, we have put pressure on the supplier and asked him to pay the tax, we can enjoy the ITC, or we are able to locate the supplier, report to the department, then we can enjoy the ITC. Otherwise, our ITC will be permanently be disallowed. Okay. Then 86B. This 86B came during COVID time. What happened during COVID time? We did not have that much of liability, because COVID came out of surprise. No one knew that COVID will be coming. Up to February 2020, it was normal only. And somewhere in March 2020, COVID came. Up to that, lot of purchases every trader would have made, and they will have lot of ITC. And the COVID came, so lockdown was imposed. What these traders and everyone did in COVID, we clapped, candle lighting, correct? This only we did, nothing. Business we did not do. No one did business at that time. Sitting at the home, so plate, spoon they used to take and hit, and a lot of crazy things we used to do during COVID. Okay. And so one lockdown, another lockdown, thereafter lockdown, continuously it is going. And restricted, so they have mentioned like morning few hours you can do business, evening few hours you can do business. Then sir, my liability will not be that great. When my business is like 20% or 30% of regular business, my liability will be less, but I have lot of ITC. So I will use that ITC only for payment of liability. But if I continue to do this, then government will not get any cash inflow. Already whatever money that they have, they spent it for the purpose of COVID relief. Lot of crores and crores of money they sent it. So every state, and that state has eaten away also. Okay, many states. For that matter, example, you take Tamil Nadu also. Tamil Nadu, 4,000 crores they have spent for the purpose of drainage system, so that if water comes, one drop also will not be there, it will go into the drainage and it will go out like that. Okay. And so we have seen what happened recently. And thereafter, again they are asking central government, so we need this much fund for the purpose of spending, giving to the cyclone relief, flood relief fund we need, for which central government should have money enough first to spend. So before that only, whatever money they have spent on one big statue they constructed. Now people will definitely question, this much money you spent there, had you kept that money, you would have used it for COVID, like that people will question. So they spent fully, treasury gali, 1 rupee also not there. Now they said, boss, we need money to pay the salaries. So even though you have sufficient credit, at least 1% of your liability, at least 1% of your liability, you pay through cash ledger. Literally, it went to that situation. And that's why they created this provision. But now it became normal now, sir. They should have removed this provision now. In India, it is like that only. To bring a provision, there will be reason. But to continue the provision, there won't be any reason. Anyhow, people were accustomed to, like this Vadiveli dialogue, okay. So like that, so you will get accustomed to it. So therefore, like that, they continued this, and I don't see any importance of this at present. So turnover in a month greater than 50 lakhs. So when 86B will be applicable, if turnover of a person exceeds 50 lakhs, turnover pa, not GST, turnover of a person in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. They have to pay 1% of their gross liability through cash ledger, even though they have sufficient balance in the credit ledger to pay. And what is the meaning of turnover? Turnover excludes exempted supplies, zero rated supplies, even non-taxable supplies. Whatever supplies we have is only 4. Taxable, exempted, non-taxable, 0 rated. So 0 rated you don't take, okay. Exempted don't take, okay. Non-taxable don't take. Then what is left? But directly they can tell na taxable turnover more than 50 lakhs. If they tell, everyone will understand, no. So taxable turnover in a month is more than 50 lakhs, then only this will be applicable. So what turnover pa? Taxable turnover, excluding 0 rated, exempted, everything, okay. And this is not applicable to their family members. Why? What's the point in? I don't have money, so only I am asking. Then if you tell, you only should pay 1%, means from where I will pay? You understood? So therefore, central government department, state government department, PSU, local authority or statutory body, these 4 cases, so this will not be applicable. I am crossing my line. I don't know what will be the YouTube comments and all. Really, I am afraid I am not able to independently speak also. Now, lot of psychos are there here. They will not understand what I am talking. They will tell, no, he is speaking bad about Modi ji. Where did I speak about Modi ji here? I am talking about GST law. The problem that is faced by the people in India related to GST law. See, you understood whether this is genuine problem or not. Anywhere you felt. It is not about this government or that government. It is about government. You understood or not? So I am not telling, okay, because of this, because of that. No, it's nothing like that. So, and for your information, those who are watching, I am a Hindu. So, therefore, it's nothing about caste or religion, etc. It's purely about the issue is there, really issue is there. That issue only I am just highlighting. And that's why on a safer side I took membership of BJP also. Really, I am a proud member of BJP. Aur ek baar Modi Sarkar. Okay. So it's about, see, what I can say, tomorrow if Congress comes also, the position is not going to change. It's like from independence till today, this is continuing. This tax is continuing, this torture is continuing, and everyone is getting affected. And initially also the same story, now also same story. No one came and did anything great. And, Enapa? What to do, pa? My father is not Stalin. Okay. My father is one Kuppuswamy. So, how I can become father? So, therefore I cannot say this. And this 86B is not applicable to these 4 people, and some more cases also they gave a relaxation from 86B. What is that? You deposited income tax more than 1 lakh in each of the last 2 years. Means already you created a cash inflow to the government by paying income tax. So, congratulations, you are not required to pay 1%. You understood? Because already you gave more than 1 lakh of income tax in each of the last 2 years. So, only 1 year more than 1 lakh means no, 86B applicable for the current year. So, last 2 years, every year more than income tax of 1 lakh. Sir, which income tax, sir? Tax on total income minus TDS, TCS advance tax, or before deducting TDS, TCS advance tax? Before deducting TDS, TCS advance tax means usually we do computation of tax, that is the tax on total income, surcharge and all. So, before deducting TDS, TCS advance tax, if that line is more than 1 lakh, it's okay, because TDS is also our money only, advance tax also our money only. So, therefore, before that. Then, received a refund of greater than 1 lakh in the preceding financial year. It's like we had lots of accumulated ITC. Because of that, we got some refund of ITC. And again, if they ask us to pay 1% through cash ledger, it is meaningless. It is like giving in one hand and taking in the other hand. So that's why for them also it is not applicable. Paid greater than 1% of the total output tax liability through cash ledger calculated cumulatively up to the month in the current financial year. Means what? During the current financial year, say from April to September, we already paid, April to September, we already paid 3 lakhs through cash ledger out of the total liability of 200 lakhs. Got it? Up to this month, total liability 200 lakhs, already we paid 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs divided by 200 lakhs, how much? More than 1%. So this month, should we comply with the 1% provision? No, because already you achieved that 1% cumulatively you maintain. So this month you are relieved from complying with 1% provision. Okay. For example, see this illustration 3, you will understand. So current financial year, April 2021, see in all these months, assuming the turnover exceeds 50 lakhs, 86B is applicable, turnover exceeds 50 lakhs, okay, because tax and all, you see what is your gross liability, 13 lakhs, 14 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 28 lakhs, 53 lakhs, 50 lakhs. If tax itself is this much, definitely turnover will be more than 50 lakhs, correct or not? So every month turnover is more than 50 lakhs, April month, 13 lakhs, balance in credit ledger 12. By default, you have to pay 1 lakh. Am I right? So this is not because of 86B. Anyhow, you have to pay. When 86B is applicable, you have sufficient money in the credit ledger. Even then, you have to pay through cash ledger. Here, there is no sufficient money in the credit ledger. So anyhow, we have to pay 1 lakh. So now, second month you see, May 2021, 14, and you have enough balance in the credit ledger. Now, up to May, how much already you paid through cash ledger? 1 lakh divided by, including May, what is your total liability? So up to May month, how much you already paid? 1 lakh divided by, what is your total liability including May month? 27 lakhs. So 1 divided by 27, how much? 3.7. Is it more than 1%? Yes. So therefore, for May month, we don't have to pay anything through cash ledger. Are you getting this? Then next, go to October month. Go to October month. October month, what is your gross liability? 50. How much ITC you have? 50 lakhs. Okay. Now, up to October month, how much you already paid through cash ledger? 1 lakh and 1 lakh. How much you paid? 2 lakhs. Divided by, what is your total liability up to October month? 201 lakhs. Understood? So 2 divided by 201, how much? Less than 1%. As it is less than 1%, we need to pay 1%. 86B is applicable for this month. So we need to pay 1% of our liability through cash ledger. So 50 lakhs into 1% is 0.5 lakhs. Now if you pay 0.5 lakhs, whether you will achieve 1% condition? Yes. How? 2.5. Already 2 paid, now 0.5 divided by 201. So 1.24%. Again you see November month. November month, what is your liability? 62 lakhs. What is the balance in the credit ledger? 62 lakhs. So now you check up to November, how much you already paid through cash ledger? 2.5 divided by, including November month, what is the total liability? 263. 2.5 divided by 263, how much? 0.95, again less than 1%. So for November month also, whether 86B is applicable? Yes. So you have to pay 62 lakhs into 0.1%, into 1%, that is 0.62 lakhs. Now when you pay 0.62 lakhs through cash ledger, you will achieve 1%. You check 1 plus 1 plus 0.5 plus 0.62, that is 3.12 divided by total liability 263, so 1.19%. Sir, I pay some GST under RCM. Will that be counted for the purpose of this 1%? No. On outward supply, you should pay 1%. Anyhow, inward supply, you need to pay GST under cash ledger only. Na? Sir, on your inward supply, your RCM liability, anyhow, you have to pay through cash ledger. That will not be counted for this. I am talking about the turnover. Whatever is your taxable turnover, on that liability means FCM liability. Are you getting this? FCM liability, 1% you have to pay through cash ledger. Now look into previous illustration. ABC Limited has engaged in manufacture of LED lights and made a turnover of 5 crores in the previous financial year, and it is filing GST return in the month of January. Sale of LED lights 60 lakhs taxable, interest 2 lakhs exempted, export 1 lakh. So now what is your taxable supply excluding all those things? 60. Is it more than 50 lakhs? So we have to pay 1% of this liability through cash ledger. So what is that? 60 lakhs. What is the rate of GST? 12%. So 60 lakhs into 12% into 1%. Are you getting this? Then section 50, interest on account of delay in payment of tax. So section 49 we have seen what are the various ledgers, and section 50, interest on account of delay in payment of tax. There are total 2 situations where the interest will arise under section 50. Number 1, there is delay in payment of tax. Delay in payment of tax means what? I have to pay tax but I did not pay on time, because of which there is a interest on account of delay in payment of tax. Second case, wrong availment and utilization of ITC. I am not supposed to take the credit, I took the credit and I set off with my liability, means utilize for my liability. Then also interest will arise. So what are the 2 situations where interest will arise? If the person pays the unpaid amount, means delay in payment of tax, or ITC has been wrongly availed and utilized. But in both cases, what is the rate of interest? 18% per annum. So say this, when interest is payable, so delay in payment of tax either in full or in part, non-payment of tax or short payment of tax. Non-payment means you have to pay 1 lakh but you did not pay entire 1 lakh. Short payment means you have to pay 1 lakh but you paid only 60,000, so 40,000 not paid. Now, wrong availment and utilization of ITC. What is the rate of interest? 18%. What is the period for which you need to compute the interest? Remember, from the due date till the actual date of payment. And whether the due date should be included? No, don't include the due date. So include the next date. For example, 20th March is the due date, but I have made payment on 5th April. 20th March is the due date, I made payment on 5th April. Now don't count 20th March, count from 21st March and till 5th of April. So 21st March to 31st March means 11 days plus 5th of April means 5 days. So 16 days we need to compute interest. Are you understanding this? So from the first date after due date till the actual date of payment. Then what if there is some wrong availment and utilization of ITC? Same. From the date of utilization till the date of payment or reversal. Again, don't take the date of utilization. Count it from the next date. For example, 20th March is the date of utilization. You count from 21st March. Whether non-payment of interest invokes any interest. Is there a interest on interest? No. So far, GST department did not become like money lender. So usually money lenders only will charge interest on interest. So but here there is no interest on interest. Whether non-payment of interest invokes any interest? No. Which ledger balance is used for payment of interest? Cash ledger or credit ledger? Always cash ledger balance. On what amount interest is computed? Suppose you have reported the tax in GSTR 3B, but that GSTR 3B is filed late. Then interest is computed on net liability, not on gross liability. For example, March month 3B, when you should file 20th April, but you filed it on 30th April, 10 days delay. Now, you need to compute interest on gross liability or net liability? Net liability. Logic simple. If you have filed the return on time, how much you would have paid? Net liability only. So if there is a delay in filing return also, that net liability only you are paying late. So you compute interest only on net liability. Are you getting this? So tax declared and paid in 3B, however it is filed after due date. It can be paid through credit ledger, partly through cash ledger, but interest is computed only on that amount paid through cash ledger, that is net liability. You look into this application in illustration 4. GSTR 3B of July 2023, gross liability 8 lakhs, ITC availed 3 lakhs. So what is the net amount? 5 lakhs we deposited as on 28. Sir, for July, what is the due date, sir? 20th August. We deposited. But you know what is the mistake we did? We filed the 3B of July month on 28 December. That person thought if you deposit that is sufficient, and he did not file 3B. So 3B filed late. When 3B filed late, whether the interest will be applicable? Yes, even though he has maintained sufficient balance in the cash ledger. Because the cash ledger balance means it does not mean you have paid the tax. You just deposit the money in the cash ledger. Only when you actually make the payment of tax, it is considered as payment of tax. So when is it called as payment of tax? Only when you file your 3B. Now in this case, interest is computed from which date to which date? 28 2023 to 28 12 2023. Don't count 20th August, you count from 21st August. So from 28 2023 to 28 12 2023, you need to compute interest. How many days? Sir, 20th August is the due date. So count from August 21st. So 11 days in August. Please count. 11 days in August, 30 days in September, 31 days in October, 30 days in November, and 28 days in December. So how many number of days? 130 days. And you need to compute interest on what? 8 lakhs or 5 lakhs? 5 lakhs. Net liability, because this is delay in filing 3B. So 8 minus 3, 5. So see the answer. 5 lakhs, 130 days at 18%. So 32,055. Understood? Same way second. August month 4 lakhs, 1 lakh ITC avail. So the difference is 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs, not 8 lakhs. 3 lakhs. 4 minus 1, 3. Then what is this 8? Already 5 lakhs was there, plus 3 lakhs we deposited. So 3 lakhs is the net liability. By when we should have filed August 23 return? 20th September. But when are we filing? 28 December. How many days delay? So in September, 10 days. October, 31 days. November, 10 days. December, 28 days. Count and tell me. So 99 days we need to compute interest on what? 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs, that is net liability. 4 minus 1, 3 lakhs we need to compute, 18%. Then again September 23, 6 lakhs gross liability, ITC 4 lakhs, net liability will be 2 lakhs. September month we should file on 20th of October, but when are we actually filing? 28 December. So therefore October 11 days, November 30 days, December 28 days, that is 69 days. We will compute interest only on 2 lakhs. Got the clarity? Sir, 3B return, if filed late, interest is computed only on net liability from the due date of 3B till the actual date of payment of till the actual date of filing 3B, but don't count the due date, count from the next date. Now second situation. Sir, I paid the tax pertaining to a month in another month, but it is not reported in that month. Example, July month liability I am paying in September, but I have not reported in the liability of July month. You understood? So I have to pay tax for a particular month, July month, but I did not pay that month. Why? I evaded. But now I voluntarily wanted to pay in December month, say. So now whether interest is computed on gross liability or net liability? Gross liability only. Gross liability only, not on net liability. You understood? So when gross, when net? 3B filed late. 3B filed late. Net liability. So 3B filed on time, but the liability not shown in that month but shown in a different month. Then gross liability. So say this. Tax paid subsequent to payment of self-assessed tax in 3B file. It can be paid through credit ledger or cash ledger, but interest is computed on what liability? Only on gross liability. So see this illustration 5. PQR Limited have filed their GSTR 3B return for the month of August 2022 within the due date, that is 29/2022. For August month, what is the due date? 20th of September. So they filed on 20th September, no issue. It was noticed in October 2022 that tax dues for the month of August have been short paid by 10,000 rupees. So August month I have to pay 10,000 which I have not paid. The shortfall of 10,000 was paid through cash ledger and credit ledger. So 7,500 I paid through cash ledger, 2,500 through credit ledger respectively while filing 3B of October, which was filed in 20th of November. So what is this case? The 10,000 pertaining to which month? August month. But I paid when? In October 3B. You understood? Now, in this case, interest is computed on net liability or gross liability. Here, net liability is 7,500. Gross 10 minus ITC 2,500. Net is 7,500. Whether interest is on 7,500 or 10,000? 10,000. Because GSTR 3B filed on time. But I have not paid tax at that time. Now I am paying. So it is on gross. What is that? 10,000 into 18%. From when till when? Sir, August month, what is the due date? 20th September. When am I paying? In October month 3B, which is filed on 20th November. So I am paying on 20th November. So from 20th September to 20th November. So in September, 10 days. October, 31 days. November, 20 days. So how many days? 61 days. For the 61 days, I need to compute interest on 10,000. So see the answer. 10,000 into 18% into 61 by 365. So 300.82 rounded off to 301. Now see the second part of this question. What will be your answer if 3B for the month of August had been filed belatedly on 20th November? So what happened? 3B of August we filed on November. So we showed this liability. Then what will happen in this case? Interest is on net liability. So what is the net liability? 7,500. Because if you see gross 10,000, input tax credit 2,500, net liability 7,500. So interest is computed on 7,500. At what rate? 18%. For how many days? 61 days we need to compute. And what is that interest then? So 7,500 into 18% into 61 by 365, 226. Sir, then it is advisable to file the GSTR 3B late only rather than filing 3B on time only, na sir. So then what is the difference here? Late fee. In the first case, there is no late fee, just the interest you are paying. But in the second case, you are paying late fee because there is a delay in filing 3B, na. Delay in filing 3B, there is a late fee which is actually 25 rupees per day under each act. So how many days delay? 61 days delay. 25 CGST, 25 SGST means 50 rupees. So 61 into 50 rupees, how much? 3,000. To save this small interest, you will be incurring 3,000 rupees as the late fee. You understood or not? So that is the disadvantage if 3B is filed late. Yes, you are saving here, interest you are saving, but a huge amount you are paying as late fee. Then see the next one. ITC wrongly availed and utilized for payment of liability. What is this? This is like you have wrongly availed the ITC and you have adjusted with your liability. Now interest is not computed on the wrongly availed ITC, but interest is computed only on utilized ITC. Utilized ITC. That too from when? From the date of utilization till the date of payment or reversal. Okay. Now say this, ITC wrongly availed in a month. Such wrongly availed ITC is utilized for payment of liability. Interest is applicable on that portion of ITC wrongly utilized. You mark it as very, very important. May 24 exam, for sure it will come. For sure it will come. That much important it is. Now, quickly you go through this. You read it once. You read it once, I will explain. Please read it once. Just for yourself, you read it once. Okay. Point number 1. When is it called as ITC utilized? That month in which balance in ITC falls below the wrongly availed ITC. In that month we have utilized. To the extent by which the balance in ITC has fallen below the wrongly availed ITC. And what will be taken as the date of utilization? For that month in which the balance has fallen, for that month we will be filing 3B, the actual date of 3B or due date of 3B, whichever is earlier will be taken as the date of utilization. Now, see this illustration 6. Mukund traders registered in Gujarat have opted to file returns on a monthly basis, and for all the months they filed 3B on 18th of the month following every month. For the month of October 2022, they have wrongly availed 1,50,000 and reversed the same in January 2023. Their tax consultant is of the view that interest is not payable on account of Finance Act 22 amendment. You are required to compute the interest payable, if any, based on the following information. So, September, October, November, December, January, like that they gave some data. Okay. Now, first, September month actually irrelevant, because when are they wrongly availing ITC? October month they have wrongly availed ITC. Now, you start from October month. October, what is the opening balance? 1 lakh. How much is the ITC availed in October? 5 lakhs. In that 5 lakhs, there is 1,50,000 wrongly availed ITC also. Got it? Now, how much you have spent for October month? 3 lakhs. What is the closing balance? 3 lakhs. Whether the closing balance of ITC 3 lakhs is below 1,50,000? No. Whether the balance in ITC is less than wrongly availed ITC? No. So, whether we utilize 1,50,000 in the month of October or not utilized? Not utilized. Again go to November. November opening balance 3 lakhs, availed 2 lakhs, utilized 4 lakhs, closing balance 1 lakh. Now, whether the balance in ITC has fallen below wrongly availed ITC? Yes. To what extent? 50,000, which means we utilized 50,000 in November. Are you getting this? Then again, December month you see 1 lakh is the opening balance, 2,50,000 and 1,50,000 we utilized, closing balance 2 lakhs. Sir, 50,000 we utilized, now the balance has increased, sir, means did we reverse? No. Actually, when we reverse only, it is called as reversal. So, when the balance decreases, it is utilized, but when the balance increases, it does not mean we have paid. You got it? When the balance decreased, it is utilized. When the balance is increased, it does not mean that we have reversed or paid this utilized amount. Are you understanding? So, only reduction in balance is what you need to see. In between, if the balance increases, that is irrelevant. Then again in December month, so like we are not utilizing anything. So, only November month we utilized 50,000. That much is correct. December month we did not utilize. Why we did not utilize? Because the balance is maintained. January you see, January full 1,50,000 we reversed actually. See this 3 lakh, in that 1,50,000 is wrongly availed ITC, we reversed. Now, whether we need to compute interest on 1,50,000 or 1 lakh or 50,000, only 50,000, because 50,000 only we utilized. What about 1 lakh? Yes, we wrongly availed, but we reversed. We did not utilize it because the balance in ITC is maintained every year to the extent of 1 lakh. So, we have not utilized. So, therefore, interest is computed only on 50,000. And what will be taken as the date of utilization? Sir, which month the balance in ITC has fallen below 1,50,000? November month. For November month, when are they filing 3B? No, December 18. That's why the first line it is given. It's not December 20, December 18. That's what provision says. The date on which they actually file 3B or the due date of 3B, whichever is earlier. So, which is earlier? 18 December is earlier. So, therefore, 18 December is the date of utilization. Again, when are they reversing? January month. For January month, when will they file 3B? 18th of February. So we need to compute interest from when to when? 18 December 2023 to 18 February 2023. See this, 18 December 2022 to 18 February 2023. How many days? Don't count 18th, okay? 31 minus 18, okay, plus January 31 plus February 18. So you will be getting 62 days. For that 62 days, we need to compute interest on what? Only on 50,000. Only on 50,000, 18% into 62 by 365. So 1,529 rupees is the interest. Understood? So first we need to write the provision which says that interest on account of wrong availment and utilization is 18%. ITC shall be considered to be wrongly availed and utilized if the balance in credit ledger falls below wrongly availed ITC, that is 1,50,000. Also, wrongly availed and utilized ITC is the extent by which the balance falls below 1,50,000. Therefore, in the present case, in November 22, the balance falls below 1,50,000 to the extent of 50. Therefore, interest is payable only on that 50 only. Okay. Then, period of interest from when to when. And that's where we got the interest computation. You got it here? Like this, they will be testing a question in exam. So far, till November 23 exam, they have not asked any question on computation of this wrongly availed and utilized ITC like this. Okay. So you can expect a question, a serious question like this for 4 marks or 5 marks for May 24 exam, because this was an amendment for November 23 itself, but they have not tested at that time. Now they gave some amendment related to this, one clarification. Read that clarification. If it misses also, at least this clarification they will test. If this misses also, this illustration misses also, this clarification they will be testing. So please read this clarification. In the cases where IGST credit has been wrongly availed and subsequently reversed on a certain date, there will not be any interest liability under section 50 subsection 3 if during the time period starting from such availment and up to reversal, the balance of ITC in cash ledger under the heads IGST, CGST, SGST taken together has never fallen below the amount of such wrongly availed ITC, even if balance of IGST credit in cash ledger individually falls below the amount of such wrongly availed ITC. You will not understand anything. So first you need to see through some numbers, then you read, you will understand this. So kindly make note of this illustration. So in the last page you have some space na, in page 265, there itself you make note. Say this, wrongly availed ITC, of IGST 1,50,000. Wrongly availed ITC of IGST is 1,50,000 in the month of October 2023 and reversed in Jan 2024, and the balance in ITC for various months is as follows. Wrongly availed ITC of IGST 1,50,000 in the month of October 2023 and reversed in Jan 2024, and the balance in ITC for various months is as follows. We have for the month of October, November and December. So we don't need for January, because January we are reversing na. So we need only for 3 months. CGST, SGST, IGST and total. CGST 40,000, SGST 40,000, IGST 1,20,000. So total 2 lakhs. Then November 2023, 30,000, 30,000, 1 lakh and 1,60,000. Then December 50,000, 50,000 and 60,000. So, sorry, 50,000 I'll take. 50,000. So, 1,50,000. Now, see IGST head. See IGST head. What is the wrongly availed ITC of IGST? 1 lakh. What happened to the balance of IGST credit in the month of October? It came down to 1,20,000. Means we utilized 30,000. Again in November the balance came down to 1 lakh. Means we utilized 20,000. Again the balance came down to 150,000 in December. Means we utilized 50,000. Like that we should not think. Okay. So why we should not take that way? Because total you should see, you should not take CGST, SGST and IGST. We should see the total. Even though one head balance is coming down, but don't see that head alone. You see all the heads cumulatively. How much is your total ITC? 2 lakhs, 1,60,000, 1,50,000. In any 1 month, the balance in ITC has fallen below 1,50,000. No. In any 1 month, the balance in ITC has fallen below 1,50,000. No. So therefore, whether we need to pay any interest? No. Whether any ITC has been utilized? No. So write down below. ITC wrongly availed is not utilized. ITC wrongly availed is not utilized in any month. Why pa? As the balance in total ITC, as the balance in total ITC has not fallen below 1,50,000. Therefore, interest shall not arise. ITC wrongly availed is not utilized in any month as the balance in total ITC has not fallen below 1,50,000. Okay. Now, below that you write down what will be your answer if GST compensation cess and IGST is involved. That is October, November, December. We have only IGST and GST compensation cess and total. We don't have anything else. IGST column copy paste 1,20,000, 1 lakh and 50,000. 1,20,000, 1 lakh and 50,000. whereas GST compensation cess is this total 80,000 and then 30 and 30 60,000 and 1 lakh. So the total 2 lakhs, 1 lakh 60 and 1 lakh 50. In that case also the answer is same, sir. No, the answer is not same. So we should see only CGST, SGST and IGST total, not GST compensation cess and IGST. So when GST compensation cess is there, it should not be considered. Only you take the remaining. What is the remaining here? Only IGST. So in this case, out of 1,50,000, out of 1,50,000 avail, how much is utilized in October? Pa, only IGST column you see, pa, don't see GST cess. Only IGST, don't see total. See the IGST. How much is there? 1,20,000, which means 30,000 utilized in October. 30,000 utilized in October 2023. Then thereafter the balance came down to 1,50,000, the balance came down to 1,20,000. Means how much you would have utilized? 30, because 1,50,000 minus 1,20,000 is 30. If you don't know, you do in calculator. 1,50,000 minus 1,20,000 is 30,000. Now from 1,20,000 the balance came down to, means how much you have utilized? 20,000 utilized in November 2023. Then again the balance came down to 50. Then how much we have utilized? 50,000 utilized in December 2023. Accordingly, interest is payable. Correct? We don't have other information. So accordingly, when they file 3B, etc., but interest is payable. These two clarifications only given there. Hope you have written this. Now, see this. I am reading. In the cases where IGST credit has been wrongly availed, 1,50,000, and subsequently reversed on a certain date, reversed in Jan 2024, there will not be any interest liability. There will not be any interest liability. There will not be any interest liability if during the period starting from availment up to the reversal, that is October, November, December, the reversal January don't take, October, November, December, the balance of ITC under the heads IGST, CGST, SGST taken together, all three heads IGST, CGST, SGST taken together has never fallen below the amount of such wrongly availed ITC, correct? The total remained the same. So interest is not applicable. Even if available balance in IGST individually falls below the amount of such wrongly availed, IGST column, if you see, it may be falling below, but cumulatively it did not. Then second, credit of compensations as available in cash ledger cannot be taken into account while considering the balance of cash ledger for the purpose of calculation of interest under Rule 88B in respect of wrongly availed and utilized IGST, CGST or SGST credit. What is that? Sir, if you take compensation cess, that cannot be taken into account. That's the second example. Compensation cess is also there, IGST is also there, but the compensation cess cannot be taken into account while considering the balance in cash ledger for the purpose of calculation of interest. So these two examples, any one question can be tested in exam. So total I gave you 3 illustrations for this wrongly availed ITC and utilized ITC interest computation. Either they may give a question like this, or based on this circular they can coin these 2 questions. Okay. So with this, payment process also over, and we are left with returns and e-way bill. These are the 2 topics that we are left with, and in the half an hour definitely I will not be able to complete these 2 topics. Okay. So due to that reason, anyhow these are procedural only, there is no much like computation etc. is involved. So I will post, and amendments also we don't have anything in these 2 chapters. that is returns and e-way bill. So I will post that video, but now we will invest time on seeing the MTP, the latest MTP that has been given by ICI, so that MTP, when we see, you will know how the questions are being asked and to what extent what we have learnt will be useful. Okay. So see this. XYZ Electronics Private Limited is a leading electronic goods manufacturing company. This is your latest MTP, ICI MTP. XYZ Electronics Private Limited is a leading electronic goods manufacturing company in Delhi. The company produces a wide range of products including smartphones, laptops and home appliances. The sales by the company are mainly through its distributors on the following credit terms. So laptops, they are giving a credit period of 15 days, smartphones 90 days and other home appliances 45 days. During the year, the company purchased plant and machinery worth 1 crore exclusive of GST. The GST rate for such plant and machinery is 18%. So they purchased some plant and machinery. The input tax credit on such plant and machinery is not a blocked ITC. Okay. The company is planning to demerge its operations in relation to laptops and other computer accessories from next financial year. So demerger is also there. The demerged entity will be a separate legal entity of the company in the form of a wholly owned subsidiary of the company having common board of directors. So means they are demerging a company, but these two companies will be having the common board of directors, means they both are treated as related parties if there is any transaction between them. The company also participate in domestic and international level trade fairs to showcase its products and sell through those events. The Electronics Association of Rajasthan is organizing a trade fair in Jaipur. The company is keen to participate in the same to ensure the GST compliance. The company want to obtain the GST registration as a casual taxable person in the state of Rajasthan, because they are going for a exhibition there. As they are going for exhibition there, they will not have any fixed place of business there. So they are getting a CTP registration, casual taxable registration. The company obtained GST registration as a casual taxable person with a validity period of 45 days. So the usual validity will be 90 days or number of days they are. So 45 days the validity is given. Now, the company transferred the goods from one of its godown in Delhi to another godown in Gujarat, wherein the company has a registered place of business. The value of the goods transferred is 5 crores. So 5 crores is taken as the value of goods transferred, and the rate of GST applicable on such transfer is 18%. The tax invoice was issued and GST was deposited by the company. Sir, what is that? They transferred goods from one of its godown in Delhi to another godown in Gujarat. Means it's a transaction between distinct persons. And the value of these goods is 5 crores and 18%. The tax invoice was issued and GST was deposited by the company. However, the consideration was not paid by the Gujarat office of the company to Delhi office even after 180 days. It's a trap, because 71C 180 days condition is not applicable. Sir, generally recipient has to make payment to supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice. But there are 3 exceptions to that. Number 1, supply without consideration. This is a transaction between distinct person. There is no consideration. They said the value of such goods is 5 crores. You understood? So in case of 71C, so this 180 days point will not be applicable. Supply under RCM 180 days not applicable. And even payment made to some other person on behalf of supplier also 180 days not applicable. So that is this. Further, there was no reverse movement of such goods from Gujarat godown to Delhi godown. Based on the information provided above, choose the most appropriate answer. So this is an integrated case study. Like this, one paragraph will be given, and on that they will ask some questions. What shall be the time limit to issue invoice for supply of smartphones? They are asking due date of invoice for supply of smartphones on credit. Simple. Goods. And in case of goods, so what should be taken? Supply involves movement of goods at the time of removal. Supply does not involve movement of goods at the time of delivery. Here they are only sending the goods. So as they are only sending the goods, supply involves movement of goods. So what will be taken as the due date of invoice? 31st day. No, the 31st day is not relevant. That is for RCM only. Invoice shall be issued before or at the time of removal. Yes. At the time of receiving payment. No. Invoice shall be issued upon completion of credit term. No. Directly it is at the time of removal. Then second, in relation to plant and machinery purchased by the company, select the correct alternative from the following. ITC of 18 lakhs can be claimed and the value of asset on which depreciation is 1 crore 18 lakhs. Wrong. If you take ITC, how depreciation is on 1 crore 18 lakhs? So wrong. ITC of 18 lakhs can be claimed and value of asset on which depreciation is 1 crore. Correct. That's correct. Because when you take ITC, so you will take depreciation only on the remaining portion, 1 crore. ITC cannot be claimed in such transaction. Why ITC cannot be claimed? ITC can be claimed because clearly they are telling it is not a blocked ITC and it is used in the course or furtherance of business. Therefore, definitely they can take ITC, no restriction. ITC 18 lakhs can be claimed and value of asset will be 82 lakhs. No, 1 crore because 1 crore plus 18 lakhs they are paying. Option B is the correct answer. How shall the demerged entity be treated under the provisions of GST law? So that will be treated as a related party. Why related party? I told you already. Two companies having the common board of directors. Then one company is controlling the another. Controlling the another means they will be treated as related parties. Then the period of retention of books of accounts related to the period prior to demerger. For what period they need to retain? 72 months from the end of the financial year or 72 months from the due date of filing annual return. Due date of filing annual return, section 36 we discussed. So 72 months from the due date of furnishing annual return. Then the validity of GST registration as a casual taxable person. Sir, 90 days only if they have applied for beyond 90 days. But here they applied only for 45 days. So 45 days will be taken as the period of validity. Then, which of the following statement is true in relation to non-payment of consideration by Gujarat go down to Delhi go down? The Gujarat go down shall reverse the ITC. Sir, 180 days condition not applicable. So no need to reverse the ITC. And the Gujarat go down shall reverse the ITC as and no interest is payable. No. The restriction of 180 days is not applicable. Yes, that is a correct answer. Okay. Next, that's what, see, small micro points they are testing on the MCQs. So that's why while taking classes, you might be thinking, is he idiot or what? Why is he asking us to focus, concentrate, listen, don't go in the middle of the class? Somewhere one point you just went and came, that point lost. You will not watch this video again because you will think I attended the classes. Now this point is gone. On that point one question is given. So then lost na. You understood. That's why I am telling, not for the sake of me. I achieved here. I am over. So my life is over. You are yet to achieve. You are in the starting point. I am in the ending point. I don't have any problem. So tomorrow I die also my family will be happy. So I have secured them. So for me, I don't have to do anything. But you are starting your life now. You have to achieve more things. So for that reason only I requested. So that concentrate here, don't talk and don't see this because already we are wasting our time in regular batch. In this 5 days, whatever we can maximum we can learn in this. That's why I said, see, I'm not lying. These are the questions. This one slip of a thought gone. Na? Like if you could not connect. 180 days point is not applicable for 71C, then gone. Here you will be writing that we need to reverse because we have a half-baked knowledge. What is that? We know if 180 days not paid means reverse ITC. That much we will know. So that we will mention as option A. So here 2 marks gone because 2 marks. Every question is 2 marks. 6 into 2, 12 marks. 2 marks unnecessarily gone. Then see the 7th question. And Sanu Associates Delhi dealing in garments has ordered lady suits from Shahiba Garments in Ludhiana, Punjab, which is 350 km away from the warehouse. E-way bill is generated by Shahiba Garments and the order is coming by normal cargo. For how many days e-way bill will be valid? Actually, this is a provision related to e-way bill. There is a validity of e-way bill generated 1 day for every 200 kilometers or part thereof. If it is over dimensional cargo, 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. Is it a over dimensional cargo or a normal cargo? Normal cargo. Sir, what is a over dimensional cargo? The tail of the cargo will be big, like oil tankers, big turbines and all they are transporting, like 10 wheels or 20 wheels will be there for the truck. That is called as a over dimensional cargo, for which it is 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. So it is a normal cargo, 1 day for every 200 kilometers or part thereof. So 350 divided by 200, that will be fraction, more than 1. So you take it as 2 days. So option B is the answer. Then next, Pihu Limited has its registered office under Companies Act 2013 in the state of Maharashtra, from where it ordinarily carries on its business of taxable goods. It also has a warehouse in the state of Telangana. This we discussed in the class itself. What will be considered as the place of business? Both Telangana and Maharashtra. Same question we saw. Okay. Then next. So this is about 15 marks MCQ portion. See, MCQ is definitely not bankable. I am telling you, so somewhere you will miss. So that's why you have to revise properly, and descriptive part you should be careful. See this, descriptive part also they did not give like a cakewalk all questions. First question, second question and all will be difficult only. Thereafter little bit easy it will be. So Vishnu Private Limited, a registered supplier of goods and services at Kolkata, has furnished the following information for the month of February. Now, whenever you see a question like this related to computation of net GST payable, actually this is computation of net GST payable question. Now, from the beginning you need to know whether it is an inward supply or an outward supply, and accordingly you need to interpret and keep. First transaction, intrastate supply of taxable goods, means it's a outward supply, including 1 lakh received as advance in January. The invoice for the entire sale is issued on 15 February. They are asking February. Advance 1 lakh, intrastate supply of taxable goods including 1 lakh received as advance in January. For the invoice for entire sale value is issued in 15 February. So how much will be taken in this case? 4 lakhs or 3 lakhs? Sir, for this 1 lakh, what is the time of supply? Advance, goods, not taxable on advance. GST not payable on advance in case of goods, only for service GST payable on advance. So the time of supply is due date of invoice or actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. So whenever you give invoice, at the time only you pay tax. So you pay tax on entire 4 lakhs. That too what GST? CGST and SGST, because it is given as intrastate supply. So you need to prepare the answer in 4 statements. So first statement, what you need to do is computation of gross GST payable under FCM. Okay. So gross GST under FCM, that you need to take first. Gross GST under FCM. In this, we need to take particulars and the table like CGST, SGST and IGST. So you need to prepare a table like this, and you need to write the transaction. What is that? Intrastate supply, something we have now, and you need to write the note here. You need to write the note here. What is that note you will write? As per section 12. Time of supply of CGST Act. Time of supply in case of goods is due date of invoice or actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Therefore, entire 4 lakhs will be taxable in the month in which invoice is raised. So got it? That explanation you will write. So 4 lakhs CGST SGST. Now you need to know what is the rate of GST, that is given below. Rate of CGST SGST IGST 9%, 9%, 18% respectively. So therefore 4 lakhs into 9%, so that is 36,000 CGST, 36,000 SGST, and IGST will be nothing. Now if you write only the amount, you will not get full marks. If it is 10 marks, you will get only 5 marks in this answer, even if the answer is correct, because they will deduct flat 50% of the marks for not writing the explanation. Okay, so explanation you need to write. You don't bother about the language, you write the explanation. Don't bother about language. Sir, my English is not great. Who is bothered about English? No one's English is great. Everyone is not Shashi Tharoor, okay? So to write the perfect English and all, so you write something, it's okay, but explanation should be there, okay? Next. See the next one. Purchase of goods from a composite dealer. Where it will come? Inward. Registered in Kolkata. Can we take ITC? No. Why we cannot take ITC? Inward supply from a person opting for composition scheme. First of all, he should not charge GST. Even if we charge also, we cannot take ITC. Now we will take the second statement. What is that second statement? Computation of ITC. Computation of ITC on inward supplies. Same way. Particulars, CGST, SGST and IGST. But even though ITC not available, but you need to write. Write what? Note. What is that? Inward supply from composition scheme. Inward supply from composition scheme. So you will write the note. So what is that? As per section 17 subsection 5 of CGST Act. So if the purchase are made from a person opting for composition scheme, it's a blocked ITC and ITC is not available. So there won't be any ITC in this case. And next, services provided by way of labor contract for repairing a single residential unit. Service provided by, which means outward. So by way of repairing a single residential unit otherwise than as a part of complex. We have an exemption now for in single residential unit. Is that exemption applicable here? No. I told you. I asked you to compare the difference between these two. Sir, first exemption is only for construction, sir. Second exemption is for construction as well as repair. Individual house, only construction is exempted. Repair will be taxable. But Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana, housing for all mission, both construction as well as repairs is exempted. You understood? So here you will see single residential unit, you will think it as exempted and you will write exempted. No, it will be taxable. So that too it is intra or inter? Intra. So therefore CGST, SGST, you will put it in the first statement. So repairs, single residential unit, how much is the value? 1 lakh. So 9,000 and 9,000. Then next, membership of a club availed for employees working in the factory. So it's a inward supply. And can we take ITC with respect to this? Why we cannot take ITC? And sir, one more point also you should check, whether it will be anywhere coming under RCM. That also you should check. If you see the first inward supply, no RCM. This also membership of a club, there is no RCM. If there is RCM, separately in another statement, third statement you need to put inward supply covered under RCM, like that. Here no RCM, but we cannot take ITC. Why we cannot take ITC? Membership of a club, health and fitness center is a block credit, but it is given working in factory. Is it given as statutory obligation? Not given. That's why we will not take ITC with respect to that. Then goods transport services received from a GTA, again inward, correct? And GTA has excise to pay option and 12% means they would have paid. It is not RCM liability. They will pay. But can we take ITC? Yes. And it is given as interstate transaction. So where we will take ITC? IGST. So 2 lakhs into, don't take 18%. Sir, it is given 18% now, sir, I will take 18. No. In the question itself given as 12, so you take 12% only. So ITC GTA services. GTA services. How much is the GTA services here? 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs into 12%. So that is 24,000. Next part. Interstate services provided by way of training in sports outward. Sir, training in sports is exempted only if it is training, not player, referee, umpire. Training in arts, culture, sports, we discussed. Training or recreation activity in sports. Cricket Academy, MRF Cricket Academy, private, taxable. If it is a charitable trust, exempted. Like that I told one point. Do you remember? So training, it's not services provided by individual as a player, referee, umpire. So training in sports means it will not be exempted. When it is exempted, only if it is by a charitable trust. It is not by a charitable trust, it is by a private limited company. Therefore, it will be taxable and it is given as interstate. So, therefore, it will come under IGST. Training 1,800. Why 1,800? 18% of 10,000. Then interstate security services provided to Bharat Higher Secondary School for their annual day function organized in common auditorium outside the school campus. Taxable or exempted? I told this point, within premises only exempted, security and housekeeping. It is outside the premises. So outward, taxable, given as interstate, therefore IGST. 15,000 into IGST, how much? 18%. 2,700. Sir, but sir, security services will come under RCM na sir. When security service will come under RCM? Supplier should be other than body corporate and recipient should be registered. Here supplier is Vishnu Private Limited, body corporate. It will not come under RCM. So security personnel, supply of security personnel or security service will come under RCM when supplier should be other than body corporate, recipient should be registered but not opting for composition scheme or not registered only to deduct TDS. So therefore, it will not be RCM. Then 7th point, 8th point, invert, print mistake, it is 8th point. Input to be received in 4 lots, out of which 2 lots was received during the month. Can we take ITC? No. Why we cannot take ITC? Only on last lot. The company has the following ITCs in the opening balance. So how much is the opening balance of ITC? 57,000 CGST, SGST 0 and some IGST is there 50,000. Okay. Then now see this gross liability. Is there any other transaction? No. Both inward and outward supplies are exclusive of taxes. The turnover was 2.5 crores in the financial year. So that is irrelevant for us. And now we need to take the gross liability. What is the gross liability? 36 plus 9,000, 45,000. Here 45,000 and here 1,800 plus 2,700, 4,000. So this is the gross liability that we completed. And what is the ITC? 57,000. Then 0 and 74,000. Now we need to do the net GST payable. Net GST payable. For net GST payable, so CGST, SGST, IGST. What is the gross liability that we have? 45, 45 and 4,500. Now we have 3 credits. Which credit we need to use first? IGST credit. So first we will set off with IGST liability 4,500. Still we have 74,000. 74,000 minus 4,500. What is the balance left? 60. Now they are asking compute the minimum GST payable. So we can set off with either CGST or SGST. But you tell me with which I should set off. SGST. Why you know? Because we have lot of CGST credit. If I set off with CGST, SGST will become payable. Understood, Appa? So this only I said as minimum cash outflow we need to maintain. Okay. So therefore, use entire 45,000. Still how much is left? 74,000 minus 4,500 minus 45,000. What is the balance left? 24,500. And we have enough of CGST credit also. That also we utilize. So therefore, the net GST, what is the balance that you will utilize? 20. So therefore, 0, 0, 0. That is the answer. Net GST payable. Okay. So therefore, the balance ITC that will be carried forward. So this is for 10 marks. You understood how to do the presentation and approach. Now look into B part. Gulati Limited. What pa? Answer is correct only. Don't worry. Trust me. Answer is correct only. Gulati Limited, a registered supplier. See, if the time is over for you, you can leave. I want to discuss this at least for one day. If you want to leave, you leave. I'll complete this and I will leave. Okay. Gulati Limited, a registered supplier in Mumbai, Maharashtra, has supplied goods to Mridul Traders and Kalu Motors Limited, located in Ahmedabad, Gujarat and Pune, Maharashtra respectively. Where is the supplier located? Maharashtra. And this Mridul Traders is located in Ahmedabad. Maharashtra and Ahmedabad is in Gujarat. Therefore, it will be coming under Inter. Whereas, another person, that is Kalu Motors Limited, is located in Pune, Maharashtra. Therefore, it will be coming under Intra. Now, price of the goods excluding GST 10,000, 30,000. That we will take as transaction value. Packing charges and commission 15 to C. It should be included in the value. Why it should be included in the value? Incidental expenses. Therefore, it should be included in the value. And it is an addition given here. Items given in point 2 to 5 have not been considered while arriving at the price given in one above, which means these are additional. So we need to add. Weightment charges. So this is also 15 to C. It is to be included. In the given price not included, so we need to add. Discount for the prompt payment recorded in the invoice but not considered. Means what? Recorded in the invoice means they are giving but not considered in the given price, means we need to deduct the discount. And now what will be taken as the value for Mridul Traders? So 11,000 will be taken, and here what will be the value? 31,000. Accordingly 11,000 will be interna, so IGST, whereas 31,000 will be CGST, SGST. Over 5 marks. But what you need to write? 3 points. 15 to C we need to write about this, and discount 15 subsection 3 we need to write. Pre-supply discount is allowed as deduction. You got it? And again GST computation we need to properly show which case intra, which case inter. Why it is intra, inter also you should write, because location of supplier, place of supply, same state, so intra, and different state inter. And you need to write also this point that ending point will be taken as the place of supply in this case. So that's why we are taking intra and inter. Then second one, so 15, 15, 30 marks. Now it will be little easier. So usually in the 50 marks paper, 25 marks will be difficult. 25 marks will be easy. They create a question paper like that. So due to that reason, first question 10 marks will be little difficult. MCQ is also little difficult. So there itself some 25 marks is over. Thereafter it will be like medium or easy. Okay. See this. Actually this question was easy question, part B. And this 2A little difficult will be there because it is based on exemptions. North Services Limited, registered under GST, is engaged in providing various services to government. It is service provided to government. The company provides the following information in respect of services provided during the month of April. Supply of manpower for cleanliness of roads not involving any supply of goods. Pure service. So, exempted. We discussed. Any activity which the government is required to do as per the constitution, if they outsource it to me, if I provide only pure services, it is exempted. If it is a composite supply of goods and services where the value of goods does not exceed 25%, it is exempted. Correct? This. So, service provided by fair price shops owned by North Services by way of sale of sugar under public distribution system against the form of commission. This is also pure service, because they are just providing the service and they get a commission. So, pure service, therefore, it will be exempted. Service of maintenance of street lights in municipal area involving replacement of defunct lights and other spare parts along with maintenance. Generally, replacement of lights constitutes 35% of the service. Value of goods is more than 25%. Therefore, it will be. Then, service of brochure distribution provided under a training program for which 70% of the expenditure is borne by government. 70%. How much they should bear? 75% or more. Here it is less than that. Therefore, it will be. Then next, B part. Mr. Shubh, Director of Star Company Private Limited, provided service to the company for remuneration of 1,25,000. Briefly answer whether GST is applicable in the below mentioned independent cases. If yes, who is liable to pay GST? Okay. So, wait, remuneration only given, but we don't know whether they are employee or not. That's why, one, Shubh is an independent director and not an employee of the company. Then, so it is covered under supply because he is not an employee and director services to the company. Therefore, it will be coming under RCM. Refer 9 subsection 3 read with notification 13 of 2017. Mr. Shubh is a executive director, that is employee of Star Company Private Limited. Actually, same question we discussed in our book, okay. But at that time, this MTP and all did not come. So, out of the total remuneration amounting to 1,25,000, 60,000 has been declared as salaries and subject to TDS, not a supply, because salary, employee, as per 7.2 read with schedule 3, employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply. However, 65,000 have been declared separately and TDS 194J, then it's a professional income covered under supply and it is related to director services, correct? So, it will be covered under RCM. Suppose if they add one more line, what if such services are provided by him in his personal capacity, not as a director, then it will be FCM. Then, examine whether supplier of goods is liable to get registered in the independent cases. Om Sai Builders of Rohini, Delhi is exclusively engaged in intra-state taxable supply of building bricks. Its aggregate turnover in the current financial year is 23 lakhs. Whether they are required to get registered or not? Yes. If you are exclusively engaged in supply of bricks and roofing tiles, the limit will not be 40 lakhs. Even though in Delhi 40 lakhs is applicable, but those who are exclusively engaged in supply of bricks and roofing tiles, 40 lakhs not applicable and the applicable limit is 20 lakhs. As their aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakhs, so they are required to get registered. Understood? Then, Hukum Chand of Himachal Pradesh is exclusively engaged in intrastate taxable supply of footwear. His turnover in the current financial year from Himachal Pradesh showroom is 32 lakhs. He has another showroom in Nagaland with a turnover of 11 lakhs. Sir, one of the state is in MMTN. Correct. And they are taxable supplies. So, therefore, the applicable limit will be 10 lakhs. 32 plus 11 more than 10 lakhs. Therefore, they need to register and they need to register in both Himachal Pradesh as well as in Nagaland. 10 lakhs limit, 40 lakhs limit not applicable. Even though they are engaged in supply of goods, 40 lakhs limit not applicable because one of the state is in MMTN use stamp. Then B, Mr. Mehta is engaged in business of trading of books. He is eligible for composition scheme and has opted for the same. He seeks your advice for records which are not required to be maintained by him as a composition taxable person. I pharma he need to maintain. What are the records that he is not required to maintain? Tax details and stock details. In the tax, input tax, output tax and stock details. Understood? Then C number 4, 4A. See, to the extent possible, theory questions you avoid writing. If you don't know any practical question, then only touch, because one question will be theory. That is, last question will be always theory. You touch this last question only if you don't know any practical question, because in practical question you can score good marks than theory question. Theory question they will not be satisfied how much ever good you write, but they will not give full marks. Worst come, you bank on theory. An event management company provided service for organizing a sporting event for a sports federation which is held in multiple states. What is the place of supply of service in this case? Organizing an event. Sir, organizing event will come B2B, B2C. So, in case of B2B, location of recipient. In case of B2C, location where the event is held. Suppose if the event is held in more than one state, one rule we discussed, the income should be apportioned based on our expenditure ratio. Got it? Because they gave multiple states, that's why. See, normally if they give, okay, but they gave multiple states means that should be apportioned based on expenditure ratio. Discuss taxability of shares held in a subsidiary company by a holding company. We saw one circular. So, generally investment made by the holding company and subsidiary company, even though they are related, but the shares purchased by holding company and subsidiary company will not come under supply, because the transaction in securities is neither goods nor services. How return can be revised after filing the same if some changes are required to be made? You need to write about rectification of returns. There is no concept of revision of returns in GST. However, any return which is already filed, the details mentioned in that return can be rectified in the subsequent period. However, that return cannot be rectified beyond 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Over here. So, got the confidence? Now, see, this fast track batch will be really sufficient for you for the purpose of writing this CA intermediate exam. Only thing, don't miss any point. I covered every point and only 2 chapters I could not complete. That is also small topics only, e-way bill and returns and the practice manual discussion. By end of this week and all, I will be uploading. You start for your preparation, okay? And MTP, one more series also will be coming. As and when it comes, I will discuss this and I will upload in my channel, okay? Thank you all, and I want to meet you only in CA final. By any chance also, don't come for any CA intermediate classes. I am cursing you not to come into CA intermediate classes, okay? So, therefore, only in final we will meet. That too, if you like my classes, we will meet in final. Otherwise, not. That is future. It is not in our hands. But prepare well and don't have any kind of, okay, we will see. We don't take it for granted. Be serious. This time you are going to clear. Come what may. Give your best 100%. Don't waste your time and don't listen to anyone. They will be telling, so enough what you have studied, so this is not required. Don't listen to anyone. You are the better judge of yourself. So just think as to what and all you need to do. Prepare a schedule, prepare a plan and do it. And anyhow, I am there for you to support in my subject till the time you go to the exam hall. Okay? Don't worry about that. Thank you. Take care and all the very best for your exams. God bless you. Bye. Bye. Take care. Thank you.